The Tale of Rhy Shen. Chapter 1. 999 Years.
Holy green fuck! Well, that is bloody fantastic. Calculated madness at its finest.
Alchemist Thoss's voice cut the stillness in the lab like a blade through thin paper. Gears clicked somewhere, as if the machines themselves were stunned. The air stank of ozone and burnt copper. Steam hissed through metal pipes, weaving trembling ribbons across the brass-lit room. In the center of the lab, 4 men in soot-stained robes stood frozen, goggles fogged, mouths half open. Alchemist Yesod was the first to break free from the room's paralyzing awe.
Bo-Yang, you reckless bastard! You actually managed to pull something out of nothing! And this time it's alive! It is a breathing humanoid, not just a pile of flesh and energy.
He moved toward the newcomer, compelled to reach out and touch him. Toes held him back.
Careful, Yesod. It still might be both.
The others exchanged nervous laughter, as if none of them truly believed what they had done.
Still? Look at him! That's a human! Or something close enough. This boy must have a special connection to the countless things.
On the metal platform they encircled, a young man lay motionless, breath shallow, skin pale as the inside of a shell. Thin strands of energy coiled around him, fading slowly into the dim air. Then his eyelids fluttered open. Light pierced his pupils, forcing the eyes to shut again immediately. But now his vision danced with red flashes. The world pressed in with unbearable weight. He tried to speak, but his own tongue felt foreign. He tried to remember, but memory was a colorless cloud in his head. Where had he been? Not somewhere. The young man remembered an absence without shape, a place where drifting might exist without direction, through a silence so pure it devoured every thought. For a moment he could not tell what was real. The 4 faces above him, or the echo of the emptiness still ringing in his head. He had been elsewhere. No, he had been nowhere. And now the world rained down on him. Noises, glares, and faces. The pale boy spoke in his mother tongue, more to himself than to anyone else.
I'm sorry.
The words scraped out like rust on metal, rattling and clanging. But to the others they were nothing more than a jumble of sounds devoid of meaning. Yesod clapped his hands in excitement.
I think he said something.
He sounds more like a bird than a human to me, Yesod. Maybe it is just hungry.
Alchemist Bo-Yang leaned over the boy, skepticism etched into every line of his face. After all, what proof did they have that a humanoid figure bore any resemblance to a true human?
Doesn't he seem bird-like to you?
He murmured, voice thin and edged with fascination. His head tilted at an odd angle, eyes gleaming with a curiosity that felt almost predatory. Before the tension could thicken further, his colleague's Thoss stepped forward.
Takes one to know one, you weird old cockatoo.
Thoss plunged his hand into his pocket, digging and fidgeting, before he retrieved something very small.
Here, boy. Let me help you communicate with us.
Before the boy could move, the man in the robe placed a buggy creature on his face. It crawled quickly up his ear. Tshk, pft.
Ouch! Fuck.
After a tiny stench, the words of the men surrounding the new arrival suddenly made sense. Alchemist Thoss was pleased.
Perfect. The speech bug does its thing. I do love when the screaming phase is short.
Short? You call that short? My ears are bleeding.
Thoss ignored his colleague's complaints and turned to the newcomer, wearing the friendliest expression he could summon.
Can you understand me? Who are you, boy?
The boy still laid on the ground, covering his ear with his hand as if it wasn't too late to protect it from the speech bug. His lips trembled while he stared at his own hands, trying to remember what or who he was. He paused, searching the black corners of his mind.
I am Rhy Shen.
The name felt uncertain, like a memory borrowed from someone else, but it was the only anchor he had in this strange, whirring world.
Why does he sound so exhausted? Shouldn't he be more lively?
Yesod stood with his arms crossed, eyes narrowing in skepticism.
I mean, it's not like we awakened him from the dead or something. Or did we?
Toss gave a quick, sideways glance at the boy, eyes flickering with a trace of uncertainty at the ghostly figure.
Give him some space, Yesod. He's only been here for, what, 5 minutes?
6? And he's already swearing. Definitely human.
Or probably a bird.
Bo Yang shouted from the shelves. Rhy Shen pressed his hand to his forehead, trying to gather the fragments of memory. A name, a promise, a sentence. The memory crawled back into his mind like the speech bug in his ear, like a fried fish remembering the water it once swam in. His fate had been to remain in the ether for a millennium, 1,000 years of silence.
Had that time already ended?
A slow, chilling realization crept through Rhy Shen's forehead. This was no rebirth. He had existed before. Somewhere, somehow, in a place he could no longer name. How had he come to be here? Could his time in the ether have been something like time travel? Or worse, a punishment for a life long past? The thought coiled in his gut, like a cold wire, twisting and wrenching, leaving him hollow and unsteady. His mind drifted through the ether he came from. Thought did not come. Memory did not come. Only the faintest tremor of something deep within. And then it rose, a raw, simmering presence that had always been with him. Anger. Anger had been there from the beginning, coiled inside him like a hidden flame, and now it surged, dragging him back to his first, vivid memory of his previous existence. The world Rhy Shen remembered from his past was shiny and white. His people did not need machines or labs because they had long reached a godlike state by cultivating Ki. The masters of this world grew stronger and stronger and absorbed more Ki than the world could offer. They fed their arrogance and stopped training at all, becoming lazy gods full of hubris. To most, the elders' prophecies for young cultivators were nothing more than fortune sayings, easily brushed aside. Where others saw the prophecies as mere words, Rhy Shen saw law. The roar of the waterfall crashed around Rhy Shen, the water hitting him like a falling boulder, twisting his shoulder, threatening to drag him into the abyss below. Every fiber of his being burned with determination to withstand this force of nature.
I can do this. I will bring light.
He forced his hand under the torrent, teeth grinding, heart hammering. Others mocked him, seeing nothing but a dreamer, a fool longing to be more than he was. But he knew better.
My moment will come. I will fulfill my prophecy.
A sudden burst of laughter cut through the roar of the waterfall. From behind a tangle of bushes, a figure stepped lightly over the rocks, eyes sparkling with amusement.
Did you really just cheer for yourself like a fanboy, Rhy Shen? You are so delusional, even the waterfall is cringing. Every brat in the clan gets that same prophecy, you know. It's more a tradition than a promise.
At least I'm training while you're busy spying. Could you please mind your own business, Mio?
Mio's eyes widened slightly, a touch of pity flickering across her face.
Yeah, but training again?
Oh, of all people who could cross his ways in the middle of the forest, why did it have to be Mio? Rhy Shen didn't even dare to look at her. Her face, radiant as the sun, seemed capable of blinding him outright. He clenched his jaw, glaring but unable to hide the redness creeping into his ears. Filled with determination, he wiped dripping hair from his face and squared his shoulders, ready for the next attempt to withstand the waterfall.
Please, Rhy Shen. You're as dramatic as thunder and the moon.
When shit goes down, I'll be the only one ready to save you. You will thank me one day.
He stepped forward boldly, aiming to brace himself under the roaring waterfall. The water disagreed. With one mighty shove, it sent him tumbling into the calm lake below, like bread tossed into a pond.
Brilliant! Truly heroic. The Lightbringer, conquered by the powers of nature.
Rhy Shen plunged into the lake, desperate to disappear beneath the surface. He imagined himself gliding through the water like a stealthy crocodile, silent and unseen. Every stroke took him farther from the waterfall, farther from the world above, and, he hoped, farther from Mio. He emerged cautiously at the lake's far edge, just enough to peek out, and froze. Bright, sparkling eyes were already there, hovering mere inches from his own. Mio grinned silently, while Rhy Shen's face drained of color.
Damned! I thought I would be clever enough to slip beneath the waves unnoticed.
He was not. Instead, he found himself caught, staring into the mischievous triumph of someone who had clearly seen every awkward, flailing inch of his ridiculous plunge. Rhy Shen struggled against the waves to get out, but Mio was faster. With a fluid motion, she pulled him out. Every movement radiated a power far beyond the natural boundaries. She moved like a goddess, spoke like a goddess, and Rhy Shen could do nothing but watch, awed and anxious. He coughed, dripping wet, as she set him down on the stones at the shore. The sun leaned toward the horizon, a dull lump of coal against the glow that seemed to emanate from her alone. For a moment he fell silent, eyes fixed on her, his heart still battling the force of the water and the even greater force of her presence.
Have you heard they finally discovered where the Qilin nests?
She asked with a smirk on her face. Rhy Shen's eyes widened. The news had reached him days ago, and though everyone was talking, he believed some things were better left untouched. The Qilin was a creature whispered of in legend, draped in celestial grace, feared and revered across all realms, and it never appeared without its brood. Myths said the creature carried a single egg through a lifetime of patient devotion, nurturing within it a pulsating heart of Qi, a power capable of eclipsing 100 worlds. No wonder the masters and cultivators hungered for it. Rhy Shen leaned back, palms braced on the gravel. His words were cold with outrage.
Grrr! The great grandmasters are so full of shit. They've drained so much Qi from the world that it groans under the weight of their power. Soon, it will collapse, and all they'll have left are ashes. And now they won't even leave the most divine creature in the universe alone? I won't be part of this. I want to break the cycle of madness, not feed it.
Mio tilted her head, her gaze piercing yet calm, and her voice carried the weight of certainty.
Maybe this is your lucky day, Rhy Shen. This is our chance to put the great grandmasters in their place.
Rhy Shen felt a flicker of pleasure at the thought, a rare warmth in his chest. Of course. What other choice was there? Start a war against the overpowered elite? And with whom? The upper class, Mio among, had leached the world of its vitality. Even the lowest social circles lived like monarchs, their comforts guaranteed. No one would ever be willing to upend that system. Now they had discovered the Qilin egg, a power capable of resolving the cascading problems born from their overpowered society. For the first time in a long while, The path forward seemed possible. Meo's voice softened, persuasive, almost intimate.
Oh, Rhy Shen, you have no idea. The power inside a Chilean egg isn't just immense, it's unimaginable. Even you could rise to godhood with it. We could create a true, everlasting paradise.
Her words spoke of care, while her eyes spoke of greed.
I am serious. It will be our inaction that destroys the world. Taking the egg might be the best solution for everyone. This Chilean. It could bring true, lasting peace. Not just a fleeting balance, but harmony for all beings in the world. Its power could tip the scales, resolve the rot of their society, and, if wielded wisely, create a chance at lasting balance.
Yeah, because slaughtering its divine offspring will surely earn us a place in hell.
Don't be so quick to despair, Rhy Shen. Maybe it's true that everyone underestimated you your whole life. I felt it. That's why I came to tell you about the discovery. The egg. It's far too powerful to be harmed by mere chi extraction. It doesn't need to be destroyed, only relocated. That's all it takes.
Rhy Shen's eyes lingered on her with a mixture of doubt and hope stirring in their depths.
How do you know any of that? Do you blindly trust the old texts, or have you actually seen it with your own eyes?
We'll soon find out when the great grandmasters make their move.
Rhy Shen's anger flared. A vein was pulsing wildly at his throat.
They'll likely slaughter the Chilean, or consume its egg for themselves. Such power shouldn't belong to a few greedy wannabe gods. It should be a common resource for all.
Exactly why someone needs to get there first. And I believe that someone is us. You and me.
Obviously, Mio knew nothing of beasts. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared something so reckless. Yet Rhy Shen was far too polite to point that out to her face.
Pah! Even if by some miracle the Chilean doesn't tear us apart the moment we touch its egg, how long do you think our paradise will last? Until it hatches and the world goes dark?
Show a little respect, Rhy Shen. A Chilean isn't just some flying hoofed creature. It has reason and infinite power. Once the egg is in our hands, it will be far more receptive to our intentions. Don't you think this could be a chance to make it listen to us? You clearly know nothing about beasts! You always were better at moral speeches than action. You can go back chanting to the trees while I'll be the one who actually gets things done for once in her life.
Mio strode ahead, and without quite knowing why, Rhy Shen followed, drawn after her like a thought he should have abandoned. This is where his memory is already beginning to fade. He remembered his hands brushing her shoulder when she stopped and turned around. And in this exact moment, a single image burned into his heart. A face he would carry through the ether forever. A face that had once trusted him completely. Ugh, what happened next? Rhy Shen's memory blurred, slipping through his mind like water through his fingers. Had Mio kissed him? Or had he only imagined it, desperate enough to wish it into being? The ether swallowed the memory whole, leaving nothing but a hollow warmth and the faintest echo of what might have been. Maybe it was because he wanted to fulfill his fate. Maybe it was the fact that Mio saw him as capable enough to do what is right in the world. Whatever the reason, Rhy Shen decided to fulfill his prophecy by bringing this eternal source of power to the world. While the hills rolled beneath his steps, Rhy Shen's thoughts wandered back to Mio. Oh, this goddamn Mio, who had never laid eyes on a holy beast in her life. Rhy Shen did neither, but at least he had to work for every bit of chi he had. Mio had been spoon-fed chi since childhood, her immortality handed to her like an heirloom. She was one of them, the blessed few who never had to earn what others bled for. Her way wasn't truly wicked. It was simply what someone like her had been taught to believe was right. And she wasn't entirely wrong either. Rhy Shen knew that stealing wasn't the answer, but listening was. Doing it anyone else's way would have been unbearable. Convincing Mio to let him do this alone was easier than expected. Had she insisted on coming, he would have had to take her out of the picture for a while. A prospect neither of them would have enjoyed. On the road to the mountain range Mio called the Cheelins home, Rhy Shen spent most of the journey debating whether quitting counted as wisdom or cowardice. He had to remind himself at least a dozen times that abandoning the mission completely probably wasn't heroic from any point of view.
I have been training for a moment like this all my life. My chi is bound to nature due to relentless training and fighting lessons, and my willpower is strong enough to intimidate the wolves in the woods. If anyone in this world can solve this peacefully, it's probably me.
Rhy Shen climbed the jagged slope, chi coursing through him like molten magma. He assumed the Cheelin would be a bit protective at the summit. A bit. Mio had insisted they seize the egg first, strike quickly, claim the power. But every fiber of his being recoiled at the notion. He wanted to face the beast directly, meet it as an equal, and reason with it. Given the fact that the Cheelin was nothing less than a god, it wasn't too far-fetched to think that it might understand.
At least, this way is far more honorable than theft, and a beast of such superiority will respect that. I am willing to risk everything to try it, before chaos unfolds.
Rhy Shen's disciplined training for the unknown finally paid off. Each movement up the mountain was precise and effortless. He scaled the harsh rock face with uncanny steadiness. Soon, he reached a series of steps embedded into the stone. Their shiny surfaces gave the impression that someone must have hammered them into the stone eons ago. Rhy Shen's steps faltered as he neared the summit, breath caught between awe and disbelief.
Unbelievable. I've never seen anything like this.
Every surface was etched with intricate carvings. The stone transformed into a sculpted cosmos, as if the mountain had been plucked from another star. In Rhy Shen's mind, the Cheelin was already there, serene and knowing, perhaps holding a delicate jade cup filled with golden tea, ready to acknowledge his courage and welcome him with understanding. Walking at the top of the holy mountain felt heavenly. Snow crunched beneath Rhy Shen's boots, each step sinking deep into the flawless white, leaving jagged scars across the otherwise perfect circular clearing. With every careless footfall, the smooth surface seemed to shudder under him, emitting a warm, healing light. The frozen surface cracked under his boots, opening more and more windows for the warm light to fill the place. On the far side of this clearing lay a vast nest, a depression in the bare rock, cradling enormous glowing eggs.
Why are there so many? I thought there'd be only one.
He scanned the horizon, searching for a sign of the Cheelin. Nothing. No shape, no glimmer of life, just stone and the quiet hum of cosmic energy.
Whoa. It's so warm and quiet here. Despite the weather.
Confidence swelled in Rhy Shen. This was easy. He could take one of these eggs and leave. The almighty Cheelin might not even take notice, and Mio's revolution would become a full success. Rhy Shen stepped toward the largest egg, hands outstretched. And then the air tore apart behind him without announcement. Clouds collapsed into whirling towers that reached for the sky. The stars seemed to move, coalescing into a monstrous form that defied scale and reason. The Cheelin emerged from the cosmos above, descending like a celestial storm.
Fuck. I had no idea.
The monstrum was colossal. Rhy Shen had expected a beast as huge as his house, or maybe as huge as the White Palace in the capital. This monstrum was bigger than the capital itself, covering the sky with its enormous face and shoulders alone. Its eyes burned with a hellish fire, antlers spanning like bridges of light, claws rending the very snow beneath its feet. The creature's roar split the air, a sound that could flatten mountains and boil rivers, shaking Rhy Shen to his core. Hell had arrived at the summit, and it was personally offended by Rhy Shen. He planted his feet firmly, chest thrust forward and shoulders squared, trying to radiate confidence. His hands were raised slightly in a gesture of peace.
I come in peace, Your Majesty. I did not intend to disturb you.
This made the Qilin even more furious. A storm of wrath erupted from the creature that bent the sky and cracked the mountain. Rhy Shen gripped one of the glowing eggs in his hands, heart hammering, and told himself a fragile truth.
I'm sure it won't strike, as long as I carry this.
His stomach dropped as he realized, if the great Grand Masters didn't intervene, this was nothing less than the apocalypse incarnate. The summit shattered behind him with every beat of the beast's heart, carving a cathedral of destruction in snow and rock. Rhy Shen's breath came ragged, his mind sharp with fear and calculation. One wrong step, one misjudged motion, and everything, himself, the egg in his hands, Mio and the world, would end in fire and cosmic wrath. Rhy Shen ran until the air turned thin and sharp in his lungs. Meteors slammed into the mountain to his left. To the right, the ground split open, spitting dust and shards of stone. Behind him, the mountain groaned, a hollow, dying sound that belonged not to rock, but to something older, deeper. The world folded in on itself as if it had been nothing more than a painted shell. Peaks sank like melting wax. Valleys caved inward. Rhy Shen glanced back once, just once, and saw the Qilin's colossal shape dissolve into darkness. It didn't pursue him. It didn't have to. Whatever it had unleashed was already spreading, black veins crawling through the sky, swallowing the night until even the moonlight felt borrowed. By the time the capital's crystal spires came into view, Rhy Shen's legs were lead, and his arms still clutched the glowing orb to his chest. He almost laughed. He'd made it. Somehow, against all reason. He'd made it. Almost, at least. He didn't even get close to the capital before 6 silhouettes descended from the heavens, their robes like liquid obsidian. Sparks of their fury were crackling in the air. Gravity seemed to bow in deference as the great Grand Masters of the capital set their feet upon the earth. The foremost among them stepped forward, every movement deliberate, radiating authority, while the others lingered behind in the shadows, silent and watchful. Like a parliament of owls, their eyes fixed on him with cold scrutiny.
Do you have any idea what you've done, boy?
The first Grand Master glared at him with eyes like polished stone.
I'm so sorry, Master. I thought I could reason with the Qilin. Please, take this egg. Maybe you can still make things right. Maybe we can return it, instead of fighting the beast.
Out of nowhere, the great Grand Master raised a hand and struck the orb from Rhy Shen's hands, sending it crashing to the ground and shattering into pieces.
What the fuck are you doing? This egg was our chance to...
This isn't the egg. This is... excrement. It's Qilin dung, you absolute idiot!
Rhy Shen's stomach suddenly felt like liquid steel, burning itself into his flesh. The silence that followed was profound and terrible.
You're joking.
Oh, we wish we were. The real egg is embedded in the mountain. It is the untouched summit itself. The one you so gallantly stomped on.
Rhy Shen's knees went weak. His legs threatened to buckle beneath him. Behind him, forests evaporated in flames, lakes boiled into steam, and the very horizon bended as if it had loosened its screws.
Oh, hell. I fucked it up.
Who could have guessed that something as mighty as a killing egg would also be so ridiculously fragile? This was hardly fair.
You've doomed us all with your filthy greed for endless chi. The Qilin is enraged. The city is collapsing. And why? Because you crossed a sacred line no living being should ever cross, Rhy Shen.
The Grand Masters exchanged a few tired, resigned glances. Above them, the white sun bled crimson, as though even the light had given up on the world, especially on Rhy Shen.
Well, we can't appease the Qilin now. Chaos reigns, and it is a matter of hours before the whole land crumbles into pieces. The world's collapsing. Any suggestions before it's too late?
The great Grand Master turned, slowly, an eyebrow arched, as if amused by the futility of it all. But his colleagues were serious.
Throw him off the edge, into the void. It won't fix anything, but it might make us feel slightly better.
The others agreed. They seized Rhy Shen by the arms, their grip like the weight of steady cliffs.
Leave me alone!
Right. If the Qilin kills us all, fine. If it doesn't, do us one favor, boy. Vanish from our sight.
The Grand Master wrote an invisible spell into the air with his fingers. An abyss opened, awaiting Rhy Shen, the traitor.
No! This is a misunderstanding. I didn't want this.
Dying is far too gentle a punishment for an idiot like you. You were destined to bring light, and all you brought over the world was shit. Literally shit. I swear to the stars. If we survive any of this, we will get back to you 1,000 years from now to give you a proper punishment.
With that, the others hurled Rhy Shen into the abyss.
And don't forget to take your pile of shit with you.
As his body and soul vanished into nothingness, spinning through smoke and shattered light, Rhy Shen couldn't help thinking that there must have been a right path he somehow missed. The last image burned into his mind was Mio's flawless, radiant face, but the expression shifted to sheer disappointment. If the void had left even a fragment of his consciousness intact, that thought alone would have undone him. Yet, mercifully, everything ended for Rhy Shen in that instant. 1,000 years in the abyss, they said. Perhaps the Grand Masters had lied, intending to leave him there for eternity. Perhaps they had all perished, missing their chance to revive him. Or perhaps, just perhaps, we will never know, for something beyond the world's reckoning had intervened, snatching Rhy Shen's fate before it could fully take or lose its form.
Holy green fuck! Well, that is bloody fantastic. Calculated madness at its finest.
The Tale of Rhy Shen, Chapter 2, Inner Callings. One could fairly argue that Bo Yang was, by all sane standards, the most unhinged alchemist in the guild of Teel, though none would dare deny his brilliance. This was the first time Bo Yang had opened a sphere with precision, far better than the random, disturbing glitches that usually tore through Teel. Yet something about this young arrival that called himself Rhy Shen felt off. A wild spark gleamed in Bo Yang's eyes as they fixed on Rhy Shen, who could scarcely sit upright after his strange arrival in this world.
Our new arrival looks like he's made of clouds. I want to inhale him. We have the technology to inhale him without Juru hocus pocus, do we?
Yesod laid his forehead against his fingertips and tried to soften his temples.
Bo-Yang, please behave yourself. If anything, we should kill him and transfer his Aetham life essence into charm stones. We could get hundreds of years of raw energy, or light up the entire free city for a few miserable hours.
Manic curiosity danced in Bo-Yang's eyes when he heard Yesod's words.
Utterly delicious! Truly, what a tragedy it would be to waste such an opportunity to fill our charm stones.
Rhy Shen felt the weight of their gazes, as if they could see through his very bones while they kept discussing his fate. Alchemist Thos surveyed his colleagues from behind the magnified lens of his enormous round glasses.
Gentlemen, let us be reasonable. This Rhy Shen is just a child. Look how afraid he is.
Bo-Yang rolled one eye in irritation.
Philosophy won't run the machines, Toss. Power does.
Toss' lips quirked into a smile, formed from amusement and calculation.
Oh, I'm aware. But why waste him, when we could send him to the Black March Forest to collect charm stones for our cause? We haven't even asked where he came from. Maybe his prior location had something to do with the fact that the sphere actually worked this time. Have you spared a thought on that, Bo-Yang?
Bo-Yang's behavior made no sense to Thos whatsoever. The mad alchemist had spent nearly a decade trying to coax a living being out of the countless things. Yet Thos still wasn't certain whether this Rhy Shen had arrived from anywhere at all. Finally, he turned his attention to the boy. His gaze sharpened behind the magnified lens, appraising Rhy Shen like a specimen under glass.
Can you fight, ghostly boy?
Without a second thought, Thos snatched a copper pipe from the table and hurled it straight at him.
Ah! What the?
Rhy Shen flinched and threw up his hand to shield himself, but the pipe passed cleanly through his chest and struck the floor behind him. Rhy Shen's astonishment outshone even the disbelief of the four alchemists. He reached for the piece of metal, only for his hand to pass through it, as though he were made of vapor.
Fascinating.
What? What was that?
As Rhy Shen rose, his pale aura deepened, spreading outward like ink dissolving in water. He struggled to make sense of himself or even his surroundings. Every wall of the room was a tangle of pipes and cables, all converging on the circular platform where he had appeared. Rhy Shen couldn't tell if there was even a sky here, only the tight, metallic maze surrounding him.
Is this hell? Maybe a new punishment from the Grandmasters? Are you even real?
His questions went unheard. The alchemists had already leaned together, absorbed in their own discussions, as if they were deciding what to have for lunch.
Excuse me?
Again, his voice was swallowed immediately. The four high-ranking alchemists barely noticed his frustration. Even with the speech bug in place, Rhy Shen couldn't make sense of their words. They flowed past him like indecipherable code. Every now and then, a head would rise from the circle, scanning him with suspicion before sinking back into the murmuring group.
Allow me for once to utter the obvious aloud. This arrival could become a problem.
For the first time during today's sphere opening process, Alchemist Herma spoke. In a heartbeat, the room went silent, even the tubes at the machines. When the Secretary of Safety in the Alchemist Guild used her voice, it signaled an immediate crisis. That was without question. Alchemist Yesod couldn't agree more and took the matter seriously.
Exactly. The boy is unstable, hardly the efficient Atham worker we expected.
Yesod didn't even realize that Herma's warning had meant something entirely different. In fact, she saw the same immense potential in Rhy Shen that Thos recognized in this homunculus-like weakling. But beneath the surface, Yesod was already calculating how to erase him for good. If not stone, could fire be wielded to snuff this ghostly anomaly out of existence? Both Herma and Yesod spoke with the crisp certainty of those accustomed to precision. They had anticipated a reliable, controllable force from the sphere. not this half-formed spectral anomaly that called himself a name.
Don't be so negative, my dear colleagues.
Bo Yang bent down his head to his own theatrical words and rose his arms up high before he declared,
Today, we have reached milestones in the development of the atom utilization. No matter if it ever becomes a problem, we will be strong enough to deal with any problem by the time this arrival could do us any harm.
Oh, he will, believe me.
Herma didn't even try to show any respect to the other alchemists, openly acting as if they were morons compared to her intellect.
Excuse me?
Summoning every ounce of courage, Rhy Shen rose abruptly.
I demand to know what is happening to me. Where am I? What year is it? Where are the Grandmasters? Is Mio still alive? I have a right to know before you get to talk shit about me.
Boy, I'll tell you everything you want. Just for heaven's sake, take a sheet and do not break anything.
Thos slapped the back of his left hand over his eyes and fumbled wildly through the cluttered shelves, finally yanking a lab smock off the metal rack and shoving it toward him. In order to take the cloak, Rhy Shen finally loosened the grip of his fingers. A glowing lump slipped from his hand and hit the floor. Its light faintly rippling through the smoke in trembling shades of gold.
I can't even! Did our arrival just lay an egg? I told you that he is bird-like.
While the others were still cringing, Thos's eyes sharpened.
Interesting.
He clutched the glowing orb before anyone could give too much thought to the moment's significance.
That should answer the question if this boy has any value to us.
In the same elegant movement, Thos closed the distance to Rhy Shen, letting his hand glide through the spectral face in front of him with an unsettling fascination while he spoke.
I get it. You want answers. That is only reasonable. Listen. All we can tell you for now, boy, is this. Nothing from your prior life still matters.
Rhy Shen's face hardened, though he knew the man was absolutely right. Whatever had happened to Meo and the others was not for him to know. Ever. Perhaps this uncertainty was still part of the punishment he so thoroughly deserved.
My dear colleagues, this specimen from the sphere is coming with me. I need to conduct a series of experiments to assess his physical state and determine the extent of his vitality.
Though his tone was gentle, yet carried the certainty of command. He let Rhy Shen's puzzled face come into focus and stared straight into his jade-green eyes.
I'll make you my protégé. What do you think of that? I have a few other scholars, you know. They are just very, very different from you.
Rhy Shen's spectral form hovered, still, as something deep inside him stirred.
Do not be anxious, ghostly boy. I am confident we can identify some practical applications for an entity like you, even if you are incapable of producing any atom.
What? Why should I follow you? I don't trust you one damn bit. In fact, you are all completely untrustworthy, waking me up in this shady cellar that could be anywhere in the White Kingdom. And you haven't answered any of my goddamn questions.
Rhy Shen swung his elbows to push Thos, only to feel the alchemist's form melt away through him, soft and insubstantial as drifting snow.
Noted. Aggression persists, despite total lack of effect. Remarkably primitive.
Yesod tugged the collar of his long apron up and drew his shoulders in, bracing himself. He didn't even make an effort to speak to Rhy Shen. Instead, he turned to his colleague.
Very well, Thos. That is enough. You may take him, but you will assume full responsibility before the lead alchemist for any consequences. We cannot even confirm whether this specimen could be utilized to power our machinery, assuming we can even kill it. Proceed with your investigation. Find out, and quickly, if a method exists for utilization, termination, or both. Report back immediately with any findings. Is that clear?
Those three colleagues stood shoulder to shoulder, isolating him as the sole target of blame for Bo Yang's reckless decision to open the sphere before the reactor was fully charged.
The Juru people won't be pleased if they find out where the ghostly entity came from. In fact, no one will. Some things must remain secret. None of us knows this better than you, Thos.
Thos laughed with a slight bitterness in his voice and waved the Concernsk off with his hand. He nodded to Rhy Shen, giving him no other option but to follow him. Rhy Shen hesitated, but staying in this cellar with three murderous scientists didn't seem like the wisest option. So he followed the alchemist in the long white apron, feeling the weight of resistance deep in his bones. Behind them, Bo Yang's mad eye never left the boy until they went out of sight. And above it all, the machines pulsed, alive and hungry, already sensing the storm this ghostly boy had carried into their midst. On their way through the winding corridors of the Alchemist Guild, Rhy Shen couldn't help but imagine what greatness might lie beyond the endless stairways in the dark. But his hopes were cut short almost at once. Alchemist Thos led him downward instead, with cold bronze railings beneath his hand sinking into the building's mechanical depths. Rhy Shen's chest tightened.
Wait, we're going down?
Exactly. We don't want you to accidentally slip away, you know?
Thos knocked against the corridor walls as he steps down the winding stairway.
Obviously, the concrete of the earth is too dense to swallow you. We want to keep it that way. Now, let me show you something nice.
He clapped his hands twice, and a hidden mechanism sprang to life, flooding the high-walled stairway with golden light. Brass inlays gleamed along the polished walls, reflecting the glow and casting sharp geometric patterns across the opposite surfaces.
Impressive, isn't it? You like the interior? I think you cannot achieve the extraordinary in an ordinary environment. All this has been built in just 6 years. Can you believe that? The modern Aetham fusion makes things like this possible. Amazing, isn't it?
Rhy Shen's eyes lingered on the intricate, artful ceiling as he descended the stairway, yet Thos could sense the restraint behind his gaze. In his former life, gold had been a chain. Profit never came without cost. He wondered what kind of imbalance had given rise to such dazzling beauty.
What is this Aetham fusion? Are you still cultivating chi in this world?
Even if this world was entirely different from his reality, the same rules of physics should still apply. At least, that's what Rhy Shen told himself.
Those are two very different questions about very different things, Ghost Boy. You will never understand anything if you keep being so diffuse. But you do have a good sense for the forces that drive the universe. Indeed, Aetham fusion is a form of extracting and storing energy, much like all this savage meditation hocus-pocus, if you will. Turns out it's less ravenous. I'd even call Aetham fusion the altruistic form of energy cultivation.
The halls grew narrower, the air heavier. Dormitories passed by, then more labs, each door whispering of experiments long forgotten or still humming with strange energy.
Ah, yes. Here we are. One heartbeat, if you please.
Only when Thos pushed open a heavy door at the corridor's end did light spill in. Real, blinding light that forced Rhy Shen to shield his eyes.
What the hell is this?
The sunlight poured through the immense trapezoid windows, painting the hall in shifting hues of gold and green. Beyond the prism windows, the Argo Sea roared, its vast waves rising higher than mountains, their white crests like rows of teeth stretching endlessly to the horizon. Rhy Shen stepped closer, his eyes widening as the spray shimmered like liquid emerald below.
I have never seen any ocean,
he whispered softly, almost afraid to break the silence. The only water Rhy Shen had ever known was the riverbed where he'd trained his whole life for. Nothing, apparently. Thoz stood beside him, arms crossed, a trace of pride glinting behind the reflection of his glasses.
It's not just an ocean. It is the Argo Sea. We are lucky to see it in its full glory tonight. Ah, beautiful, isn't it? Let me enlighten you, ghostly boy. The planet was originally named after this natural force, you know? Our estimates suggest that in this particular state of the sea, 99% of the planet's surface is covered by it.
Rhy Shen watched the rolling waves under a green moon, light glinting in his eyes. Even if he was left for millions of years within the ether, this was not his home. It was a brand new place to discover, with its own rules, and somehow he was relieved by that realization. Thoz nodded, as if sensing the thought. He paused, his mind running through possibilities, with his eyes open, yet distant, almost asleep.
Show me your hands, now.
He blurred through Rhy Shen's ghostly hands, his motion twisting them like smoke in the air, unnerving him. It didn't take long for Rhy Shen to snap.
Why do you keep doing that? This is not quite pleasant for me, old man. Do you think I'm dead?
I'm not sure,
he answered mid-motion, his hands still blurring through Rhy Shen's form like vapor.
There has to be a better explanation than demonic hocus-pocus. Hold still.
Rhy Shen obeyed, holding out his hands. Thoz proceeded his experiment. He fished a small bottle from his pocket and let it drop into Rhy Shen's palms.
No interaction with dense physical matter. Just as I expected.
His voice was calm, precise, with a faint edge of satisfaction.
Very interesting. Your shoulders are barely dense enough to hold the lab apron you're wearing. If you concentrate hard enough, you'll maybe able to turn the page of a book or lift a chicken feather. Not suitable for any Atham looting activity. Now let me try something else before we give up.
With pointed intent, Thoz retrieved the glowing orb Rhy Shen had lost in the sphere lab. He held it above Rhy Shen's hands for a second, watching the reflection of the trembling light in his specimen's eyes, before letting it fall.
Wow! Did you see that? You caught it!
Thos's eyes gleamed behind his glasses.
Now, perhaps we just need to adjust the focus a little.
He focused on the mysterious orb, almost licking it with his tongue out of curiosity.
What even is this glowy thing, boy? Where did you get something like that?
Rhy Shen didn't dare speak of the glowing piece of divine dung his people had flung at him when they cast him out. Still, a nagging suspicion lingered in Thoz.
I don't care if you tell me. I'll find out anyway. Your chamber's over there, left door. Eat and sleep if you need, and do not touch the cauldron upstairs.
His eyes lingered on the green sea, black towers rising like obsidian teeth from the far-off waves.
I will give you one advice, and only one, so listen closely. This is what the lead alchemist calls World Zero. We know it as Ago. The Juru have several other words for it. You are standing on the beautiful peninsula of Teel. But one thing is clear. This is not where you came from. So, adapt, and be quiet for now. This is your new chance to make something of yourself. Will you take it? Or will you remain standing there, complaining about everything? We'll talk tomorrow, ghostly boy.
With a friendly expression, the alchemist turned around and went towards the door they came from.
Wait, you old fuck! What do I do now? Don't you want to explain to me where we are? What is this guild? What are you researching here?
Such insolence. And here I thought you were curious, not rude.
Slowly but surely Thos lost his temper. He spun around, raising his hand. In the center of his palm, a bright red stone glowed, set into an intricate piece of jewelry that seemed to fuse with his skin, as if the gem powered some hidden mechanism.
Ah!
The blow of energy that emerged from Thos's hand was so strong that Rhy Shen's body vanished into dust for a moment, before regaining itself in its ghostly form. Behind him, the collapsing bookshelves erupted in a storm of dust.
I said, we'll talk tomorrow. First lesson for you, arrival. Learn to follow orders. Stop acting like you can tell right from wrong. Ha! You're as judgmental as death. But the way I see it, you're only right about one thing so far. You don't know a particle of truth about this world. You get me?
Suddenly, the stark feeling that he had known nothing in his past life either weighed down on Rhy Shen like a stone upon his chest. He realized the weight of not knowing would lay around his neck for life, bearing the question of whether his mistakes and sacrifices had truly mattered.
That's not fair. I'm only asking questions here.
Yes, that will become a problem. For now, please accept this small gift bestowed upon us by the modern world, a pastime universally enjoyed.
He reached into his pocket, pulled out a hand-sized, shiny object, and held it like an open book.
The Ishi mirror is a great device against boredom. I bet you'll find out by yourself how it works. Now rest and wait. And don't touch anything.
Thos left the room, the glowing orb clasped in his hands. Rhy Shen remained alone, staggering under a wave of disbelief, his mind twisting around the rural world outside, this labyrinthine building, the goddamned mirror he just received, and his reflection in it, still boyish, but already crinkled and, oh, so tired. Sleep had turned its back on the one they called Ghost Boy. Rhy Shen sat in silence in front of the round mirror Thos gave him as a pastime. He couldn't stand looking at his own reflection, so he leaned back and watched the rocky ceiling through the surface.
The Alchemists were right. I am even more useless in this life than in the previous one. The first thing they wanted to know was if I was able to fight. If I can't even touch a thing or hold a sword, my fate here will be no different from the last hell I've already lived through.
He centered all his attention on the mirror, stretching his fingers toward it, brushing against a weight that seemed almost real. A curious warmth pulsed through him, and for a heartbeat, it felt as though he might succeed. But then the reflection of the mirror blurred. The image shifted suddenly, pulling his attention away.
What the hell is this supposed to be?
The glow of an entirely different world seized him, and his concentration snapped. Could it be that Rhy Shen was losing touch, not only to matter but to reality itself? Whatever it was, the mirror refused to move under his touch. His fingers slipped through the shiny material on the table.
I can't even keep my vision right. Something is entirely wrong with me.
Frustration flared as he sank back, realizing he still lacked the connection to his own body, trapped between worlds. Rhy Shen's gaze drifted upward, following the sunlight reflected from the mirror on the table. The upper gallery glowed in streaks of orange and green, almost empty, save for a simmering cauldron at its center. The gallery at the main floor where Rhy Shen stood was crowded with books, papers, and odd cast bronze statues, perhaps Tho's own handiwork. Several wooden doors were carved into the bookshelves, one of them standing open. Beyond it lay Rhy Shen's chamber, with a simple cot and an old red carpet, quiet and still.
Fine, let's call it a day. I'll rest, just as Thaw said, and we'll see what tomorrow brings. This damn mirror thing is utter bullshit anyway.
I knew you wouldn't have the patience to understand your little mirror gift from Thos. You are very impatient, kid.
From the farthest depths of his skull, a voice suddenly whispered into Rhy Shen's mind. He whirled around, prepared to strike.
What? Who is this? Is someone in this room?
He scanned the room once more. Apart from the big, burning furnace upstairs, the hall lay completely empty.
Ha! I swear, never in all my long, eventful life have I seen a whiny, useless, pale white fish face like yours. And well, your intellect perfectly matches the impression. Rhy Shen.
Rhy Shen returned to the door to take another look at the chamber.
Hello? Someone here?
The great hall took on a bluish-grey hue, with only the Ishi mirror on the table and the cauldron in the upper gallery emitting warmth and light.
Old man Toss, is this you? Maybe it was stupid to trust him.
Oh, I promise you, Thos, and everyone in this fancy new residence of yours is so beneath me. However, that's what I meant in the first place. Questions, questions. You are questioning everything, even yourself, don't you? How about going with the flow? That's not something you do, I suppose, you dumb fish.
Rhy Shen was urged to ask the next important question.
Is this a fucking joke again?
It felt like it cost him the last bit of his mind to swallow it in anger. No soul was in sight. Only the green light of the moon, sinking beyond the horizon, danced along the bare walls.
Ha ha. You are, in fact, even more stupid than you look. What a disheartening realization for me. I see. This is not going to be easy.
Who are you?
The voice ignored his question deliberately.
If I were told to spend time with a secret mirror, just like you actually do, coincidentally. If I was in your particular situation, I'd probably take a proper look at this mysterious item. Unlike your completely lackluster, hopelessly clueless attempt. You absolute fool.
Still not knowing where the voice came from, Rhy Shen just rolled his eyes upwards to give an answer.
I tried to get in touch with the material and pick it up, so leave me be.
There's your next problem. You have to focus on things before you connect. Is that so hard to get with logical thinking alone? You really needed a secret voice in your ear to understand that.
So you're the buggy thing in my ear?
As the realization struck, Rhy Shen tried to reach the speech bug in his ear to rip it out.
Of course not, dumb fish. The audacity to compare me with an eloquent insect. Ha! I am using your speech bug to speak to you. That's what it is for, you see? One of us two should stop debating and start watching the stupid mirror.
Driven by curiosity, Rhy Shen returned to the table where the Ishi mirror lay, still facing upwards. He leaned closer, eyes narrowing, and peered into its surface. At first he saw absolutely nothing.
Looks familiar, hmm?
The reflection wavered again, but this time Rhy Shen didn't let his consciousness drift back to the physical world.
You've got to be kidding me.
He saw it with his own eyes. The mirror now framed a cozy, old-fashioned bar, instead of the darkened lab ceiling. The perspective was strange, yet intimate. He saw it through the eyes of the bartender. Warm amber light spilled across rough wooden counters, the hiss of a kettle mingling with the soft murmur of conversation. Hands moved, ladling soup into bowls and sliding clay mugs across the bar to friendly faces. Patrons laughed easily, leaning into one another's stories. Their smiles were wide and unguarded. The simple comfort of it, the gentle rhythm of shared moments, filled Rhy Shen with a warmth he hadn't realized he'd missed. It woke his urge to belong, far more than the geometrically precise, overly polished style of his home, or the over-decorated guild Foss and his alchemist friends had built for themselves.
As it happens, I was the one who created this specific Ishi mirror. But don't you dare saying a word about that in front of Thos. This model is called the Beholder, so don't hesitate to scream at the drunken ducks in the mirror. They can't hear you. Most of them are dead today anyway.
So, does the bartender know he's being watched?
Naturally not, you foolish simpleton. As the product name implies, the Beholder is built as a one-way mirror, designed to jump to a single, explicit point in time and space. If it gives you any peace of mind, know that the event you've just witnessed happened long ago. Though it happens to involve someone I coincidentally know myself. Haha.
Rhy Shen focused back on the lab, with the Argo Sea still dancing behind the artfully designed window sight. He checked the surrounding bookshelves once more, before the voice interrupted him again.
Ah, searching for me, are you? Not a scrap of sense in that head of yours, is there? I could be here, or there, or anywhere.
Rhy Shen instinctively whirled around. The voice echoed in his head, intrusive and sharp.
I did not allow this observation by others, and neither did the bartender.
Oh, he did actually. He is still one of my protégés, you see. But then, I suppose you've already drawn your little conclusions. How delightfully predictable.
It dawned on Rhy Shen that the voice must have a mirrored source somewhere, and that this jerk had managed to convert it into a one-way directive line connected to his speech bug.
Let me guess. This alchemist, though, doesn't know anything about our little connection, right? Otherwise, you would have talked much earlier.
Screw those mentally retarded alchemists. They worship their speedy machines like the Juru worship the gods in their cute little stories. There are far more important things in the world than wealth, don't you think? But, as it happens, we're still on the same side. How lucky for you, that you found someone to answer your questions. Someone to help you smooth things over with the alchemists. They are not easy to work with, you see. And the other factions on this contemptible peninsula? Even worse. Truly dreadful discussion partners.
That would make 2 new masters in a single day for Rhy Shen. Perhaps there really was a way to shed light on whatever this life was trying to hand him.
You can call me M, or M, or whatever you like. Just don't say a word to that pathetic Thos, all right? Are we on the same page here, Rhy Shen?
Was there really any other choice? The more Rhy Shen understood about this world, the more his path seemed to unfold. If he followed it straight, enduring every pain that came his way, perhaps this relentless, shitty feeling of being a worthless piece of garbage might finally begin to fade.
The cauldron on the gallery is interesting, don't you think? Maybe there's something to be found, maybe not. I, for one, definitely won't be going up there.
Taking the hint, Rhy Shen didn't bother with the ladder. Instead, he scrambled over the shelves as if they were made of sand, moving with surprising ease toward the cauldron. Before coming too close, he stopped, arms crossed, half expecting that this mysterious voice might seize control of his body through whatever mirror thing it possessed.
Is this a test, you smartass? I see through your manipulative tone.
Oh, good for you.
The man in Rhy Shen's head chuckled and audibly sipped from a cup at the other end of their telepathic connection.
So, to be more direct, your first assignment is to go into the fire.
Into the what?
Rhy Shen's dark eyebrows rippled. He heard the words, but they did not make any sense to him.
You mean, take something out of the cauldron?
No, I would have said that if I meant that. Were you raised by ducks? You go through the venting window into the Ishi oven. You'll see. It won't do anything. Just a light brush on the skin. Nothing more. Your coat will catch fire, yes, but honestly, it makes you look even more deplorable. As long as you don't stand in flames, which is without exception very fancy, even on a fool like you. Can you hear the fire crackling? Do what you do best. Think about something else. Nothing will happen to you, I promise.
Trusting people had never ended well for Rhy Shen, and anyone who had ever called him a friend had come to deeply regret it. But there was a spark in that fire, something that leapt into his hollow core, igniting a pulse. And he followed it. The Tale of Rhy Shen, Chapter 3, Reflections. The cauldron in Thos's lab whistled, as if seized by a fever of excitement. This voice, calling itself M, was certainly not to be trusted, and yet something deep in Rhy Shen's chest pulled him irresistibly toward the chaotic flames, just as M had suggested. Without hesitation, he plunged headfirst into the huge furnace. His borrowed apron disintegrated instantly, pulverized to dust by the heat and brilliance surrounding him. Flames roared and twisted, licking his skin yet leaving him unharmed.
Brah! This is incredible!
The air shimmered with heat, bending reality around him. A low, vibrating hum pulsed through the chamber, while the flames twisted and writhed, girdling him like living metal.
I have never felt so alive.
Raw energy coursed through his veins, igniting and warming something that had been entirely cold before. But, again, it didn't take long before the mysterious voice of M completely disenchanted the moment.
What an incredibly foolish thing to say. How long have you lived exactly? You don't look older than 16. 16 is a very pathetic age to say things like that.
How did you know this would even work?
Rhy Shen flicked at tiny particles of black ash clinging to his skin, amazed by a shower of sparks around him.
Well. I had no clue if it would work. First time trying it here.
What?
Grrr. Hearing this, Rhy Shen's eyes flared, and the flames around him rose in kind. A dark tint bled into their glow, as if his fury had poisoned the light.
Are you fucking kidding me, Em? I could have instantly died, you ass-fried, shit-sodden, goddamn...
Excuse me? I think the speech bug just burned out. I cannot hear you.
Unfucking believable.
You are the most unhinged little smug I've met in a long while, ghost boy Rhy Shen. Didn't you dive into the cauldron head first all on your own? Since you're obviously still alive and kicking, let's put that recklessness to good use, Look around. You should see some Ishimiras in the making in there.
Indeed, the inside of the oven was lined with 9 round pedestals, each crowned with a molten drop of reflective silver. In their shifting surfaces flickered fragments of other lives, fleeting visions of vast landscapes, walls of steel, blood, and calloused hands at work. Rhy Shen leaned closer and wondered in silence.
Wow. Funny how creatures on every star have always lived the same lives, just painted in different colors.
Well, I'll just ignore your bottomless exaggeration there. You are still new to sphere technology after all.
So you do still hear me, you fucking comedian?
Well, yes, maybe. So look, these Ishimiras are but humble echoes of the one at the table you so boldly spied upon. Their reach through space and time is weak, limited to the immediate neighborhood. Garbage, if you ask me. But, in a delightful twist, we actually have a use for this cheap-ass kind of Ishimira in our first little experiment. All you need to do is place a single hair into one of the molten drops. It shall bind the mirror instantly to something entangled deeply with your soul, which makes distance and time irrelevant.
So you think I can peek into my old life?
Those words rang like a promise to Rhy Shen. Since his arrival in this world, his thoughts had been consumed by the fate of his people. Perhaps M's experiment might finally reveal some clue of their whereabouts. Unfortunately, he didn't even see the true answer slipping past him, swallowed by the frenzy of his own thoughts.
And you didn't tell the alchemists I met earlier anything about this?
The poor deluded alchemists. They do not believe in this field of science. And so, they will fumble endlessly with these randomly focused Ishi mirrors, utterly useless in their hands. What exquisite irony! After all these years of labor, there are still forces of nature they cannot even begin to understand.
Rhy Shen's eyes flicked from mirror to mirror as he plucked a single black strand from his messy hair, just as M had instructed. He chose the mirror at the center, watching a figure light candles in a hall awash with light, and let his unflammable hair fall into it. The reflection in the mirror shifted instantly. Rhy Shen's hope to see Mio's face, his homeworld, and the people he had failed so utterly, nearly blinded him to what was actually there.
So, what do you see?
M's impatience was clear in every word.
Nothing. There is nothing.
In truth, it was less than nothing. Staring into the altered Ishi mirror felt like being stripped of perception at that very spot. After all, that was Rhy Shen's closure. Darkness. No hope, no mystery, no glory. No ending at all.
Nothing indeed. A disappointing void is all I can see from my vantage as well. It is remarkable, truly, how incredibly empty you are, kid.
Rhy Shen said nothing, letting M's words gnaw at him from the inside.
What binds you so tightly to the void? It seems like darkness courses through you to your very core. Perhaps this explains why the laughably weak sphere, which Bo Yang opened, produced you, instead of a full entity from a vibrant world.
From his vantage point beyond his own Ishi mirror, M could not perceive the subtle change in the cauldron. The flames around Rhy Shen darkened and cooled, as if drawing the heat from the white flames that danced around him.
But I clearly remember my people. Mio.
Do you remember their faces, or just a feeling? The mind can be tricky, you know.
Frustrated, Rhy tried stepping back to leave the inside of the cauldron. But something was wrong.
What the? Oof. Ah.
The metal wall wouldn't yield. His muscles coiled, eyes widening.
M, something's wrong. I can't get out.
The oven grid crackled with energy, ensnaring him in a lattice of molten metal and heat. Breathing hard, Rhy Shen gathered himself and focused on his surroundings, every nerve alight.
I don't know, kid. Well, at least you won't die in there, However, if you're still trapped when Thos arrives, we're in real trouble. If brute force fails, I'd try something weaker if I was you. Maybe the same way you came in, you panic-stricken, headless little chicken.
Rhy Shen glared at the air grid, fury burning in his eyes. This ominous M had a point there. Swallowing his pride, he focused on the grilled barrier and slipped into a wall of cold air. Sparks trailed behind him as he emerged into the lab, sooted in black, shallow on the inside, but alive. By now, the sun had fully risen outside the lab window, already slipping beyond view. Rhy Shen drew in the cool air, but his attention was caught by the subtle shift in the room's colors. The dancing greens and golds of the Ego Sea were gone. In their place, a warm red bled through the windows, bathing the lab in a quiet, almost threatening glow. The sight that met him next would mark him in ways he could not yet understand.
What the hell?
Outside the lab window, the Ego Sea had given way to another marvel of this world. Gone were the rolling green waves and whirling streams. Instead, hills stretched endlessly, swathed in a sea of vermilion blossoms that seemed to tremble in the light. Flocks of birds drifted across the sky like living clouds, their shadows sliding silently over the glowing landscape. The brilliance of the landscape seared Rhy Shen's vision. Familiar, yet impossible. Beautiful and strange.
Enjoying the view, eh? Don't get too comfortable. Arrival.
Huh?
With his heart hammering, Rhy Shen spun around, shaking the ash free from his eyes. A young man with cloudy, bright hair and thick eyebrows stood in the doorway of the lab, his eyes calculating, his stance taut in a military stiffness. No smile. This guy wasn't here to charm.
You don't belong here. And judging by that look, I suppose you know that too.
Before Rhy Shen could answer, M baffled his big mouth with a sincere warning.
Whatever you do, kid, don't tell him anything you couldn't have found out on your own. This lad may look like a clown, but under that redundantly shapeful hair hides the mind of a sneaky, clever bastard. Don't mess with Immo, idiot or not.
Apparently, this Immo had no time to waste. He closed the distance with the seriousness of an old general and began brushing ash from Rhy Shen's shoulders and hair. Rhy Shen jerked away in disgust.
What the fuck do you think you're doing, man?
Don't test me, Arrival. You're expected in the arena, and I'll not have you show up in a state that might raise questions from Thos or Herma. That's in both of our best interests. So get clean.
Rhy Shen followed the order with dissatisfaction. He would have preferred thinking about this himself. This Immo guy was a pest already.
You're odd to take me to an arena? How big is this building?
Oh, I will lose my last nerve if every future arrival is going to be annoying like you, dirtbag. How do you think this building was made, eh? All these machines won't wheel themselves, plain and simple. Pfft, I don't get it. There is clearly not one drop of vivid atham in your soul. Nevertheless, they want you up there. I'll eat a chair if they can squeeze anything useful out of you. Take the elevator when you're done cleaning yourself.
What elevator? I don't see one.
You're such a turd.
A flat insult was all Immo could manage for Rhy Shen before he turned to the lab door and vanished as explosively as he had appeared. Moments later, a mechanical dragging stirred somewhere nearby.
Huh. Do you know what he was talking about, M?
He could almost hear M grinning behind his Ishi mirror, somewhere at the far end of the world.
Well, well. You know what an elevator is, right? It elevates things upwards. If there only was any way to find out where an elevator goes,
Fine, I understand. I'll take the goddamn elevator.
What the?
Easier said than done. Rhy Shen nearly broke himself while trying to force the door open that Immo had slammed shut without a second thought. He pushed until his vision dimmed, too dense to phase through the matter, too weak to apply the pressure it demanded.
Finally. Such a shitty door.
Maybe you're just shitty in handling doors, kid.
It didn't take long for Rhy Shen to find the lift in the maze of stairways and locked doors outside the lab, although M complained about his incompetence without a pause. The elevator shuddered as it began its ascent. A pressured stream indicated the following motion of the cabin that offered only one destination, on floor 6. Beyond the shaft, the cavernous rock groaned with the clatter of construction. Hammers striking stone, drills whining, and chains rattling. Then, with a hiss and a grinding halt, the elevator stopped. A sudden silence pressed against the metal walls, heavy and expectant. Rhy Shen's senses flared. Through the milky glass of the elevator doors, only blurred silhouettes flickered, but the rhythm was alarming. Too fast, too brutal for any ordinary training match. A sharp, nerve-rattling sound cut through the mechanical hum. It was the voice of a woman, struggling and raw. Rhy Shen's pupils widened, and a shiver ran up the nape of his neck, every instinct screaming danger.
Something is going on there. Grah! How do I open these stupid elevator doors, M?
M's mocking laughter vibrated within Rhy Shen's ear.
This is too delightful to watch. I won't guide you this time.
Grr. Okay then!
Like a wasp trapped under glass, Rhy Shen slammed into the doors. The brass-framed glass cracked and wobbled under his pure rage, but the door stayed intact.
What a lucky bugger you are. Seems like no one noticed your little outburst, kid.
Unimpressed by his own performance, Rhy Shen tried to squeeze his entire body through the glass.
Impressive effort for someone who looks like soup steam. I wasn't convinced you'd even handle the elevator button. That's how normal people would try to open those doors, by the way. But sure, me, almost killing yourself works too,
With the absurd stubbornness of someone tackling the impossible, Rhy Shen pressed on. Somehow, despite the pain, he managed to get his face through, but no further. He summoned the last of his strength just to lift his eyes in that surreal posture. Lo and behold, the next marvel of this world reared itself up before him. The shadowy arena ahead was enormous. Its round walls were rising tier upon tier of ornate balconies, each lined with brass rails in symmetrical shapes. It felt more like a temple than a training ground to Rhy Shen. The hall seemed almost empty. Down in the pit, Imo, the bright-haired scholar from earlier, had just taken a brutal hit. A swift, merciless kick landed squarely on Imo's face, sending him staggering backward as the concentrated wind around him dissipated in a sharp gust. Recovering instantly, Imo swung his arm, summoning a powerful blast of wind that almost knocked his opponent off balance. But the girl that beat him up was quick.
Take this!
Twisting with the precision of a predator, the combatant countered with her massive double-headed battle axe, striking him with force enough to split his skull. Rum. Rhy Shen understood at last. This woman wasn't prey in need of saving.
Ouch!
She was the danger. To Rhy Shen's utter surprise, Imo wasn't split in two. He turned just in time, letting the broadsword on his back take the worst of the blow, but the force still slammed him against the ground. When he rose back up, blood spilled from his mouth, yet he still didn't draw the sword.
Was that not enough? Ha! Watch closely, Imo. This is what it costs to underestimate me.
There was no chance of Imo surviving the furious strike. Rhy Shen was sure of that. His chest tightened as he watched the weapon arc toward Imo, and a surge of panic clawed at him.
This lunatic girl is out of control. I've seen enough. That guy Imo introduced himself like an asshole, plain and simple. But I won't let her smash this jerk.
Before Rhy Shen could embarrass himself completely, M tried to rein in his boisterous temper.
Ghost boy, Rhy Shen. Think for one hell-forsaken second in your life. You don't even have a physical body to protect Imo. This isn't just reckless, it's insane.
Rhy Shen did not care. With all the subtlety of a rhinoceros, he finally slammed through the elevator doors and burst into the arena.
Stop! What in the shitholed hell do you think you're...
What?
More than 20 scholars in training suits were lined up on both sides of the arena, something Rhy Shen hadn't glimpsed from the elevator. Every eye burned into him, some cold, some smirking, all judging. Rhy Shen's stomach knotted. The fight froze in mid-chaos. The girl's axe stalled in its swing. The wind from Imo's counterstrike hung in the air as both combatants whirled to face the hulking maniac crashing into the hall. Rhy Shen again.
Oh, kid. So valiant, so committed. Storming doors as if they'd insulted your honor. How did you even pull that off with your mushy face, Imo surely won't appreciate your interpretation of architecture. He's oddly attached to functional entrances.
M nailed it. The scholar named Imo Silvus Keller could hardly process the reckless audacity of this chaotic, door-crashing newcomer Thos had assigned to his supervision. He knew the alchemists had spent ages trying to summon someone from another world through the sphere. And here it was, a door-obsessing, pale-faced, unrestrained chaos bringer.
Bravo.
This is a controlled test, Arrival. You have no right to interrupt a discipline you clearly don't understand.
Confused and embarrassed, Rhy Shen immediately defended his unhinged behavior.
Controlled? You call this embarrassing defeat of yours controlled? This girl was about to smash you.
Smash me? Ha! Discipline, Arrival. There is a method here, a procedure. You are ruining everything. You seriously need to get your temper in check, turd.
That was enough. Rhy Shen lunged forward, every ounce of his fury packed into his fists.
Grr. Oh, not again.
The strike passed through Imo's physical form like a punch thrown at smoke.
Ha!
Just like all the following swings. Imo stood still, smirking at him with contempt.
Ha ha, turd.
If I were you, I'd check my chicken-ass hair before I judge about others.
At least this insult wiped the smug grin off Imo's face. His patience evaporated, and he hurled himself at Rhy Shen's hazy outline, as though he were taking on a raging storm.
Feel that.
Ah!
What?
Imo couldn't land a single hit either. For the first time since his arrival, Rhy Shen felt the cruel limitations of this half-existence. He could see, hear, even think, but he could not do the one thing that truly mattered. Land a few proper smacks on someone when they damn well deserved it.
Enough!
Amidst the flailing limbs and wild wrestling of empty air, the commanding voice of Alchemist Thos ripped through the chaos. The scholars froze mid-breath, the wind from Imo's weapon stilled, and even Lumen's glowing axe flickered in hesitation.
Ghostly boy Rhy Shen, stay where you are.
In the blink of an eye, Thos stood before Rhy Shen, his expression cold and unyielding.
This is not a playground for tantrums, nor a duel to be interrupted by whatever you think you are doing. So, I came here because you might be interested in your current condition. Be that as it may, watching you try to fit into the real world is almost laughable.
A hush fell over the arena. Scholars stifled giggles, some of them were biting their lips to keep themselves from laughing outright. Keeping the serious tone unbroken, Thos plunged his hand into the folds of his leather apron and drew out a rough stone, its surface throbbing with an eerie orange light that Rhy Shen recognized at once.
You remember the little thing you brought along from the sphere? Examining it was enlightening.
He jabbed a finger at Rhy Shen's precious little relic from his past life.
This goddamn fossiled orb of yours. This is dung. Petrified, ancient, divine. I can clearly see that once it was brimming with energy. And yet, it's shit, basically. Ha! Where did you even find this? It could predate our sun.
Thos's eyes narrowed as he studied the pale boy, stuttering.
I think it's something from my home, from where I was before I came here.
Ha ha! Yeah, let's talk about that for a second. If the sphere had worked like it was supposed to, we'd have gotten a version of this filthy little thing. And you, bubbling over with Aetham energy for us to harvest. But instead, you and this piece of dung. Bleh. Useless.
Those muttered the words heavy with finality.
I cannot make use of you. You are thoroughly incompatible with the Atham of this world. Pathetic input.
He smashed the glowing orb on the ground, imprinting the round shape into the floor. The ring of scholars recoiled as the orb struck the ground, some from fear of Thos, others from the alien creature the alchemists had dragged into this world. Rhy Shen's shoulders tensed. From the corner of his eye, he saw the girl he had tried to prevent from beating Imo so mercilessly. Unlike the others, there was no scorn or fear in her eyes, only something quieter, something warmer. And then there was the face of arsehole Imo, smirking at the glowing orb, clearly without any clue about the true meaning of this plain object that had brought down an entire world.
Ha 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 ha! Told you so, turd.
That was it. The moment Rhy Shen remembered. If this filthy thing was his only link to the world of matter, the only thing that still answered to his touch.
Rah!
Imo, watch out!
What the? Ah! Ah!
As Rhy Shen had hoped, the orb turned out to be a perfect fit, driving his clenched fist into Imo's face with a satisfyingly solid impact that made it almost musical. Rhy Shen was unleashed.
Ah! Stop it, arrival!
Desperately, Imo tried to defend himself against the heavy blows from the orb, but he couldn't land a single hit on Rhy Shen in return.
Ah! This is ridiculous. Damn! Ah! I'll lose my last fucking nerve.
At last, Imo got hold of the orb. With a furious roar, he slammed it into the ground. The impact broke the massive stone into pieces. When the dust settled, all eyes turned to Rhy Shen in sheer disgust. He heard M's voice echoing through the manipulated speech bug in his ear.
Oh, Rhy Shen. I wouldn't have done that if I were in your position.
Obviously, everyone in the room thought the same. Thos's brows cast a shadow over his eyes as he spoke.
Well, what an impressive display of your qualities, ghostly boy. No scholar below the rank of master could land a strike against protégés like Imo Silvas. Yet you defy the laws of physics in a way I've never seen. Very effective, very underhanded. But your recklessness ends here. Step aside, ghostly boy. You are dismissed.
The scholars exchanged amused whispers, watching the ghost boy and Imo sprawled on the floor like turtles on their backs, both gasping for air. Only Lumen, the girl who had dealt Imo an even harsher beating than Rhy Shen, didn't just stare. She began gathering the broken shards of the orb. Rhy Shen finally forced himself to his feet, ignoring the scornful gazes forming a cruel gauntlet around him, and strode toward the broken elevator, each step a silent defiance against their judgment.
See you tomorrow, Rhy Shen. Training begins at dawn.
Despite the stern gazes of the others, Scholar Lumen remained steady. She sensed that anyone who trained under Teel's two-faced son belonged, no matter what darkness had shaped them. Yet she couldn't help but wonder why connecting with this furious ghost was proving so difficult. The next day brimmed with wonders once again. Rhy Shen awoke from a hazy, restless slumber in his chamber, still buzzing with the sharp thrill of being misunderstood.
I only defended myself.
Kid. Your way of defending looks a lot like war, you see?
As he blinked the last remnants of sleep from his eyes, he could hardly trust what he saw. The world outside was unrecognizable once again. A dry, white desert stretched endlessly, littered only with bones.
Never seen the infinite sands, have you?
M asked with curiosity from his ear.
No rush. The desert will be here for 6 days before the next wave swallows everything. But time sure does fly, doesn't it? You'd better get ready. The Alchemists will open the sphere again soon. And when they do, the next scholar they pull out will be far stronger than you.
Rhy Shen stared out over the endless white expanse, squinting against the harsh glare.
How big is it?
He murmured, his voice tinged with awe.
I mean, how big is this world, really?
M chuckled through the speech bug.
One of the riddles the Alchemists are desperate to solve. The infinite sands. Too deadly to cross with any known power or vehicle in Teel. That's the dilemma of the people who live at its edges. Fascinating, isn't it?
Rhy Shen gave little more than a nod, his mind already shifting to the next challenge. The elevator hummed beneath him as he ascended toward the arena, the anticipation coiling like fire in his chest. At the arena doors, Lumen waited, Imo by her side. Her bright eyes lit up as she spotted him.
Good morning, Rhy Shen? Is that how your name is said? We're happy you came back today.
She nudged Imo, who muttered a grumpy nod in greeting.
My name is Lumen, and this is Imo Silvas Keller. We have something for you. Right, Imo?
Another nudge for Imo Silvas followed.
Yes, we do.
I forged it myself. From the shards you lost yesterday. And Imo here helped me attach a handle using an energy-absorbing spin plant. We're interested in what you can offer the group, and you're welcome. Right, Imo?
Yes, we are.
Imo confirmed, still a little reluctant, but attentive.
Brace yourself, for what you're about to witness is Juru craft at its finest.
Lumen announced with a flourish, spinning on her heel. From her back, she drew a weapon that glowed softly in the arena light.
Ta-da!
A long sledgehammer, delicate and deceptively fragile, as if it wouldn't even crack an egg if wielded properly. Rhy Shen tilted his head, studying it.
It doesn't look very strong,
He admitted, brow furrowed in curiosity.
Well,
Lumen replied with a mischievous grin.
you can't know until you try, my friend.
Imo stepped forward, holding out the weapon. As Rhy Shen reached for it, he pulled it back teasingly.
Careful!
And once more, that was mockery, not company. With a final flick of his wrist, he let Rhy Shen grasp the handle. The instant Rhy Shen's fingers closed around the hammer, a storm ignited behind his eyes. Dark, unyielding, utterly unstoppable. With a single fluid motion, he swung the hammer straight into Imo's smirking face. The impact rattled through the hall, sending Imo flying several body lengths across the floor. Rhy Shen stood over the aftermath, unshaken, every inch the embodiment of raw, commanding power. M couldn't help it. A small, mischievous laughter echoed through Rhy Shen's ear.
Well, that's one way to stand your ground, kid.
Whoever thought being a ghost meant being humble clearly hadn't met Rhy Shen.
Impressive. How much physical force you can funnel into that tiny little hammerhead of yours. I suppose the long handle gave you a bit of extra punch. But there's one thing you didn't consider, you toothpick-swinging fool.
At the far end of the arena, Imo didn't simply rise. He unfolded from the floor with shadowy eyes, surrounded by a halo of dust from his fall. With a precise motion, he wiped the thin stream of blood from his mouth.
I told you so. Don't mess with Imo.
The Tale of Rhy Shen, Chapter 4. 2 Birds and a Stone. A sharp inhale cut the air in the arena as Imo's boots dug into the stone. Tension coiled in his shoulders.
Time to put things back in order. Starting with you, Arrival. You are so crooked in all the wrong ways. You turd.
He never finished the insult. Rhy Shen's hammerhead materialized in a flicker of ghost light and hit him right in the face, once again.
Ugh.
From the crowd, Lumen's panicked voice rang out.
Stop it, Rhy Shen! He's an Aetham soldier rank 4! Rank 4! Don't provoke him!
Rhy Shen tilted his head slightly, as though hearing an odd rumor.
Ranked? In what?
Then Imo moved. His palms and shoulders slammed forward and... boom! A shockwave detonated outward from his core, bending air and cracking ground. Rhy Shen burst apart into drifting ghost shreds. For a heartbeat, there was nothing of him left. Imo's eyes widened as he stared at the void he had brought into being.
Holy, that's not what I intended to do.
All the scholars and even Thos were stunned. Particles that had once united into the entity Rhy Shen now swirled through the air like motes of dust. The small speech bug Rhy Shen had worn clattered to the ground. Thus, after a while, the fragments began to decelerate, suspended, weightless, glowing faintly in the dim light. Then, with a cascade of delicate chimes, they folded back inward. Rhy Shen reformed in one fluid motion, with a faint smirk on his face, his lower body nothing more than a swirling black cloud. He picked up the speech bug and murmured, calm and even.
Is that all, Imo?
Rhy Shen's calm, collected posture carried an unexpected weight, enough to make Imo grit his teeth in frustration. He rolled his shoulders, as though warming up rather than fighting.
See this? Every time I hit you, I spill Atham from my core.
A spark of orange light leaked from his chest and floated upward like a single ember.
It should be the other way around when you get hit. Ah ha ha! That's how big the gap is between us. You not only have no Atham to spill, it's even worse. You're sucking it.
The light wavered in the air, like a firefly in a hot summer night. Rhy Shen recognized the aura at once. It was the same energy that had once brought down his entire world, the same chi his people had failed to restore. Other glowing particles from the earlier clash with Imo still drifted through the room, drawn magnetically toward the slender head of Rhy Shen's sledgehammer as it passed.
You've got some nerve, Arrival. Stop siphoning my core Atham and start concentrating. There's a scientific reason I'm not blasting you to pieces with a single strike of my sword. So don't make me regret it.
Oh, kid. Oh, Rhy Shen.
M spoke up in Rhy Shen's ear.
Imo's right, and you're pathetic. Again. If you keep fiddling with that pinprick of a weapon, this conflict will only escalate. Believe me. It's obvious that your weapon is drawing Atham from Imo's core, while he doesn't get a single spark from you. Keep defying the rules and logic he relies on, and he will become very, very angry.
Rhy Shen gripped the mysterious hammer and brought it to his shoulder, holding it like a scythe.
Haha, let's try that again, asshole.
The hammer slammed into the ground, and the sweeping strike forced Imo back.
Wham!
more! Both of you! Stop! I can't fix you if you break each other apart!
Lumen darted between them and reached for Rhy Shen's hand wrist. He flickered. This time, intentionally. Her hand passed through empty air. Rhy Shen re-solidified his arm behind her with a faint, satisfied smile on his lips. M was impressed.
Clever trick for a dumb fish like you. Even a broken clock is right twice a day,
Imo exhaled, slowly. His voice lowered into a dangerous growl.
All right, enough games.
His core ignited, and his eyes lit up in amber and orange. M shouted something through the speech bug, but the roar drowned him out.
Let's see you walk through this, Arrival.
Imo hurled a giant fireburst, inflicting the whole arena. A column of fire and pressure crashed into Rhy Shen like descending judgment. The arena went white. Lumen shielded her face from the heat, just like the other scholars. When she pulled back her hands, the hall was filled with the hiss of cooling stone. Rhy Shen stood in the center of scorched earth. Smoke drifted from his shoulders. He coughed once. His hair was somewhat disheveled but intact. His eyes were sharper than before. Without saying a word, he stooped and picked up his speech bug again.
Wow, really? Wow.
Alchemist Thos stepped down the stairs from the main elevator that had just stopped in the arena. He clapped his hands in unironic awe and stared at Rhy Shen in disbelief, while his scholars quickly cleared a path in 2 neat rows and lowered their heads respectfully.
Imo Silvers, would you mind doing that again? Don't hesitate. Give him all you got.
Imo flickered with mistrust for a second, but he quickly recovered. With a furrowed brow, he unleashed another burst of fire at the new arrival. Rhy Shen found the blaze more annoying than threatening, and raised his eyes, shielding them as though the low sun burned in his vision. Thos took out pen and paper and wrote something down with shaking fingers.
Fascinating. Apparently this arrival is untouched by fire. My dear ghost boy Rhy Shen, that is something very rare in the universe. Did you know that?
Rhy Shen shifted his stance, calm and centered.
I had my suspicions about that.
In Rhy Shen's ear, the voice of M groaned dramatically.
There goes our advantage. He's going to use this information, kid. He's absolutely going to use this.
M said it with the sort of innocence that ignored his own exploitation of it the night before.
Oh, as fate would have it, we have some use for someone with this ability here in the Alchemist Guild. We'll come back to that later.
I knew it.
Imo stepped forward with a puffed chest. His eyes were blazing with outrage, and he pointed a judging finger at Rhy Shen.
Oh, the nerve. The absolute nerve! You owe me, Arrival. You cannot possibly be normal. To absorb Atham without losing a single spark, even while under attack? What in the name of the guild are you?
He threw his hands dramatically toward the ceiling, as if appealing to some higher law.
Do you even have an inner core to bind Atham? Or are you really a dead man? I should never have assisted Lumen with this abomination of a weapon. This is how you react to a gift? You're a scammer, a fraud,
His indulgence cut his voice off. Instead of finishing the sentence, he turned an imperious glare toward Rhy Shen.
And it's beyond unfair. Beyond! To pilfer Atham in a mere training bout without even offering a single charm stone in return. Let me guess. You don't have one? Of course not. I have no words for this audacity.
From the crowd, a young scholar darted forward, hurling a polished gem straight at Immo's forehead.
Immo, stop acting like a melodramatic child and let him be. Take one of my charm stones if your dignity demands it.
Other scholars joined and started tossing small charm stones through the air with exaggerated enthusiasm.
Fethel's right. Here, Immo, catch it if your righteousness allows it.
Rhy Shen watched the scene with detached wonderment. These scholars, who didn't even know him, stood up for him like friends, mocking Immo in a way that made even Thos smirk off the record. Immo's veins bulged, hot steam almost rising from his ears. His frown looked sharp enough to split rock, while more and more charmstones piled up at his feet. With a tiger-like snap of her hands, Lumen caught one of the stones mid-air.
My friends, Immo may be righteous, but that doesn't mean he isn't right.
She stepped in front of Immo and turned to Thos.
Tell me, Master Thos, wouldn't it be a good idea to use Rhy Shen's abilities out there? To take care of our little problem?
The scholars gasped, while Thos's eyes widened.
Oh, you mean that problem?
He waved his fingers through the air with a knowing expression, and Lumen nodded. Another gasp rolled through the circle of scholars.
That is a marvelous idea, my dear scholar. We could quite literally kill two birds with one stone. Ha ha ha.
Lumen faltered for a moment and pressed her fingertips to her temples as if she had to keep something from spilling out. Then her eyes snapped open, filled with resolve.
I'll go with him. He needs supervision at all times, right?
At that, Immo raised his head, concern in his eyes, and drew the sickle from his belt.
Are you sure about that, Lumen?
I think so. He doesn't know how to handle the Juru people if he stumbles into them. But I do. So, I'll accompany him. If you allow it, Master Thos.
The declarative certainty in her voice bothered Thos more than he cared to admit.
Obviously you have already made your decision, Lumen. So, take what you need from the raid equipment and move out.
That was exactly what Lumen wanted to hear. She looked at Rhy Shen with pleasant anticipation.
Oh, Rhy Shen, my friend, you will love it out there. I think you are just the right one for this important assignment.
Deep in the back of Rhy Shen's mind, a bell rang, and something coiled in his stomach like a wrench. He had heard this before, and it had ended in carnage.
Oh, and Lumen, don't forget to wait until night before going up there. We don't know what the savages have in store for us today.
Lumen's eyelid flinched at the word savages, but she nodded. Then she took Rhy Shen's hand with a softness he could almost feel and dragged him out with her. As the doors closed behind them, Thos' eyebrows sank like curtains, shading his eyes with a dog-like expression. He pulled Immo to the side, murmuring as quiet as he could.
I want you to follow them, Immo Silvas. Take a few other scholars with you if you must. Keep your eyes on our arrival. And on Lumen, too.
Rhy Shen followed Lumen down the corridors toward the equipment chamber. On the way, she didn't waste a second on small talk.
So, Rhy Shen, I have never seen someone like you before. Do you remember anything from before the Alchemists pulled you out of the sphere? Or has your whole existence so far been nothing more than, a single day?
He didn't know what to think or answer.
The birds sing the rumors from the trees, my friend. They didn't just teleport you here. They pulled you from death, nirvana, the nimbus. Whatever you may call it, right?
I suppose so.
Honestly, I'd like to know more about that. You are very interesting, Rhy Shen.
They stepped into a room overflowing with gear, ropes, and weapons. With precise, fluid movements, Lumen swept a few items from the shelves and slipped them into a haversack for light travel. Her shoulders shifted under her thick fur collar with controlled strength, silent proof of how well-trained and capable she truly was. And then she rose onto her toes and leaned over him to reach a strap above his head, fully aware of his eyes on her.
So, what do we do now?
Rhy Shen could only stammer the words.
What we do?
She dropped back onto her heels, her face so close he could feel her breath brush across his cheek.
We wait, and we slumber. Our best chance to handle the little problem outside is to take the advantage of surprise by night.
Her amber eyes flickered to him.
Where is your chamber, Rhy Shen?
He hesitated.
I don't know the way from here. It's in Thas's lab.
Then we go.
Oh, this soft touch of hers. She grabbed his wrist as if it could melt away under pressure, and not being blurred or brushed aside by someone else felt, ooh, so good. Lumen led Rhy Shen into his chamber and set down her pack. The animal fur collar around her neck rested loosely over a striped halter top. Her dry, well-defined muscles looked as if they had been sculpted by cord and sunlight alone. She caught his gaze without hesitation and let her hands fall on his shoulders, guiding him to sit on the table.
Do Juru women look strange to you?
The teasing tone in her voice was undeniable.
Are you one of those Jurus?
Rhy Shen didn't know where to place his eyes, so he just closed them for a moment.
I am. Do you know what makes us so extraordinary?
Oh, Rhy Shen had 1,000 guesses why this woman was extraordinary. Her amber eyes, the hint of naive friendliness, and that feral aura beneath it. Lumen felt like one of those rare, untamed marvels Thos had told him existed in the world. For a fleeting moment, a deep, ancient weariness passed over Lumen's features, as if a shadow of centuries rested on a single breath.
Juru do not die. Not from time, or sickness, or injury.
M rustled in Rhy Shen's cloak.
Ask her about her age, kid.
He could barely contain a chuckle. Rhy Shen questioned what he saw for a moment. Lumen appeared younger than himself. He wouldn't have guessed that there was a wise, old mind behind her youthful smile.
So, how old are you then?
She twirled a long braid around her finger with the ease of a cat troubling a mouse.
I am old enough to remember Teel before the cities rose from stone, before machines breathed life into their streets. Old enough to stop caring about time. You wouldn't understand.
Meh, that's what they always say. It was worth a try.
The people here, they don't seem to like Juru very much.
That comment caused the warm expression from Lumen's face to fade within a second.
People rarely like other people, Rhy Shen. But time reshapes everything. Enemies and friends both fade and return like seasons. Sometimes in new forms. In the end, we always find a way to smooth things over.
M cleared his throat dryly.
Oh, Rhy Shen. Oh, Rhy Shen. Careful. That's an outcast talking. This woman was expelled from her clan. She doesn't seem in the mood to talk about politics, so leave it be.
Lumen uttered a long and tired sigh, heavy with unspoken history. She said nothing further. Instead, her hands glided into the haversack she had packed before to take out some black cloth.
What do you call home, now that you are here, Rhy Shen? My home isn't far from the guild. It is the melting village. Too hot to be crossed by mortals.
She bent to remove her boots, never breaking eye contact as she straightened her back and neck.
The fortress of the Alchemists Guild was built in a very hot environment, geographically and politically. In fact, my people are the little problem we have outside, you know. They forged a siege wall to block the Charmstone deliveries from the free city of Teel. That is their idea of peaceful protest against the Alchemists. Their perseverance is as honorable as it is exhausting. They just won't give up.
Her amber eyes fixed on him from the dark.
We'll tear their little protest wall down tonight.
The friendly Lumen of the morning gradually turned into a fierce black cat, and Rhy Shen liked it. She smoothed her suit with her hands before she moved to a small table where an untouched plate of dough balls awaited.
What an indulgence. How kind of those to offer such a treat as your first meal.
She picked one dough nugget up with both hands and bit into it with a fierce, almost predatory intensity.
Haven't you tried them yet?
She asked, chewing already.
I don't eat.
You don't what?
I don't feel hunger.
She studied him with glinting eyes, tilting her head like a creature inspecting a rare insect.
Hunger is not the only reason to eat, my friend.
She split the dough ball in half and placed the other portion before him.
Sit down and enjoy a moment of peace and warmth. That's the point of all this.
He obeyed. Awkward and fumbling, he held the dough, his movements clumsy and frantic. At last, he forced the warm bite in his mouth. Lumen watched him, first sternly, then laughing so hard tears slid down her cheeks.
You look like you're fighting a demon.
Shut up.
For a fleeting, perfect moment, her laughter made his heart thrum in his veins. They shared the meal like friends who didn't have to prove anything to each other. Lumen was right. Nothing could have given them more energy to face a foreign danger in the dark. The sky beyond the window darkened to a deep red over the infinite sands. Lumen wiped her eyes.
Time to go. Are you ready? It will be easy. We'll break down the siege wall in no time. You'll understand once we reach the roof.
Rhy Shen felt a shiver along his spine.
Whenever someone says, "This will be easy," it never is.
Lumen grinned.
Wise boy.
He stood, hesitating.
But are you ready? You said these are your people out there. Doesn't it bother you to strike against...
My own?
She waved it off.
Teel is changing. Strange creatures appeared in the woods. Broken things. Unnatural. Glitching like cracks in glass. They don't belong here. The Juru outside. They are not wrong. They seek to cut the problem at its root, while I decided to support a more practical path. We simply walk different roads now.
She fixed Rhy Shen with a sharp gaze.
Unlike them, I prefer to kill harmful intruders. All of them. That is my way of helping the guild and my people. Even if they don't understand that.
Her next words came playfully, almost gently.
Technically, you're one of those creatures too, Rhy Shen. You also appeared out of nowhere.
Rhy Shen swallowed hard, and this time it wasn't the dough ball.
Don't forget to take your hammer. Let's go!
They rode the elevator Rhy Shen had taken earlier to reach the arena. Then a second cabin that rattled like an old furnace, and finally a narrow third lift on floor 18 that groaned under their weight. Each ascent felt like a step deeper into the unknown for Rhy Shen. When the doors opened, warm air breathed over them, tinged with the scent of long-burned minerals. Lumen stepped out first, her silhouette a sleek shadow in the dim industrial light.
Just a few more steps,
She said, glancing back at him.
Be prepared when we get to the roof. My people might have adapted their tactics after the last breakthrough.
Rhy Shen followed, the floor vibrating faintly under his boots.
So, how are we going to destroy the siege wall outside?
It will explode.
She answered, almost too casually.
What? Explode how?
Lumen stopped. Slowly, deliberately, she reached behind her shoulder and tugged open the flap of her haversack. Her grin was sharp and feral. Apparently, she enjoyed this part of their adventure. With both hands, she pulled out a round, heavy object wrapped in layers of dark cloth and knotted it to Rhy Shen's hammer. Rhy Shen staggered, but Lumen's feral combativeness was too thrilling as she looked him fiercely in the eyes.
We'll bomb them.
Lumen approached a massive, circular lid embedded in the ceiling. With a grunt, she lifted it. The metal screeched in protest, but eventually gave way to reveal the world beyond. Rhy Shen held his breath. The night stretched out in breathtaking scope, and the air trembled with a suffocating weight. To the east, the infinite sands spread endlessly under the moonlight, like a dark sea. To the south, a volcano's molten peak glowed like a fiery sentinel, casting orange flickers across the clouds. In the northwest, the skyline of the free city glittered with high towers and scattered lights, a maze of stone and steel that seemed impossibly far. The transition of the sky was mesmerizing. A moon hung over the land, but it was not the same moon Rhy Shen had seen on his first night in this strange new world. This one was larger, with a soft pink hue, and no atmosphere like the other. Its magical light tinted the world in a faint purple glow. Rhy Shen felt a tingle of awe crawl up his spine, while he imagined all the opportunities awaiting him beneath that sky. Every nerve in his body stirred. Lumen caught his reaction, sharp and knowing. She gave a small, almost imperceptible nod.
You like your new home?
He could only nod. Curiosity awakened inside him like a dormant flame. This was nothing like the scorched earth of his old life. It was an entirely untouched reality for him to shape. He wanted to trace every glimmer of light he saw in the distance and explore every shadow he saw. The building loomed far taller than he had anticipated. Its silhouette curled into the sky like wrought iron filigree. Around the Alchemist Guild, a broad water ditch shimmered in the purple moonlight. Two slim bridges twisted over the water in delicate arcs, almost organic in their design. Rhy Shen felt a strange shiver as he scanned the rock, as if 1,000 eyes were staring back, offering no chance for him to recognize. Every inch of the surrounding environment was stacked with a burning siege line formed of staggered volcanic stones forming black towers. Their surfaces glowed faintly from the heat within.
Attention, my friend. The silence means that they know we're here. Do you see where the western bridge ends? That's where you'll place the bomb. Listen, this is very important. Make sure the bomb doesn't catch any.
Before Lumen could end the sentence, hell broke loose. Thousands of burning Juru arrows exploded from behind the vamped siege and filled the sky, all pointing at the rooftop of the guild. They molted into a smoking cloud of fire that was meant to stop the attackers.
What the? Is this your peaceful protest?
Obviously, the Juru had changed their tactics according to the guild's increasing aggressiveness. For the first time in Rhy Shen's experience, Lumen looked truly frightened.
Rhy Shen, you have to jump!
He froze in shock. Jump where? The wind whipped at his shape, fireballs exploded to the left and right, throwing sparks and heat into his face. Lumen tore the cape from her suit and flung out her arms, unfolding sharp, triangular wings. Then she ran.
Please don't die! Hurrah!
As she shot past him, she shoved him off the guild's wall, counting on the idea that he might need no wings or anything to break the fall. Arrows streaked past like deadly silver threads. Every shot could ignite the explosives on Rhy Shen's back and end the mission. But he stayed resolute, Lumen right beside him. Rhy Shen slammed onto the bridge, but his shadowy body remained in one piece. Instinct took over. He focused, eyes locked on the siege at the far end of the bridge.
Go, Rhy Shen! You can do it!
Lumen yelled as she glided over his head. She twisted in midair, landed gracefully ahead of him, and swung her axe, striking one of the shooters with a thunderous BAM! Rhy Shen ran toward the barricade with surging adrenaline in his veins. Before him, Lumen fought with violent precision, cutting down her own people to clear the way. Steel clanged, shouts rang, and chaos consumed the scene. Then a voice from the black siege towers shouted, deep and commanding.
Strike with Scatha!
Hearing this, Lumen stopped mid-motion in disbelief, and even M's voice in Rhy Shen's ear shrieked.
Scathar! They're actually putting it on the field! Damn! That means this is serious!
The rain of burned arrows stopped, and instead, something darker rose from the siege walls. A single Juru man positioned himself on the top, holding a small torch, the Scathar. Within a blink of an eye, he ignited himself in flames and launched his body from the tower, becoming a living spear of heat. Lumen had no chance to react. The Scathar targeted directly at her and crashed into her with full speed.
No! Lumen!
A tremendous explosion erupted, fire tore through the air, and the world seemed to shatter around them. The smoke at the end of the bridge hadn't even lifted when another flame ignited on the siege walls. Another Scathar, and this one targeted directly at Rhy Shen. M's voice rattled in panic.
The only way out is forward! Run, Rhy Shen! Run!
Rhy Shen flung himself sideways and sprinted toward the siege wall, hammer raised. The air sizzled around him, ash fell like deadly rain.
To hell with it. Even if this is the last thing I'll ever do, I'll do it fucking right.
He swung the hammer and slammed towards the wall with all his strength, but the Scathar was faster. The burning man crashed down from above like a falling, God. In a desperate attempt to hold the barricade behind them, the Juru Scathar crashed himself right into Rhy Shen. A massive explosion erupted. Ash clouds swallowed the battlefield in an instant, like the closing jaws of a giant beast. Then, silence. Absolute, deafening silence. Smoke and embers swirled, and the scorched wind carried only the echoes of what had just happened. The Juru protesters had already vanished into the forest before the smoke settled and the moonlight touched the bridge again. Seconds later, the western doors of the guild burst open, and a troop of Atham scholars led by Imo hurried onto the bridge.
Lumen, Rhy Shen, are you okay?
A notably large section of the siege wall was simply gone. Only scorched dust and cracked stone remained on the ground. Rhy Shen had made it. He had torn it down.
Get off me, you fat ass!
Still coughing and swearing, Lumen pushed herself free from the heavy body that had crashed down on top of her. The Scathar's skin was charred and brittle, his hair and clothes burned away, but he too was alive. He rolled over to check on the second Juru assassin, shook him awake, and together they fled the scene into the night.
Oh, thank the stars. I'm so glad you're okay, Lumen. But where is the arrival? Where is Rhy Shen?
Their eyes drifted to the massive breach in the siege wall. Rhy Shen was nowhere in sight. Only his weapon and speech bug remained cold and lifeless in the dust.
Rhy Shen? Rhy Shen!
Once more, he was gone. Imo blinked into the darkness.
That's impossible. What happened? He must have teleported himself or something. Maybe he's gone where he came from.
In the instant his friends stopped looking for him, a faint shadow stretched across the rubble. A movement too deliberate to be random. Silence fell once again. Then a voice, calm, low, and perfectly timed.
Looking for me?
Rhy Shen stepped into view from the dust. Sparks danced around him and ash clung to his cloak. His weapon rested casually across his shoulders, heavy and inevitable, as if it had been there all along. His gaze swept over the shattered wall with cold amusement.
Seems like the way is free.
In that instant, the ghostly boy Rhy Shen was truly untouchable. Unfucking touchable. The Tale of Rhy Shen, Chapter 5. Visions. Rhy Shen stood in the new opening of the siege with his arms crossed, calmer than ever. The inferno had burned his doubts away and left behind a comforting clarity. Behind him, Lumen pulled herself together, quite literally. The Scathar assault had left her with burns along her arms, several cracked ribs, and a dark bruise blooming beneath one eye. She gritted her teeth as blood, bones, and singed skin knit themselves back together, fused with a faint shimmer of Atham. No one around them paid much attention. Footsteps rolled in a steady, almost military rhythm. Chains jingled as charmstones swung from belts and bags. Merchants and mercenaries crossed the shattered bridge with practiced indifference, having waited patiently for the siege wall to be destroyed. Again. The raspy voice of a traveler rang in Rhy Shen's ear as he passed. He gave his companion a sharp elbow nudge.
I told you! The siege would be down by noon!
Trade had resumed the moment passage was possible. These people were clearly used to catastrophe. Some travelers were barely humanoid. It was as though reality had attempted their creation a few times before finally giving up. Rhy Shen could have sworn he saw the same sorcerer woman pass by 3 times. Each iteration slightly different in hair or clothing. Yet all of them shared the same sharp intelligence in their eyes. From the speech bug, M offered some explanatory words.
Greedy creatures. With each wave, more mercenaries crowd in, all peddling their charm stones to the alchemists. Take this as a lesson, Greenhorn. The tiniest promise of reward makes even chaos bow to hierarchy.
M had a point. Each of those cultivators looked capable of taking down all 4 alchemists with a single strike. Nevertheless, they aligned with friendly faces in front of the main doors to offer the charm stones they carried on chains or in bags. Some of them pushed small carriages stacked with metal parts and tools. A few mages relied on their fearsome, uncanny pets to carry their master's cargo. Imo wiped sweat from his brow, clipboard in hand. He desperately tried to sound official, which made ridicule inevitable.
Damage report for the Alchemists. The siege wall is mostly destroyed on the northwestern end. Bridge damaged, but intact. Casualties, moderate. And, morale seems okay, if you consider sheer chaos morale.
He looked left and right, one eyebrow raised in disapproval. Eventually, a heroic and spectacularly self-overestimating idea occurred to him, and it showed plainly in his eyes.
The Juru keep bringing up the siege wall after every wave, and this stops now. I need to go to the melting village to negotiate.
Rhy Shen's cocky smirk spoke volumes.
You want to appease them after bombing their siege walls? Good luck with that.
Not that he'd know anything about keeping calm before making a scene. Neither Imo nor Rhy Shen had ever quite mastered the art of speaking before acting. Lumen calmly shook her head, quietly entertained by the situation.
Ugh, my people don't mind a rough discussion. I just doubt that Imo could handle it with enough sovereignty.
She held the pause just long enough to draw a reaction from Imo.
Imo, my friend. What makes you think that the Alchemists will let you handle this?
Then she laid her hand around his shoulders to draw him closer.
I heard that Bo Yang has a secret scholar. Someone with an elite soldier rank. Plus, you don't handle stress situations very well. You have demonstrated that a lot. Basically, everyone in the guild would be better for this mission than you.
Except you, And we all know why. At least they didn't expel me from their community, you big mouth.
You're in my heart, Imo, but you're also an idiot. You won't even reach the village as an ordinary mortal.
Imo kept his face straight.
I'll take my chances.
Then I'll come with you.
For a moment, Lumen wondered if she'd ever do anything in her eternal life besides guiding fools through disasters. She rested her gaze on Rhy Shen for a moment and gave a long, irritated, possibly angry sigh. Then M's voice pierced the silence, speaking straight into Rhy Shen's mind.
Say that you'll join them, you dumb fish. This is your chance to leave the building and see the world outside. Isn't that what you dreamed of?
Rhy Shen felt a wave of disgust roll up his spine.
I can't stand Imo's face, and I'm not going to say sorry to those people who shot burning arrows at me 5 fucking minutes ago. Why should I tag along with this bonehead to visit a bunch of dolts I couldn't care less about?
Because misery loves company. The world is bigger than your petty grievances, and this bonehead right next to you, he is your only ticket to seeing it right now. So don't be such a chicken and go.
Out of words, Rhy Shen clenched his fists. M was right. He could almost feel it. Greatness, or perhaps sheer madness, was calling to him. Something monumental, something that demanded he leave this wretched guild tower behind and learn what was out there for him. So, he hurried to catch up to Imo. He didn't even have to say a thing.
We start at dawn.
Lumen shook her head and muttered something about apocalypse-level morons as she turned around to help cleaning up the ruins from the siege. Imo, entirely unconcerned, adjusted his clipboard and marched toward the guild's main entry. Rhy Shen retreated to his chamber to find a moment of peace. The echo of the chaos he caused outside was still ringing in his mind.
So this conflict has been going on for a while, eh?
Stubborn Juru people. They will never give up. It lies in their nature. They cannot see the bigger picture.
Rhy Shen walked down a corridor he could have sworn he had just left. Finding the stairway to the Alchemist labs took longer than he expected. The tower's twisting passages seemed determined to confuse him at every turn. It was then that Rhy Shen noticed the strange mechanical noise humming from the walls. Nothing about the sound anchored in anything familiar, despite the permanent squeaks and hums from metal and glass. It sounded as if they were building something as big as the Qilin within this tiny fortress of theirs, like a metallic whale being swaged into a fishbowl.
Stop the suggestive bullshit, old man. I can smell your hypocrisy from here. What are they really building in the guild tower, What do they need all the charm stones and the energy for?
I doubt the true scale of this project can even fit in your imagination, dimwat. It's bigger than you, bigger than me, bigger than any of us. And the construction lies in the hands of a handful of brain-dead alchemists with ego issues. Nice, Stop the next elevator at floor 14, and I'll let you peek.
He braced as the elevator shuddered downward toward floor 14. This time, Rhy Shen used a golden handle to unlock the elevator doors and open them smoothly. Another long and curved corridor with 2 rows of doors stretched into the darkness. Only dim light flickered from unsteady wall lamps.
Quick, through the 3rd door on the left, before someone sees you.
Rhy Shen spared no time and slipped inside. The air shifted instantly, heavy with heat and steam. Above him, a shallow water trench ran across a glass floor. The sunlight from above the ground fell through on the glass surface. Freckles of light fractured and danced through the dripping water, spilling a shimmering glow across the cavern like a reflection from the heavens.
Psst! Stay hidden on the gallery. Do not move.
Rhy Shen pressed himself against a steel beam. He tried to blend in and grabbed a construction worker's cap from the walls, but the cap wobbled and slipped through his head to the floor.
Never mind, dumbfish. Look down.
Through the metal grid of the gallery, Rhy Shen's gaze fell on something remarkable.
What the hell is this?
Below, a triangle-shaped construction site sprawled endlessly, impossibly vast.
Quite the trick, eh?
Hundreds of machines moved with vivid precision, dwarfed by shards of metal taller than towers. The polished metal glowed faintly with internal energy, while the ambient clatter of machinery echoed like distant thunder. Rhy Shen's jaw tightened. This monstrosity made of steel and atham reminded him of the Qilin. In its full glory, it would become an unstoppable force.
This is Sun 2, kid. The city upon the clouds.
Wow, It is overwhelming.
Chuckled through the speech bug and took another audible sip from a cup, quietly reveling in Rhy Shen's overwhelm.
You think so? Wait until you see the other arms of the configuration.
Rhy Shen wondered aloud with awe in his voice.
Why do they call it the city upon the clouds when it's buried underground?
That question is really beneath me. Think about it long enough, and you might arrive at the answer yourself, Ghost Boy. For now, retreat and rest. You've seen enough for today.
Unseen by the workers piloting the machines below, Rhy Shen slipped away. When Rhy Shen reached his chamber, his thoughts still orbited the impossible shape below. Sun too lingered behind his eyes like an after-image burned into the soul. He reached for another dough ball from the table, just as Lumen had taught him, less out of hunger, more for the warmth of the sensation. It helped. Rhy Shen's body required neither food, nor sleep, nor breath. Nevertheless, he savored the illusion of peace. Much like that, he lay down on his bed not because he needed rest, but because he enjoyed the simple act of resting. Just for one moment.
Rhy Shen, are you awake?
Oh, what in the world?
Rhy Shen?
Grrr. What do you want, Lumen?
She came closer than expected, and surprisingly took his face in both hands, before she said something strange.
I can see your core.
The words were spoken lightly, almost playfully, yet they pulled something tight inside him. She smiled, the kind of smile that suggested she already knew what would happen next.
Do you want to know what's wrong with you?
Rhy Shen did not mention that he had just wondered the same about her. Lumen touched his face, softly.
Breathe. And let your consciousness wave. Wave.
Her fingers wandered over his neck in a touch of purified presence. He felt it somewhere outside his body, more like a peaceful memory than a physical act. Oh, what a touch. Suddenly, Rhy Shen's vision blurred. The cadence of Lumen's breath thinned and faded, dissolving along with the ambient hum of the guild. Sound collapsed, and distance followed. He fell inward into pure silence, into a place within himself where energy and consciousness were no longer separate concepts, but the same substance seen from different angles. Then, uninvited and unashamed, disturbed the intimate moment from within.
Have you ever observed your inner core before, dumbfish? Or did they simply skip that technique in your home world?
Rhy Shen had read about the inner core in ancient books, but they'd named it soul. It was the golden center of every living being described in ancient texts, the nucleus of any sapient existence.
I didn't know the inner core could be seen. Not like this.
He leaned into the perception, eager now. Curiosity and impatience drove him forward. He expected a radiant core, golden and steady, forged by years of disciplined training, exactly as the books promised every living being should have. He found nothing of the sort. Instead, there was an inner grave, a silent gravity well where energy bent inward and never returned. Only absolute, calm darkness, a black hole at the heart of himself.
This is what I saw through the Ishi mirror.
Evidently, Rhy Shen was nothing more than that. A spark of black dust absorbing life.
Now you see it for yourself. We could pour all the atom in the world into this pit, and it would vanish as if it never existed. That's why regular cultivation will never work for you.
You mean I could never learn techniques like Emo, Lumen, and the scholars? Never farm Atham like the other travelers?
A tide of disappointment rose with the weight of realization.
Nah, I think you can. But not by the usual ways. You'll have to pay a harder price than anyone else, kid. I'm sorry.
Sorry? A blatant lie. Rhy Shen smelled that. He left his inner core to rot, buried where no light could reach. His eyes opened again, but Lumen was gone. Silence pressed in on the nightly chamber. For all her irritating habits, Lumen's absence unsettled Rhy Shen far more than her presence. Each moment kept stretching unbearably as he strained for any sign of the others, any hint that he was not utterly forsaken. And then, slowly, clarity came. Paying a higher price than everyone else was exactly what he was meant for. Rhy Shen exhaled, a long, steady breath, and instead of recoiling from the darkness, he let it settle into him. When Rhy Shen opened his eyes, Lumen was gone. Yet her burnt scent still clung to the reddish glow of the morning sun. In her place, a new, uninvited guest barged in.
Ah! Bloody hell. Morning arrival.
Rhy Shen jerked upright on his cot, ready for a fight.
Has no one in this fucked up clown world ever heard of knocking?
Imo ignored his complaints and squared his shoulders like someone terribly important.
I've already logged the incident report and secured clearance for today's mission in the melting village. Very thorough, very professional. You're coming with us to apologize.
You want me to apologize to the Juru? For what, exactly?
For the bomb.
It wasn't my idea to bomb the goddamn siege. I had nothing to do with this bullshit.
Uh-huh. Of course. That's why your name is first on the report.
You mean on your report?
In annoyance, Imo lifted his nose.
I do take my report seriously. Besides, the Juru are very punctual about apologies. So, shall we proceed?
Before Rhy Shen could snap another distinctive insult for an answer, his ear rang again from M's distant voice. M couldn't help but comment the discussion.
Oh, kid, how clever you must be to make your own little decisions within a complicated economical conflict in a foreign world after exactly 2 days of existing. I must say, your potential for disaster is admirable.
Meanwhile, Imo's growing impatience was written across the tight muscles of his neck.
Are you coming or what?
The mere sight of Imo's smug face was enough to make Rhy Shen's blood boil.
Fucking shit-headed asshole.
Thus, M felt the need to interrupt, before Rhy Shen's temper could spoil the next chance for his own plans to unfold.
Wait a second before you insult him again, kid. Remember the furnace you have entered in your first night? Ask Imo to bribe the Juru with the fresh charge of Ishi mirrors. Do it now.
Rhy Shen swallowed hard, unable to hide the swirl of confusion in his expression. M said it like a task, as if failing to do so would brand him a failure. He furrowed his brows and whistled.
What about the Ishi mirrors?
Oh, clever. You are learning faster than you seem, Arrival.
Imo folded his arms in a nod of respect.
The idea's not terrible. Ishi mirrors are the most valuable good outside of the guild, and the Melting Village is the most depleted place in Teel. Ha! The savages would never admit it, but they love this new technological bling-bling. Okay, hear me out.
Suddenly, Imo spoke as if it was his own idea, just as M had expected.
We'll take some Ishi mirrors with us as an offering. I'll ask Thos to hand out the recent charge. Meet you outside in 5 minutes.
Imo, confident in his new role as mission leader, wasted no time ordering another scholar to join the team as a pack mule.
Where is he? Where is he? You!
Naturally, it was poor Fethel, the one who dared to insult him just yesterday.
You owe me, Fethel!
Fuck off, Imo.
Fethel didn't even look up from the blade he was sharpening.
I swear, if you don't want to get on my list, you better join us.
Fine.
When Rhy Shen got to the bridge not more than 4 minutes later, Lumen, Faethel, and Imo already awaited him. Within minutes, the 4 of them descended westward and slipped into the shadows of the Black March forest.
Okay, group, let's see if we can blow any sense into the minds of these savages.
At the words savages, Lumen flinched once more, her eyes slicing toward Imo with a fury that could have killed him. Fortunately, his elite abilities guarded him against the murk. The trees of the Black March forest rose like phalanges of demonic hands. Their warped branches were clawing into each other against the dim morning sky. Ash from the southern volcano drifted down in lazy swirls, coating the group's shoulders and hair in a fine grey powder. Imo led the way, followed by Lumen, Rhy Shen, and Fethel. All of them, except Rhy Shen, were Atham soldiers with a rank higher than 2, each a force to be reckoned with. Rhy Shen, however, felt the forest watching. Juru scouts lingered in the shadows, tracking every footfall. The group slowed, each step measured. The only vivid sound nearby was Imo constantly complaining.
Charming, truly. Every fucking thing in this landscape is resentful. Nice home you have here, Lumen.
Don't be like that, Imo. The forest remembers violence. It has been through a lot.
No one argued. If anyone could read the scars of the land, it was the Juru hunter among them. A low, distant crack echoed through the trees. Wood splintered somewhere ahead. The group froze for a heartbeat, but nothing followed. Only ash settled on their shoulders. Heat grew stronger with every step, forcing Imo and Fethel to catch their breaths from time to time. It didn't take long for Fethel to lag behind.
Come on, Fethel! Pull yourself together.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
However, he was not trying hard enough for the mission leader. Without warning, Imo brought the back of his hand down on Fethel's head, shoving him forward. Fethel stumbled, tears already brimming in his eyes.
It's so hot.
Oh, my nerves. Enough whining!
Imo shoved him aside.
Never mind, you crybaby. I'll carry all of the Ishi mirrors to the Melting Village. By myself. Go back to the guild fortress and stop wasting our time.
He yanked the 3 trembling Ishi mirrors from Fethel's grip and hoisted them onto his own back.
Fine. I won't risk my ass for this.
Fethel gave up. Lumen didn't hold him back, but turned sharply to the group leader, Imo.
Don't expect our help after the way you dismissed him, Emo.
Don't worry, I won't. Huh?
Suddenly, Imo stopped, drawing in a slow breath.
Do you smell that?
Ugh. Disgusting.
Imo smoothed his hair coolly despite the heat.
Ha! Maybe for you. For me? It smells like winning.
He lowered his eyelids and followed his nose through the gutter of the dead land. At last, he knelt before a crooked, twisted stem rising from the ash, a flower long past its bloom.
Look at this beauty.
His eyes softened like those of a mother deer.
Not this again, Imo.
Irritated, Lumen and Rhy Shen watched Imo dig his hands into the gutter, careful not to damage any roots. He lifted the thick root of the plant like a surgeon performing a heart transplant. Then he pulled a crystal bottle from his bag and embedded the root inside.
Ha! Perfection.
You just told Fethel to fuck off because he was too slow, and now you're sitting here gardening. Why don't you use your goddamn sword if you need it?
What? Oh, heavens forbid a man has hobbies, you turd.
Imo sounded almost embarrassed.
They don't grow where I'm from. Not everything in the world is about cruelty, Arrival.
For a moment he said nothing more. Then he exhaled. The sound of a man carrying the memory of a mistake he refused to repeat.
You wouldn't get it. This will keep me from becoming what the sword is good at.
Rhy Shen wasn't sure if he wanted to find out what that meant. The three of them moved on, slower now. Meanwhile, the wind carried the faint scent of smoke and rot.
I heard the local fauna in this region is thoroughly demonic.
Demons are fauna, Imo, but the rift creatures... They're something else entirely.
She pointed northways.
See that strange light above the Juru forest? That's an unmistakable sign of a rift. A glitch in reality. Rift creatures always appear as a byproduct whenever someone tampers with sphere technology. To be honest, the sheer number of them makes me think that Boyang might not be the only one experimenting with it. It is not natural. These creatures misalign the balance in Teel. They have no use here.
Everything has a use.
And everything has a price, Imo.
The snap of a branch somewhere in the distance made the group freeze at the spot. None of them spotted anything live in the ash-strewn undergrowth, but the wind carried the faint scent of smoke, rot, and something sharper, something predatory. Lumen slowed. Her eyes constantly tracked the jagged basalt ahead.
This region used to be full of ash fowls.
She frowned.
Small, lizardous demons, but harmless mostly. They lived off the lava streams underneath. You'd see them everywhere.
She gestured around them, to where the steaming cracks in the ground should have been alive with movement.
There aren't any ash fowls anymore.
Before them, the path stretched on in silence.
Something came through, and it ate them. All of them!
Only then did the absence make sense. The group came to a silent halt, every ear tuned to the darkness around them. Rhy Shen pressed his lips together. He wondered, what kind of pest could wipe out an entire species of small demons?
The sapient arrivals from the rifts. The ones that brought those creeping vermin with them. They have a name for what did this. They call them Alps.
Imo outpaced her step and took the lead.
Then Alps die first. Let's hope we see one.
Let's hope we don't.
What the hell was that?
Ha!
Lumen spun around with a raised double axe, and an Alp was already latched onto her bag. The leather was shredded by sharp claws. With terrifying precision, the creature scavenged through the interior, ripping apart the supplies and scattering bones, food, and tools.
Not the food!
Beer and sauce sprayed as the Alp chewed through the remnants of Lumen's precious supply.
Rhy Shen! Imo! Move now! Brr! When there's one, there's more!
The monster on Lumen's back forced her into a violent struggle, hissing and snapping at her throat with its claws. Every movement of hers was mirrored by the Alp. Its unnatural reflexes were a cruel reminder that this was no ordinary beast. Imo, the greatest cultivator in the arena, stood absolutely still. He didn't even touch the sheath of his sword out here.
Oh, these goddamn arrival monsters!
Lumen swung her axe to kill the beast, but it was too close, and she couldn't land a hit. In return, the creature slashed Lumen's throat. Her voice was gone for an instant, but the wound healed quickly. Red aethum light from her inner core gleamed from the cut until it transformed into a smooth line. A moment later, she sucked in air and then screamed,
Rhy Shen! Slam the hammer!
Okay then.
Rhy Shen didn't hesitate. He tried to smash the filthy beast on Lumen's back and missed her head by inches. But to no avail. The Alp was still raging, yanking out clumps of Lumen's hair for fun and stuffing them onto its own head in pure mockery. All of a sudden, an arrow struck, shot from an enormous black tree. It hit the Alp with brutal precision, leaving no other option for the injured beast but to retreat. Imo tried to get it with another fire blast from his chest, but it slipped away into the grey fog. Lumen turned toward where the arrow had come from.
Oh, thank the spirits! An outer post must be near. They will show us where the village is.
The speech bug in Rhy Shen's ear helped him understand the words, but they still didn't make much sense to him.
You mean where the village is now? It is moving?
Yes, we have 4 official entries on the surface, and the arrow came from one of them.
Imo rolled up the sleeves of his open shirt, heavily sweating but ready to make history.
So there's a good chance that the village is right beneath us. Let's say hello and offer our trade goods.
The three of them pushed through and reached the huge tree where the single arrow had come from. One single fire blast from Imo had cost him all his remaining energy. He could only breathe heavily, and his skin slowly turned more pale than Rhy Shen's.
Just a few steps more, Imo. My people will give us shelter. Maybe they have some water, too.
Lumen knew very well that there was no use for water in her home village beneath the ground, but she tried to keep Imo's hopes up to keep him going. The outpost up on the tree was surrounded by a wall of black trunks which were tightly bound together, their peaks sharpened like spears. 3 or 4 Juru heads peeked above the trunks from the center.
Lumen! Not you again!
The lack of welcome hit Lumen like a shockwave, but the Juru people were serious.
My friends, let's be fair. I came all the way to...
Huh. Friends?
She couldn't even finish her sentence.
You might want to fuck off, Lumen. Like, right now.
Another warrior shouted from the right.
Yeah, go away, Lumen.
And another one yelled,
You have been expelled for a reason.
And that reason was obviously stupid!
Lumen raised her chin and shot back.
We have just been attacked by one of the freaks you are all trying to protect so proudly!
Mumbling came from the dry tree crown, then a hurried rustling. A broad-shouldered Juru man sprang from the tree in a wide arc and hit the ground with a landing that made the earth shudder. He looked at Lumen's fur collar in disgust and snorted.
Don't forget that we just shot one for you 5 minutes ago! So we're not protecting anything! We let things be!
His eyes wandered over to Rhy Shen, without a single muscle of his face moving.
And who the fuck are you?
Rhy Shen's eyes glinted, but he stayed silent. Imo spoke up in his place as an attempt to take control over the situation.
We want to negotiate, please.
The Juru warrior gave him no reaction. His gaze stayed fixed on the strange ghost boy in the back.
Aren't you the soul donkey fucker who just bombed away our siege wall this noon? Our soldiers are still healing. We object negotiations with you.
2 other Juru soldiers landed beside the man, only to underline his authority. Impressed, Imo turned around to Rhy Shen.
Come on, Arrival. Now it's time to apologize for your violence at the siege wall.
Rhy Shen's face darkened. This was embarrassing, for both of them.
They shot fire at us.
Hearing this audacity, the Juru warrior had to slam his fists together to restrain himself from killing the pale stranger on the spot.
We were shooting at the bomb you were directing at us!
He repeated, inwardly fuming.
The bomb!
Shitheads.
The Juru soldier crossed his arms and let a brutal grin spread across his face.
Apologize!
The words clanged through the air, stunning the group for a moment. Breathing heavily, Imo leaned on Rhy Shen's shoulder with urgent impatience.
Say it, Arrival.
Fine. I am sorry for bombing your walls. We are all very sorry, and we apologize with our hearts.
An awkward silence came over the opponent groups. Then the Juru warrior spoke.
We object your excuse! Now go!
The 3 Juru soldiers squared their shoulders, waiting for the outsiders to leave. Another soldier stayed back with his axe drawn, securing the area. For a moment, their heroic mission leader, Imo, didn't know how to proceed. It was Lumen who drew on her knowledge of her people and handled the exchange in a distinctly Juru way. As etiquette demanded, she drew back her fist with deadly momentum and slammed it squarely into her old friend's face. With the grip of her double axe, she jabbed the other 2 old acquaintances square in the ribs, making them cough up blood.
You are such a hypocrite, Kulan! Open the passage down to the village, and we'll talk to the masters ourselves.
Only a moment later, the 3 had already recovered and lined up once more, their faces somehow darker than before.
Ha ha ha! Have you taken a look at your mortal recently?
He pointed a thumb at the wheezing Imo.
He is going to die down there!
Imo is strong.
We had another mortal here a few days ago. If you have anything to do with this nosy bastard from the Ochintis dynasty, you can dismiss yourself right away, or we'll do it for you!
Imo's eyes widened, and at one go, a cold shudder came from Rhy Shen's speech bug, running down his spine. The name Ochintis dynasty meant something to both, Imo and M. In this absurd standoff, only M dared give voice to his thoughts.
Forget Kulan. He is a stubborn and incredibly stupid simp. If another mortal was already here, we have other problems now. It would be wise to go down to the village to find out what this mortal was looking for, and if he found it.
Imo thought the same.
So, how does that sit with you,
He set the Ishi mirrors down from his shoulders, and the eyes of the three Juru lit up with greedy anticipation.
Are these?
Yes, beholder-type Ishi mirrors, fresh from the guild's furnace. You could have 3. I bet you're already wondering what you'll see in yours. Huh?
Imo knew this tiny bit of entertainment would prove far too tempting for the bumpkin Juru from the melting village, which was basically the ass end of the world as far as natives like him were concerned.
Holy ground! Let me think. Give us 4 Ishi mirrors, and we'll let you pass.
No.
The mission leader stood his ground.
Come on! We need 4! 1 for each of us! Plus free passage and water for you, mortal! You look like you need some!
Now it's only 2 mirrors.
Imo's confident stance gave away that he was not bluffing.
What? But what if...
2 mirrors. Take it or leave it.
The melting village didn't have the capacity to produce something like that. But sneaking into someone else's story was too tempting for the ever-living Juru. Kulan and his companions exchanged a wary glance.
Fine. 2! Give us 2 mirrors, and you can go!
Imo stayed still, eyes locked. After a tense, long, and awkward pause, he nodded. Minutes later, Rhy Shen, Imo, and Lumen passed through and disappeared into a hole beneath the dry tree.
Let's hope that we don't have to wait for the savage village down there for too long. We negotiate, and then we leave. No other unnecessary discussions or stops, you understand me, Lumen?
Keep calm, Imo.
Even if I get water in time, it's not going to be a cakewalk down there. At least not for me.
There was a reason why there was only one mortal that had ever passed the melting village before them, and Imo and the others were about to find out. The deeper Rhy Shen, Lumen, and Imo went into the tunnel, the slower became Imo's movements. As the only mortal in the group, the heat from the walls was unbearable for him. As soon as the tunnel they followed met open space again, a voice shouted,
"Lumen! Not you again!" Grrr. It's her. Lumen came back.
Every guardian in the melting village seemed to think the same about Lumen. The message was unmistakable. She was not welcome in her underground hometown.
Grrr! Lumen is here. Send her away!
The news spread over the terraces and balconies in the cave, and it took only seconds for everyone in the melting village to know they were there. Some of the village's homes were carved into sheer rock walls and pillars. Others seemed absurdly suspended on floating islands above the ceaselessly bubbling magma. After a brief wait, the correct path finally drifted past. It was guiding them to a broad stairway on the cave's opposite side. Volcanic heat steamed up on both sides of the path.
Imo, are you okay?
Yes. Totally fine.
Imo sank to one knee. This was his moment to prove himself as a leader. And yet, there he was, kneeling like a complete fool. He gritted his teeth, hauled himself up, and promptly sank back down again, as if the world were enjoying the joke.
I told you, Imo. This is idiocracy. Come on.
Lumen grabbed the Ishi mirrors, draped Imo's arm over her shoulders, and carried him the rest of the way, even up the obsidian black steps leading to the masters. The authority of the melting village awaited them along a long stone table. Each of them was the most powerful cultivator from his clan. Their eyes were as black as the steps leading up to them. Lumen aimed to propose their offering for peace, but the first master stopped her with a raised hand before she could say a word.
We don't speak to certain people here, and they know why. So, who is your speaker?
Imo sagged against Lumen's shoulder, barely conscious, a pitiful heap of ambition and failure. Clearly, he was of no use. Em saw a chance in that.
Kid, this is one of those moments where silence costs more than courage. Just saying.
I said, who is your speaker?
Rhy Shen's feet scraped the floor as he stepped forward as the new mission leader. He inclined his head politely, with his arms crossed behind his back.
Ahem. That would be me.
Imo cast Rhy Shen a sidelong glance, still too slumped to make a sound. The masters sat there like stones, unblinking and utterly unamused. Silence stretched, thick and oppressive.
So, as far as I'm concerned,
Rhy Shen stammered to buy himself some time.
you built the siege as some sort of economic protest, right? To stop the Alchemist Guild from doing what, exactly?
Instead of giving the unworthy an answer, the first Juru master leaned forward over the table.
Who is this clown?
The old master next to him urged restraint with a calm gesture of his hand and answered Rhy Shen's question.
We oppose the Guild's method of harnessing Aethum. That is all.
He leaned back in contemplation.
The world provides whatever we require. There is no need to take life for advantage. Mortals won't ever understand.
Slowly, Rhy Shen realized that this world suffered from a familiar problem, the distribution of power, just like his homeworld. As he had learned the hard way, every world possessed only a limited amount of Aethum to distribute, but not this world. Teel stood as a hidden well of living energy, ceaselessly tapped by immortal beings who had never known death. Elsewhere, achieving such immortality required a cultivator to wield Aethum equal to that of a whole planet. Rhy Shen exhaled sharply.
You have big mouths for people who are immortal by nature.
Not a single finger moved along the long stone table. Shadows crept over the masters' faces until Rhy Shen could no longer tell who was speaking.
I don't think you understand who you are addressing, young man.
It sounded like a threat from the masters, but Rhy Shen refused to be intimidated, by all means.
I don't care who I'm talking to. I'm just an arrival. This shouldn't concern me at all. And yet, here we are.
A thin smile flickered from the shadows where the masters sat and listened.
Interesting.
Suddenly, the voice of the Juru master was smooth and polished.
Tell us then, Lumen, if you are so committed to keeping this land clean, so willing to spill blood when necessary, why do you hesitate to kill this one outright?
The entire table seemed to press down on her. Lumen lowered her head, jaw tight, shoulders rigid.
He's different.
Another master spoke up. Rhy Shen could only see his interlaced fingers under the dim light.
Killing by any measure is beneath immortals such as us. It is our duty to let others be.
The weight of the lecture settled heavily into the chamber. Then Lumen lifted her head. Her eyes were sharp with a menacing glow, much like the eyes of a tiger mid-pounce.
That's why you'll never get to the moon! Fools.
The tension that followed confirmed she had hit a nerve.
Have you even heard of Sun 2? They are building something great over there. With it, we'll finally find out what's beyond the Ago Sea.
A faint glimmer of hope lit her eyes.
We could open new ground after eons of rotting here in Teel. And you? You are only concerned about some crooked Alps.
A faint murmur rippled across the table, like a current moving beneath black glass. One of the masters curled his lip with a cold expression in his eyes.
Pah! That is exactly what the last modernist said when he stood here.
He waved as if he was trying to wipe Lumen from his view. In the same instant, a quiet voice brushed Rhy Shen's ear.
Ask them. Ask if it was Armath Orson.
Rhy Shen tilted his head and considered for a moment. The name meant nothing to him. And why, for fuck's sake, did M even have to ruin every damn moment he was trying to prove himself? Rhy Shen hissed back.
Why don't you ask them yourself about this goddamn Armath Orson? Sounds like a motherfucker anyway.
Imo glanced at Rhy Shen as if he had failed the mission irreversibly.
Where in all the world have you heard that name?
The reaction was immediate. It seemed that the magma chamber froze for a moment. Armath Orson's name hung in the air like a death sentence, fatal and promising all at once. Cold indifference collapsed into a tense, brittle silence.
So?
Aware of the sudden weight his words carried, Rhy Shen pressed on with caution.
Say it. Was Armath Orson here? The
masters exchanged a slow, deliberate glance. One finally answered, voice low and edged with warning.
What do you know of such people, Arrival? Mind your curiosity.
Another master from the right side of the table leaned toward his peers, whispering just loud enough to be heard.
We should ban the mortals from Mizar and Alcor as well.
The others agreed with ease.
Yes, without hesitation. Phew.
Clearly, we cannot afford risks.
Before the guards could shepherd them out, Rhy Shen remembered the Ishi mirrors that Imo had brought.
Wait. We have something for you. This is a gift from the guild, for your entertainment.
His speech bug vibrated from M's laughter.
Nice idea for a dumb fish. Leave them the gifts. These are good door openers nowadays, especially for outcasts like them.
Rhy Shen disguised his ghostly form as good as he could, so he just pointed at the pile of mirrors on Imo's back. Had he been longer in this world, he would have known that high-priced bribes were absolutely useless in the melting village. Nevertheless, the first master stood up and straightened his neck.
Fine. You have heard our decision, Arrival. The sieges will cease. In return, you, and anyone who has ever set foot in the guild, are banned from all Juru settlements, including the twin capital. In fact, all mortals are banned beginning now.
His gaze hardened further.
We do not wish to see your poacher faces in Mizar or Alcor when we get there. Do you understand? Spread the word. And if we ever witness you or anyone else taking a life, beware of our wrath.
M whispered to Rhy Shen with a last, urgent assignment.
Make sure they also get the Ishi mirror you tilted with a hair of yours. We can have a peek into it later.
Rhy Shen didn't question the voice in his ear, and pointed at the Ishi mirrors with all the solemnity of a diplomat.
6 mirrors. They're all yours.
Lumen saw what Rhy Shen shot at, and her fierce grin came back. She knew very well that immortals, like her people, knew the real worth of a little bit excitement. Even the masters couldn't withstand such a clever piece of fun and joy. Nonetheless, Lumen sensed it. The ceasefire they had arranged was nothing more than a straw fire. The Juru from down here would trade the mirrors in Alcor or use them for their own, and the next siege would start. It was only a matter of time before these conservative Juru would seize the wrong Atham farming soldier killing monsters. For now, though, silence reigned between the Juru and the guild. Far more troubling was the fact that mortals were searching for something down here, and Lumen knew that it was only a matter of time before the biggest Juru secret was uncovered. Even if she and her people had different mindsets, they had to protect the land and its secrets at all costs. In the twilight of the day, the three guild scholars emerged back from the cave. Imo trailed behind like a half-deflated balloon. His eyes were glowing red, and his skin still had a bluish tone. Rhy Shen couldn't resist poking Imo's sweaty cheeks.
Well done, Imo. You're a real diplomat. Don't forget to write that down in your report.
Shut up, turd.
The Tale of Rhy Shen. Chapter 6. The Better Story.
Hey, kid. Hey, Rhy Shen. Are you asleep,
I don't sleep, Im.
Good for you. What are you thinking about,
Rhy Shen rolled over on his bed and tried to cover his ears with the pillow.
Is this a date or something? Seriously, Em. Leave me alone, man. It's midnight and I just went through an underground hell.
Literal hell. And interpersonal hell, too. Being the center of attention all the time gnawed at him more viciously than any molten fire. But Rhy Shen wisely kept that to himself.
Pull yourself together for a second and listen. Someone's about to interrupt us any second. So, what do you think about your first encounter with the Juru? You might have noticed that eternal life does not come with eternal wisdom.
M's voice rang in Rhy Shen's ears, no matter how well he covered them, so he gave up and tried to relax his muscles.
The Juru from the melting village are exquisitely socially awkward, which makes them easy targets for manipulation.
M didn't say this without a hint of true concern in his voice.
Why are they so concerned about mortals?
Oh, I have my suspicions that they are just concerned about certain individual mortals. And that is not without cause.
Wide awake, Rhy Shen stared at the bare walls of his chamber, where the rippling shimmer of the Argo Sea had not yet returned.
The Juru fear a mortal? You mean the guy who went to the melting village before us, don't you? What did he want there?
He is an elite soldier from the Ochintis dynasty. That is all you need to know, dumb fish. Few people in Teel hold a rank as high as his. More interesting than the incident itself was the reaction of the Juru. You may have noticed they immediately closed entry for all mortals to their twin capital, which is quite the reaction to a single visit, if you ask me.
And what? They ended their protest. That's a win, isn't it?
Oh, your speech bug may have more intelligence than your brain, you stupid foghead. Why would protesters suddenly change their morals without gaining anything if they... Psst. Do you hear that? Someone is coming. and I'd be surprised if it isn't Thos. Listen, kid. The Juru are obviously hiding something, and we have to make sure the Alchemists don't find out. Especially not Thos.
In that instant, someone knocked on the door.
Rhy Shen? Are you awake?
I knew it. Thos is such a predictable buttface. Don't tell him anything the Juru Master said, kid.
Warm light from the furnace in the main lab spilled into the chamber and reflected in Rhy Shen's eyes. He sat up in his bed like a dark shadow. His hammer rested against the wall, within reach. Thos drew a chair forward and placed it in front of the bed, lowering himself so he could meet the ghostly arrival eye to eye.
My dear Rhy Shen, I was hoping to find you doing well. How was your first journey outside the guild? You like it here in Teel?
I haven't seen much but dead trees and a rift monster.
Rhy Shen didn't need M's cryptic warnings to notice it. Thos spoke to him as if he was somehow beneath him. Then again, M himself was hardly blameless when it came to talking down to others.
Yeah, I heard about the Alps. Shame you couldn't kill one and bring its atom back in a charm stone. Imo Silvas has already submitted a detailed report, but it appears he remembers very little of what happened down in the melting village. I was hoping you could fill in the gaps.
Thos rhythmically tapped his pencil against his notepad, thinking. It seemed M had been right about Thos. This alchemist was so arrogant, he didn't even bother hiding that he meant to use Rhy Shen.
Why don't you ask Lumen about the negotiations? Or at least someone who gives a shit. I have nothing to do with the damn Juru or anyone here.
Good question, kid. Maybe you're not a completely lost cause after all. Now, watch him lie.
The pencil kept tapping against the notepad, faster now. For a heartbeat, Rhy Shen wondered whether Thos could somehow hear M inside his head. Then the alchemist spoke.
Lumen may be a libertine, but she's still Juru. I doubt she'd share anything useful, even if she knew something at all. But you are different, aren't you? Where do you stand in this world, ghost boy?
He made a pause to scrutinize Rhy Shen once more. Then he changed his tone abruptly.
Never mind. I'll be direct and honest with you.
Bullshit.
M groaned quietly in Rhy Shen's ear while Thos leaned closer. His voice remained calm and dry, yet carried an unmistakable authority.
Tell me, ghost boy, have you heard of the Aeon fire since your arrival?
A heavy hush unfurled between them. Rhy Shen felt the very air in the room recoil at the word.
Oh shit, Rhy Shen. Holy shitty hell. They already know about the Aeon fire. That's bad, kid. Very bad.
Thos laid the pencil down and turned his right hand, palm facing up. The jeweled gauntlet across his hand shimmered, and a small flame bloomed over the red gem embedded in his palm. His eyes disappeared behind the bright reflection on his glasses.
Since you have a special connection to this fascinating element, I thought you should know about the Monarch of Flames. It is simply a fairy tale. The tale of a living flame with its own soul, inextinguishable and too wild to be tamed by a master. Very nice story.
Through lowered eyelids, Rhy Shen stared at the flame in Thos's hand.
Why are you telling me this story in the middle of the night, old man?
Well,
Thos clenched a fist and extinguished the flame on his palm. His eyes came back from the shadows, glaring at Rhy Shen.
I, personally, think a good story is made of a true core with some untrue elements. Would you agree?
Rhy Shen could only nod, with a slight frown on his face.
I guess so.
Aha! It's not too far-fetched to imagine a fire with a soul. But there's one thing about that story that's nagged at me since I first heard it. Over 55 years ago. Listen closely. In this universe, there's nothing that can't be tamed. Now, suppose such an eternally burning flame did exist at some point in the past, right here on this peninsula. It would have found a master sooner or later. Someone who knew how to lock it up and sap from its power. Tell me, does that version sound more believable than the old Juru tale to you? I wonder if the Juru simply chose the better story to tell.
Rhy Shen's mind raced until his thoughts collided and fractured. He could feel the idea coming before Thos even spoke it aloud. A sharp stone settled in the pit of his stomach as realization clicked into place. The undying Juru could have sealed such a natural source of Atham energy for their own benefit.
You mean there is an Aeon fire? But the tale of the wild, free, and happy flame is just a tale.
Exactly.
Thos's lips curved, approving but calm.
Very perceptive arrival. And more than that, I suspect their source is endless, like the sun itself. That is the foundation from which the immortals cultivate, and why they never grant us the endless power they enjoy for themselves. As soon as we launch Sun 2, we'll be equal with them anyway.
The air between them thickened, charged with unspoken warnings. M's voice cut through, sharp and cold.
Don't be fooled, kid. He will lead you where you're not ready to go.
Thos came even closer to Rhy Shen's face and wiped through it with his fingers, causing Rhy Shen's mimic to blur. Once more.
You are dissolving more intensely every day. Probably you are too unstable to survive the next few weeks.
When Rhy Shen pulled himself back together, his face was drawn tight with a fury that seemed ready to break loose. He swore to himself that if Thos would do that just once more, he'd smash his head with his Juru hammer.
Anyway, the masters down in the melting village, do you think they liked you?
Not so much.
That hurts, doesn't it? Have you asked yourself if you are immortal too, Ghost Boy? I would like to know, to be honest. Because if you are, it will be much easier for you to gain trust over the immortals. Oh, as we speak of it, what did they want in exchange for ending their sieges exactly? I suppose you couldn't convince them of modern Atham farming.
This question was dangerous to answer. Rhy Shen sensed it even without a hint from M. He took a deep breath that stretched the silence.
I didn't promise them anything, if you mean that.
Thos leaned back slightly with narrowing eyes behind his glasses.
Good. Evasive. Clever. Your silence tells me far more than your answers ever would. A friend of yours has already whispered about the ban on mortals in the sacred cities Mizar and Alcor. And that, Ghost Boy, is exactly where you need to go. There, if anywhere, you will learn whether the Aeon fire truly exists. And if it does, I suspect it is bound to your blessed little condition. Neither dead nor alive. If that's true,
he smiled, thin,
then you will bring it here.
The new task landed on Rhy Shen like the desert heat at noon. Relentless and impossible to escape. M exploded in his ear.
No! Say no, kid.
His secret master seriously threatened him through the speech bug.
I swear, if you agree to this moronic, dead-ass plan, I will follow you around and find a way to beat your ghost butt for all eternity.
Rhy Shen stared at Thos. The alchemist's eyes were calm and confident, as if everything that mattered had already been decided.
All right. I'll go where you want.
N let out a strangled sound, somewhere between a scream and a sob.
Oh, you brain-rotted idiot. You walking disaster. I can't wrap my head around what a hopeless loser you are. Because if you had a single functioning brain cell left, you would have listened to me, kid.
Thos rose smoothly from the chair, satisfied. As he gave the next directives, M was still raging in Rhy Shen's ear.
Excellent.
You half-witted, loathsome clown.
I'll make the preparations.
Execrable fool. Always running to help those fumbling alchemists.
Ghost boy, you'll leave for the twin capital at dawn. Imo Silvas and a group of scholars are going to await you at the bridge when the sun rises over the Ago Sea in the east.
Have left your common sense.
They'll have further instructions on how to proceed once you're in Mizar. Toodaloo, ghost boy. Try not to get lost.
The door of the chamber closed behind Thos and left Rhy Shen in the dark. Only M's never-ending insults in his ear kept him company.
Odious. Deplorable. You are an opportunistic piece of dung, Rhy Shen.
From his vantage point, M couldn't see Rhy Shen taking the hammer from the wall, or perhaps he was simply too furious to notice.
Yeah, maybe. Now please shut up, M. I'm trying to concentrate here.
Shit-brained.
All at once, M's rain of insults stopped. His irritation was almost audible in the silence.
Concentrate on what? You don't look very concentrated.
M had no time to finish his chatter. Rhy Shen had already blown a gaping hole into the front window of his chamber and leapt through the shards without a grain of fear.
I'm done with this shithole of a guild!
A moment later, he disappeared into the desert night.
Splendid. More vandalism. I should have seen that one coming.
With the first pale stroke of dawn over the eastern hills, the world began to burn. Rhy Shen had been dragging himself across the sand for hours beneath the night sky, and now it was taking on the deep purple of dawn. Immunity to heat did not spare Rhy Shen from exhaustion, yet he ground his teeth and pressed on. Every step felt as though fire pulsed through his veins. His feet left no trace behind. The desert swallowed every shallow mark, as if he had never walked there at all.
Good for you that you don't feel any heat, kid. The infinite sands are much deadlier than the Black March forest. They say the sun burns with more violence here than anywhere else.
At least no one can follow me here.
Good, good. If you stop now, you might not reach the ever-dry beach in time. That would be a shame. The wave is returning tonight, and I doubt you could withstand its storms and tides as easily as you withstand fire.
M chuckled like a goat in Rhy Shen's ear.
I'm curious. What made you leave the guild? Thos's arrogant swagger? The smell in that sweat-soaked arena? Or did you actually spare a thought for the putrid mess they're leading you into?
The situation he got himself into seemed not any better. He went straight through the infinite sands, with dunes in every direction.
Maybe a part of me just wanted to scrub Lumen and Immo out of this.
His voice cracked against the dry wind.
Lumen looked miserable, being spat on by her own people. Just for breathing the same air as the fucking guild. She'd just get in trouble for helping me out here, spying on the Aeon fire.
The air thickened with tension as the sun crept higher, and even the desert seemed to listen.
Oh, how noble. So you do believe in the alternative story?
Rhy Shen kicked at the drifting sand ahead of him. This was too familiar.
I've seen a natural, divine Atham source before. They do exist. So, it would be stupid not to consider an Aeon fire. And it would explain why the Juru people are immortal, even with their low cultivation. The way I see it, the moment its existence is uncovered, there will be war. If someone from this Ochintis shithole is already sniffing around, the guild will strip this whole peninsula to find it.
The wind shifted, whispering over the dunes like distant voices.
Let's not pretend this is hero business. You've got 3 choices, kid.
Rhy Shen slowed, listening closely as he tried to keep a straight path through the desert.
First, you could leave the Aeon fire where it is. Let the Juru defend it by themselves. Hope the rest of the world never notices, and pray it doesn't end in an uprising. Like a dumb fish. You could leave all this bullshit behind. Even try to cross the infinite sands. Since you are so profoundly needless and lonely anyway. Go on. Leave another world to die.
M grunted before he unveiled the second option.
Second. Take it to those utterly stupid alchemists. They'll weave it into their sphere technology and launch Sun 2, getting us off this cursed peninsula. Maybe it will be for the greater good, but most likely it will not. Once power like that sits in someone's hands, it devours.
Both options felt unbearable.
I wish I had never learned about the Aeon fire. Fuck this.
The desert glimmered in a greenish-blue light, strange and lifeless, and for a moment it reminded him of that other place. A faint, uneasy memory, yet heavy enough to make Rhy Shen walk with his head lowered for the rest of his life. When he studied the ground more closely, he noticed fragments scattered among the sand, small, pale pieces that could have been gravel or something more cruel.
There's a third option you probably don't know about. Your mind being by default quite narrow. Bring the Aeon Fire to me, kid. We hide it and bury the problem once and for all. The local world stays in balance, and the alchemists can use their atom farming techniques to launch their sun too, someday in the future. But here's the catch. You'll be lying to everyone you'll ever meet. Forever.
Rhy Shen walked on in silence. Every twitch of his eyelids betrayed the storm raging within him. Thoughts of what he had just heard vibrated with a dissonant hum in his chest. One word, one move, and he would either be the man who buried the Aeon Fire or the one who handed the guild the torch to burn the world down.
People keep telling me shit, making me responsible for knowing. Nothing here is fair.
He longed for even a moment of calm, a fleeting chance to steady himself.
Fuck!
But he could not afford such a luxury. Not now. Not when clarity might weaken the resolve he needed to act. The best he could do was hold back his flickering form from shuddering toward a violent outburst.
Not my fucking... I don't give a fuck.
After a long and patient while of cooling down, the sun still burnt over the desert, and Rhy Shen was still Rhy Shen.
Who in the world do you think you're manipulating here, Em? Huh? Where are you even? On the fucking moon? Why the hell should I trust you with this Aeon Fire? Are you out of your...
Psst. Don't you dare shouting around that you, or anyone, might know about the Aeon Fire. We are getting into huge trouble if someone finds out. Anybody who even believes in the tale is in great danger.
Baked by the sun and maddened by M's constant voice, Rhy Shen tore at his hair, leaving it a chaotic mess.
I am not allowed to speak the word? And how the hell am I supposed to find it then, Em? Huh? It's not like we stumble upon it once we get to this twin capital. Or is it?
I'm not your shepherd, kid. That is all your problem. As I said, psst. I hear trouble coming.
A sudden movement caught Rhy Shen's eye. Indeed, someone, or something, in the distance came closer, screaming for his life.
No! Help! I don't deserve to die. It was just 5 minutes more. Only 5 minutes.
M recognized the voice instantly and let out a long, weary sigh.
Oh, hell no. That is... a bill.
Slowed by irritation, Rhy Shen blinked at the lizard-like figure approaching.
What is a fucking bill?
Congrats, kid. You are running into your first encounter with a member of the Bill family. They are despicable.
The man came closer, his long tail wobbling left and right in panic.
He looks like he could need help.
He doesn't. You do.
Again, the goat-like chuckle from M rattled through Rhy Shen's head. To Rhy Shen's surprise, the lizard-like man rocketed past him like a comet, leaving just a wormed line and round footsteps in the sand. Before he could make sense of that man, 12 others like him appeared over the dunes, all screaming, all wobbling their tails in fear.
The wave is coming! The wave is coming! The wave!
Oh, Rhy Shen. If your foggy skull would function right, you would run too. Like westward. Now!
Oh, damn. I see.
Rhy Shen bolted forward, his frantic steps barely grazing the sand as an abyssal shadow suddenly blotted out the desert sun. The ground heaved, the wind shrieked, and a tremendous wall-like ocean wave thundered over the dunes, swallowing everything in its path. One of the lizards lunged at Rhy Shen, aiming to sink its claws into him, but they passed harmlessly over his body, sliding off as if he were unassailable.
Don't let me, die!
In an instant, both Rhy Shen and the desperate lizard were swept off their feet. Sand, water, and shards of bone tumbled in a violent torrent, spinning them apart. Rhy Shen struggled to keep himself together, but the force was merciless. He saw the lizard man flailing somewhere nearby, then the undertow tore them both away, and the desert turned into a chaotic ocean torrent, dragging them wherever it pleased. Rhy Shen was dragged through sand and water, torn apart by the relentless wave. His body dissolved into pieces as it did before. As much as he embraced being on fire, he was defenseless against wind and waves.
No!
When he opened his eyes, he found himself at the forest line of a dense, moist woodland. Some of the trees here seemed unbound by the earth. Their roots were sprawling over the treetops of the ordinary leafed trees like grasping fingers.
Where are we? This isn't the Black March Forest.
This forest was unlike the ash-strewn, skeletal woods west of the Guild. It seemed alive, shifting constantly, as if the trees altogether were part of a single, breathing organism. Rhy Shen waited for guidance, but M remained silent.
Hey, old man. I've lost direction, and I'm tired. Where do we go now? M? M!
M's voice was gone. Shadows settled over the forest, thick and swallowing.
M!
The speech bug was gone, and M with it. Alone, Rhy Shen wandered along the edge of the trees, perking up his ears for the pulse of the forest. The gnarled branches overhead clawed at the remaining light, turning the undergrowth into a suffocating, pitch-black maze. This forest followed its own secret pattern.
Actually pretty nice. Not having a damn voice buzzing in my ear for once. I think I like this place.
He listened closely. The chirping of insects, the rustle of leaves, and then there was... A scream cut through the quiet, raw and frantic. Something, or someone, was screaming his lungs out, and the trees gasped in response. Rhy Shen trusted his instincts and moved toward the source of the noise.
What kind of animal is this?
He murmured under his breath, but there was no voice to answer.
Oh, damn.
What?
The woods were so obscure and dense that he nearly stumbled into a tiny campfire nestled in a narrow clearing.
There you are.
Rhy Shen understood nothing but a stream of slithering hisses and sharp clicks.
You're the slippy human from earlier, aren't you? Nice to see you alive.
A lizard, bedraggled but unharmed, sat by the smoke, roasting a fish over the flames.
Not familiar with my slang, he? I see. Got something for you.
The lizard stood up, to present something from his palm. It was Rhy Shen's speech bug, worn out but still working, just like this mysterious lizard man.
What are you waiting for, man? Take it!
After a moment of doubt, Rhy Shen took the bug and put it back into his ear.
Ouch! Ugh.
En still stayed silent, but Rhy Shen could hear him chuckle in the distance of his mind. Oh, he was certainly enjoying the show. Wonderful. Showing his best manners, the lizard smoothed its apron and made a respectful bow.
Hello there, you understand me? I was hoping someone would come if I'd call. I was so afraid. I almost lost my tail out there.
With caution, the wide-eyed man grasped its scaled tail, as if to shield it from further harm.
That was your calling? Ugh. It sounded as if you had died.
The lizard-like man only shrugged his shoulders innocently.
Are you Bill?
In this moment, M couldn't hold it back. So he was clearly listening.
I am one member of the Bill family, to be clear. My name is Gaspit Bill. Please don't confuse me with Rarpit, Garpit, or Raspit Bill.
With a slight smirk on his face, Rhy Shen approached the fire.
However, thanks for saving my speech bug.
It was shouting insults. I mean, bad words. Speech bugs shouldn't do that.
The lizard scratched its bold head.
I'll handle that problem. Thanks anyway. Where were you heading before the wave struck?
Gaspé Bill clicked his tongue with restraint.
We were collecting shells from the ever-dry beach, but we must have gone too far east. Our group didn't make it back to the safe line before the wave came. We were a little too greedy. The further you go, the better the catch, they say. The others have probably drowned, or if not, they'll get eaten by forest wolves for sure. Too sad. They were also my cousins.
Rhy Shen held his breath for a moment, taken aback by Gaspé Bill's casual tone.
Sounds like you have a lot of cousins?
We have a big family. Life is short, you know. Speaking of which, I suppose you are on your way to the twin capital, since you came from the south, and there is nothing in the east and nothing in the west from here.
Rhy Shen nodded slightly.
I could use some help to get there. They closed the city for mortals, but we Bills are too clever to be held out by rules. I'll show you how we get in. You go after me.
Garpit Bill roamed through his pockets and took out a glowing, round pill.
What are you doing? You mean, what are we doing? Here, this one's for you.
Rhy Shen stared at the pill in his hands, not sure what to do, but absolutely sure that this lizard was too insane to be trusted. Garpit held his rounded snout up in the air and took a long, relaxed breath through the nostrils. Then he swallowed the pill with a sly smile.
Watch closely.
Nothing happened.
That was the 9 lives Ghost Fang Death Pill. Wake me up in 5 minutes.
He rolled up his eyes. Enough said. Then his tail began to twitch, writhe, and suddenly, it detached from his body. Garpit Bill's scales drained to chalk white, while his pupils vanished from his wide eyes.
Keep the tail.
Stiff as a puppet, he toppled backward and landed flat on his back, limbs splayed into the air like a marionette.
What the hell is happening now?
All good. 5 minutes.
This must be another fucking joke of this world. I can hear you laughing, Em. Hey, Em, is the lizard dead? He said it would be 5 minutes, but he doesn't even breathe. Huh. Seems pretty dead to me.
You are so painfully clueless about every damn thing in this world. I enjoy this. Lean back. Listen to the choirs of the great Juru forest. And keep your eyes open, kid. This place is full of riddles, and some of them have already noticed you.
Exactly 5 minutes after his dramatic pill stunt, the mad lizard Garpit Bill finally woke up on his own. Still drowsy, he began licking his elbows and armpits and stretched his legs. Rhy Shen watched him, equally disgusted and awed.
What the hell was that, lizard?
Garpit shrugged his shoulders and shook the fog from his brain.
I told you, it was the 9 lives Ghost Fang Death Pill. The good old family recipe. Haven't taken yours yet? How do you expect to get to the Twin Capital if you're such a coward? There is no slipping through the gates for cowards these days.
He studied Rhy Shen with one eyelid half closed, as if evaluating a painting.
You think I tricked you with your pill, huh?
He probably did.
Trust me, man. If there's one thing you can trust the Bills with, it's pills. The Bills pills have the best quality.
He clicked his tongue with that infuriating precision and rolled over his newly rounded back, where his tail was missing now.
If we're lucky, we make it to the Twin Capital without running into any monsters. From this side of the ever-dry beach, there's only one entrance to the Twin Capital during the wave. We gotta go to Western Mizar. Come on, help me up. I said help me up.
I can't. See?
Yeah, thanks for nothing here, I guess. Where do you even come from, man?
I came from the Black March Forest?
Keeping his connection to the guild a secret from this sneaky lizard seemed natural, even after only a week of living in this world.
I haven't seen very much in my short life, but I know a liar when I see one, man. No bad feelings. I bet you're one of those rift monsters. Thus, an arrival.
Yeah, something like that, I guess.
Seems that there are more of you every day. Good for business. So, this is your first time in Mizar? You'll see, the Juru here are made of sterner stuff than those hillbillies in the south.
They reached the city walls around midnight, when the green moon stood high. Rhy Shen noticed how its light stirred the blossoms of every flower it touched, as if it were daylight. Even the giant trees growing from the city walls seemed to bow their crowns toward the moon, their branches veined by a living nexus of blooming twiners. As they neared the gates, Garpit slowed his pace and held Rhy Shen back with his stubby little arms.
Now it's really time for you to take your pill, wobbly human. Give it back if you don't want it.
Too late. One of the guards had already spotted them and was marching over with murderous purpose.
You! Stop right there! If you're not immortal, this is your last chance to piss off!
Garpit leaned in close to Rhy Shen, his eyes suddenly empty and distant.
I warned you, human.
The guard didn't bother with questions. He drew a heavy hammer, quickened his pace, and swung.
Die!
No!
Rhy Shen stepped forward and shielded the bill lizard on instinct. But the weapon passed straight through him, as if he was smoke. It crashed into the lizard's forehead. The lizard man made a short grunt. Then he collapsed. The guard was as shocked as Rhy Shen himself. He stared at the flickering ghost boy in disbelief.
What the heck? My hammer didn't even touch you! What in the hell are you?
Before Rhy Shen could even begin to grasp the question, the unbreakable Garpit moved. With a groan, he sat up, wrapped his fingers around the handle of the Juru hammer, and yanked it free. Whoa. No blood dribbled from the hole it had left in his skull. Then the scratch closed and left nothing but a flat scar. The miraculous Garpit got to his feet, once again, and dusted himself off.
Looting my tail was much harder than this. You have your proof, man. Now stop wasting our time, please.
He tapped onto his wrist as if he wore a watch. Very sophisticated.
We have more important things to do than dying, pal.
The Mizar guard was not pleased at all.
Oh, you Bill bastards may get through these gates with your cheap tricks, but don't think that you can fool me, lizard.
Garpit smiled and let his golden fake fang twinkle in the twilight of the torches nearby.
I don't care about your opinion. Rules are rules, right? We'll pass.
The guard's face twisted into a grim scowl.
Come back here. We're not done yet.
But his words didn't land anywhere.
Oh, we are. There. You tested it.
He gave a small nod toward the hammer that had just caved in his skull.
You swung with everything you had, remember?
He leaned forward, forcing the Juru guard to stoop down to catch his words.
And what did it change?
I can still...
Do your job? I told you. We'll pass.
A thin smile spread across Garpit's wide jaws.
This lizard has it right. And the guard? All he can do is scream up the chain. Isn't that just adorable?
The big-mouthed lizard left Rhy Shen genuinely impressed with its brazen audacity. He moved as if he knew every unwritten rule of the city and exactly how to bend them. As Rhy Shen followed the small figure through the gates, he felt the icy gaze of the stunned guard burning into their backs.
Aging really doesn't make those people wiser.
Garpit tugged on Rhy Shen's arm and leaned in close.
You still owe me that other pill.
Rhy Shen passed through the gates at the edge of the eastern city, awestruck. Taking in Mizar was worth a moment. The streets stacked in multiple tiers, forming a chaotic three-dimensional maze of routes, some glowing faintly with bioluminescence, others thick and gnarled like living stone. Buildings leaned into one another, braided arches and root bridges connecting levels in impossible patterns. The acrid stench of blood and roasting meat filled the air, and smoke rose from every corner. The whole city pulsed like a beast, daring anyone who entered to keep pace, or be swallowed by it.
So, arrival. What are your plans here in Mizar, eh?
The lizard watched him with one eye, while they slowly stepped through the crowd. Rhy Shen lowered his voice and buckled his back to get closer to Garpit's ear.
I am looking for something.
Everybody's looking for something in Mizar. It's a magnet for lost souls like you and me. The question is, do you know what your something is?
Slightly embarrassed, Rhy Shen rolled his eyes sideways.
That's none of your business, lizard.
Oh, I understand. In that case, we have the same destination. Let's head to the Lucky Bastard.
Lucky who?
Man, is this your first time here? Just follow.
Quick as a weasel, Garpit darted through the crowd, still unsteady from his lost tail. The people here were nothing like the Juru in the melting village. Most wore furs, bone jewelry, and carried sharpened weapons. Their clothing was practical, built for hunting and killing, not for comfort or ceremony. It dawned on Rhy Shen that Lumen must have visited this city many times, as her clothing differed from the fashion of the melting village in the same way.
Ah!
A sharp blade literally cut through Rhy Shen's head and erased his thoughts.
Someone is still trying to kill us!
Ha! Don't get distracted by the knife throwers. It's just a sport here. Just take the knife and throw it at someone else.
The lizard man led the way up a twisting route, casting a sidelong glance at a merchant hawking live frogs in baskets for whatever purpose. The route grew thinner and thinner until it finally forced the two of them to stop. Mizar's skyline writhed upward like a restless vine, yearning for the green moon's strange light.
This path leads nowhere, lizard. What are you doing?
Garpit looked at Rhy Shen, as if he was a child asking why water is wet. M let out a loud belly laugh at his end of their connection, unable to restrain himself any longer.
Oh, kid. You're making a fool of yourself in front of a bill. How pathetic. Imagine this if you can. Not every door is horizontal. Look up.
Rhy Shen lifted his head and dropped to his knees to avoid falling backward into the rough street crowd beneath them. There it was, the entrance to the Lucky Bastard.
The lizard knows a lot for someone with a brain as small as a nut. If you are looking for answers or questions, the Lucky Bastard is the place to be.
The tavern was formed like a wasp nest, with a broad opening facing downwards, right above the single route Rhy Shen stood upon. The entrance loomed ahead, guarded by a gleaming spike lance that shot up from above without warning. A harsh voice rang out from within.
Who is daring entrance?
Garpit leaned casually on the edge of the opening, unfazed.
Hello there. Name is Garpit Bill.
Two tiny, red-glowing eyes lurked over the edge of the entrance. The voice echoed.
You're banned from the house! Piss off!
That must have been one of my cousins. He's long dead. I am not anything like him. Don't you remember me and my friend here?
He gave a quick nod to Rhy Shen. After an inconveniently long pause, M muttered in his ear,
Say your name, kid.
Rhy Shen.
He could only stammer the words.
All right, Lizard. You know the game. You need to give me a really good secret to get in. Tell me something I didn't know before.
Pah! One shabby secret? No problem for us.
Garpet gave way for Rhy Shen to answer. Still on his knees, Rhy Shen gave it a shot, according to the rules of this world he had learned up to this point.
Well, have you heard of, the divine beast Qilin? It really exists. I have seen it.
The doorman's face appeared for the briefest moment. His eyes were flat, assessing, as though he had already filed Rhy Shen away.
Heard that one before. Next.
Garpet made a slurpy sound with his tongue, grinning slyly at Rhy Shen. He leaned close and whispered,
The thing is, this doorman knows everything. Your best chance to get in is to tell a convenient lie.
He slithered boldly with his tongue and raised his voice.
Hey, Red-Eye, look at my friend closely. Does he look normal to you? Huh? Lively? Huh? No, I swear to you, he is a real ghost.
The red eyes narrowed, piercing straight into Rhy Shen. A strange chill ran up his neck, and for a fleeting heartbeat, he almost wondered if he truly was a ghost. Perhaps it wasn't even a joke anymore.
I don't believe you.
The spike lance twitched and recoiled slightly, but its tip passed through Rhy Shen's body like a wisp of smoke, causing no harm, yet leaving a lingering, icy sensation. Garpet drew a small knife from his sleeve and attempted to slash Rhy Shen a few times to make a point.
Haha, see for yourself. A real ghost.
Okay, asshole. He saw it.
A tense silence followed. The red eyes blinked once, twice, and the voice muttered, almost begrudgingly,
Clever enough. Climb in then.
The hatch slammed shut. Heavy bolts groaned, before the door finally swung open. A rope ladder unfurled from the gap with a dry hiss, swaying like a noose. Garpet caught it, winking at Rhy Shen.
See? Told ya. Sometimes the truth isn't nearly as useful as a little charm. Come on in. I think you will really like this place.
The lucky bastard was a murky hole, where ribbons of smoke in strange colors curled through the air, laced with the bitter sting of gunpowder. Only a handful of the guests were human, scattered in small clusters at their tables. The most striking among them were two Juru mercenaries in the corner, passing knives between their fingers out of pure boredom. Then came a separate room, yet deeper in shadow, with a long, empty counter behind muddy green curtains. And there was the bartender. His left eye bulging as if under constant pressure, shot through with angry red veins. Garpet looked around, wiping the murk from his huge eyeballs with his tongue. Then he waved enthusiastically and scuttled over to a table crowded with other lizard men.
Fine, some familiar faces. They are also my cousins.
His delight made M snort with amusement.
These bills are disgusting. They're all intertwined and wicked. Probably because their lives are so short. Every speaking lizard in Teel belongs to this forsaken bill family.
Rhy Shen watched, half smiling, half confused, as the bills passionately started trading bizarre items. One of them seriously offered a fruit that never ripes.
Take it or leave it. 5 vermilion shells.
Another lizard leaned forward to offer something even more interesting and useless.
Hear me out. 10 vermilion shells, and I'll give you this secret pill.
The cousin presented a glowing blue pill on his palm and dissolved it in a glass of water.
What is it for? I'll tell you for 2 shells.
Listen, guys, I have a fresh tale to sell.
Arguments escalated, only to dissolve into laughter and sudden new deals that left Rhy Shen dizzy just watching. One of the lizards sparked a metallic pipe, choking the air with a rancid smoke. Intrigued, he tried to lift the small, murky glass Garpit pushed toward him, but it felt anchored to the table. Shrugging off his dignity, he dipped his tongue into the liquid like the lizards around him.
Wow. Damn.
Ugh, the liquid hit hard. It was sweet, bitter, and hot all at once. His head spun, the room tilting around him.
Something is wrong with your friend, Garpit. He looks sick.
No shit, Roarbat.
Garpit proudly tapped on Rhy Shen's head and blurred his face for show. The other lizards jerked back from the table, utterly stunned.
He didn't even need a 9 lives Ghost Fang death pill to get in.
No shit.
Garpit threw back his head and laughed. His slithering tongue flicked from his jaws.
I tell you, it is true. I found him in the desert. 200 shells, and he is yours. Who's interested, huh? Huh?
Rhy Shen scowled.
Would this jabbering lizard ever shut up about me?
He felt the urge to fight the lizard who tried to sell him so bluntly, before the fog in his brain stole his thoughts. The world suddenly felt lighter, smoother, and less dangerous than it should. The lizards leaned closer, eyes glinting with mischief.
What does an arrival want here in Mazar? I bet it's hookers.
Another bill clawed his fingers in the table and whispered,
Pills, maybe? Pills! It must be pills!
and a third sneered.
It must be hookers. I know someone, if you have a very urgent desire, boy.
Rhy Shen's head spun. Every drop of the gold-hued drink burned his throat and fogged his mind.
We're gonna be great friends, man.
He clenched his fists as the lizardous prying curiosity needled at him without pause.
You can tell us anything, man.
His muttering voice was low and trembling.
I'm looking for something else.
The lizards pressed in, heads almost touching, their gazes locking on him.
Speak up, Ghost. We've got all day.
A hiss from M cut into Rhy Shen's ear once again, sharp and dead serious.
Don't you dare.
But the bills were so unnervingly understanding.
Come on, man. Just say what's burning inside you, huh?
For a dizzy, reckless moment, Rhy Shen's mind convinced him that telling the truth was the right move, the only way forward. Against every instinct, against M's hissed warning in his ear, he finally let it slip, as quiet as he could.
I am looking for the Aeon fire.
The bar froze. Dim, smoky clouds thickened in the air, curling like fingers around Rhy Shen's chest. The lizard's slit-pupilled eyes suddenly bored into him, as if he were a pest skittering across their table. 3 of the lizards sticked their heads together, whispering,
Did he say?
He did.
No shit. We're done. We're all done.
Garbett attempted to ease the tension. He straightened his back and cleared his throat so everyone could hear.
Good joke, boy.
Good joke.
Then, a bit louder.
The Aeon fire is just a telltale for kids, as you know. Everybody here knows, right, guys?
Sure. Sure.
You better get us some drinks, Ghost.
Another bill redundantly added,
And then you leave.
The moment the word Aeon fire left his lips, Rhy Shen knew he had made a grave mistake. His drunken defiance had thrown him onto a knife's edge. Every being in the lucky bastard seemed to recoil, loathing him for being here. Shaking, he slipped through the barroom curtains to order new drinks for the lizard table. A faint pressure lingered in the air when he stepped into the shadow-filled room. The bartender's bulging eye followed him with unnerving precision, tracking every movement as he filled the glasses. No one spoke a word.
All better go.
When he stepped back into the main room, the lucky bastard had changed entirely, swallowed by death itself. Everyone in the tavern had vanished. Every drinker, every murmur, every flicker of shadow, gone. The noise, the warmth, the chaotic pulse of life, erased. The smoke of the pipes still hung thick and black. No trace remained of the lizards, the red-eyed doorman, or anyone else who had filled the room just moments ago. Rhy Shen returned to the bar, only to discover that the bartender had vanished too.
What is going on?
Even M stayed silent, invisible in the emptiness. From the depths of that suffocating void, a moth-like movement stirred, subtle, deliberate, and by all means, predatory. Nothing could have prepared Rhy Shen for this horror. The Tale of Rhy Shen, Chapter 7, Aeonbound.
You
From the shadows, she emerged. Her limbs curved with impossible grace. Each movement was a fluid, almost ritualistic dance. Fine chains draped from her wrists, tracing delicate patterns across her chest, glinting faintly in the dim light of the empty tavern. The air around her rippled as she stepped forward.
You.
Rhy Shen held his breath, not moving an inch. The primal knowledge that a single mistake could mean death struck him.
It's the Aeonbound Mistress. Don't move, kid. Just don't move.
M whispered from the speech bug, as quiet as he could.
You fool shouldn't have mentioned the... you know what. You are done, kid. It was nice knowing you.
Time itself slowed to watch the mistress pass. Her features were exquisitely divine, but her gaze was strict and reproachful, as though she scolded him for a fault he hadn't dared to commit. Rhy Shen's pulse raced under her silent command. Ugh. She pulled Rhy Shen in, drawing him closer even as every instinct screamed to flee. Rhy Shen had braced for a beast, a mercenary, a deadly assassin. But this woman, she was something else entirely. There was no violence, yet, but the danger was undeniable. Every breath of hers pulled him closer to the edge, teasing his focus and testing his restraint.
You talk too much, human.
In that impossible, electric instant, the urge to touch her almost outran the fear of dying. A dark pull from deep inside made Rhy Shen want to test himself against her, even as every ounce of reason warned him not to. She curved her lips into a smile that promised pain and pleasure in the same breath. Without warning, she slashed him. Rhy Shen dodged the strike by inches, but then she raised a second weapon and slashed him from the other side.
Please
He used his hammer to shield himself. In her hands were two pitch-black weapons, shaped like crescent moons with two thorny edges each. They moved like claws in a predator's grip and struck Rhy Shen's light sledgehammer with a fatal clang that shook his bones.
You shall talk no more.
The blow hit with unimaginable force. Shockwaves raced up his arms, burning with every nerve. In an instant, his body shattered, dissolving into the thick, swirling smoke of the tavern. He flowed through the room like dust. Flesh and shadow streaming over tables and chairs. Particle by particle, the air stitched Rhy Shen back together. The thorn-crowned devil lady watched him, her gaze sharp, playful, and unsettlingly curious.
Where is everyone? Why are you attacking me?
Rhy Shen asked as soon as he could move his lips. His voice was tight, still paralyzed from fear and awe. Her answer came without words. She tossed her claws aside and lifted a hand in nonchalance. Instantly, a swirl of fire erupted around her, rolling over him like the wave had only hours before, hard and relentless. Every inch of the tavern set fire and scorched into pitch-black coal.
Ha 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 ha! You can't touch me with fire, witch!
He withstood the flames, unmoving as they licked and curled around him.
Ha 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 ha!
The mistress remained unimpressed. Her lips quirked into a slow, knowing smile, a spark of temptation dancing in her eyes.
You don't burn? Magnificent. Let's see where you break.
Deliberate and teasing, she lifted a tiny, sapphire-blue bottle between the tips of her fingers. With a casual flick, she sent it spinning into the shadows. It hit the ceiling with a sharp crack. Lightning lashed out, a gale erupted, and the room was swallowed by the storm trapped inside the tiny vessel. The storm's sheer brutality ripped a jagged maw through the wall, and Rhy Shen's fragile body was swept into the night like scattered ash. The wind-slashed chaos of the tavern spilled into the open square, and Rhy Shen with it. Splinters and shards rained through the air, and at the center of it all, the black-haired devil woman lingered, her dark amusement gleaming as she reveled in the chaos she had wrought. Outside, the street panicked. No one had ever seen such power unleashed in the heart of the city. And above it all, she waited, already anticipating Rhy Shen's return, a dark smile playing on her lips as she surveyed the chaos she had wrought. Before his shape fully took form, she took the word, her voice low and teasing.
Delicate.
She murmured, quietly pleased.
You're slippery.
Rhy Shen's eyes frantically darted around.
Where is everyone? What have you done to the lizards?
Her smile deepened, openly cruel.
You're about to find out.
With a movement almost too fast to see, she produced another small, ornate bottle. This one was pitch black. At first, it was only his fingers that began to dissolve, fading into smoke on the wind. Then, impossibly fast, his entire arm unraveled. Each particle of ethereal flesh spun wildly around the bottle before finally sinking into its opening for good.
Run, kid, run! She's about to bottle you up.
M's warning crackled urgently through the speech bug. For the first time in nearly 1,000 years, Rhy Shen felt the true, icy grip of death. In a blind panic, he wrenched himself free from the lethal pull and flung his body through the jagged hole in the burning wall. Every nerve screamed as the invisible force of her power tugged behind him. Irresistible, soul-crushing, omnipresent. He clung desperately to what remained of himself, his left arm and shoulder gone forever.
Not today, witch!
For a heartbeat, it seemed as if he had stepped outside of time, glitching forward as if frames of reality had been skipped. Before the vessel's violent pull could drag him back into the tavern's inferno, he reached the plaza, where a terrified crowd had gathered to watch the chaos.
Get out of the way! I'm fucking serious! Scram!
The mistress did not even follow. She remained perfectly still in the shadows, her dark amusement flickering in her eyes as she watched him flee. He had escaped, for now. But the tiny bottle loomed in her hands like a silent, deadly promise. And the knowledge that she could claim him at any moment gnawed at him like a living beast. Rhy Shen ran through the twisting streets of Mizar, mortally terrified. The assassin Mistress had cost him his hammer and his left arm. It seemed clear to him.
I doubt that she'll stop until she gets my head, too.
He ducked through the crowd, trying to melt into the shadows of the city. But everywhere he went, eyes found him. People stared with still faces, puzzled at the one-armed, ghostly bandit roaming the streets and muttering curse words under his breath. He didn't belong here, and everyone let him know. Like a drop of oil trying to hide in clear water. Through every alley of the naturally grown streets, the gazes followed him. The entire world had become a trap. He tried to scream at them, but the sound died in his throat, swallowed by the suffocating grip of their attention. He slid behind a shuttered doorway, trembling, trying to make himself small, trying to vanish.
God, that witch can keep my arm.
Even after hours of roaming the streets in fear, he dared not stop walking. The tall buildings of the inner city circle receded into the distance, and Rhy Shen glanced at the fire and the ongoing firefighting from afar. He moved along a canal that reflected the pale green moonlight. With each street he passed, the chaos seemed to fade.
Maybe I am overreacting.
Trust me. If this truly was the Aeonbound Mistress, you are not overreacting at all. Her presence means two things. One, the Aeon Fire must truly exist, since she is its protector. And the second thing, kid.
What?
You have no chance of surviving. You better throw away the speech bug now, or we are both dead as cats.
Panic surged through Rhy Shen. Every shadow under the trees lining the canal made him flinch.
She looked like she had studied me. I bet she can control thoughts. What if she sees through the eyes of other people or something, like a living Ishi mirror? What if she can see me right now? Wah!
He ducked under a low canal bridge, pressing himself against the cold stone, trying to think, trying to hide. A whisper of movement behind him made him startle. It was almost too subtle to notice. He spun around.
You.
The mistress was already there. She licked her teeth with amusement.
You are delicate.
The air thickened around her, and Rhy Shen felt the pull of the bottle again. Its irresistible force tugging at the edges of his soul. Her silky voice both fascinated and terrified him, cutting through him like a blade.
Human, you talk too much. It is my profession to erase scum like you from this world. You really thought you could hide?
Actually, he didn't think that for a second, which made his attempt to flee even more ridiculous in his eyes now. Rhy Shen realized, with a sinking certainty, that this woman was far stronger than anyone he had ever encountered. The moment she opened the tiny, ornate bottle, her irresistible presence set back in, a force that tugged at him with terrifying inevitability.
Wait.
Driven by curiosity, she stopped.
So, you are a bit furious? Because I, asked about the Aeon Fire?
The silent hatred in her eyes was bottomless.
It was, only a little joke. No one believes in it, actually.
She tipped a finger at the tiny bottle.
Never mind. No one is left to tell about this incident. No one but you.
There was no need for aggression in her presence. Her voice alone could crush his entire soul. The bottle gleamed in her hand, the the swirling essence inside reflecting 1,000 broken images, the ghost of his missing arm, and the faint outlines of those who had vanished in the tavern. There was nowhere left to run, and yet the mistress tolerated Rhy Shen's presence longer than she needed to.
So, fire doesn't touch you.
She let her eyes wander across the water surface, but a subtle trace of acknowledgement in her face was impossible to miss. The way she said it almost made Rhy Shen believe he had a real reason to exist. Quickly, she went back to humiliation.
Only a joke, you say?
Rhy Shen nodded frantically.
So, you must be very funny. A comedian.
Another uncertain nod from Rhy Shen, whose eyes desperately tried to shy away. One false step, and the Aeonbound mistress could trap him for eternity.
You get one chance, fragile human.
The mistress closed the space between them until their faces almost touched. Crescent moon claws slid to his throat, pressing just enough to draw a thin, bloodless line.
One chance. If you fail, be aware. I'll take your head from your shoulders and seal what's left of you in my bottle.
Her expression remained perfectly cold and still, as her pupils shrunk to needlepoints that bored into him like twin spikes. He wasn't ready to die under this mossy bridge, only 6 days after entering this life, so he awaited her command. She leaned back, eyes gliding from his head to his chest, a smile dripping with malice.
Tell me a funny joke, comedian. Something truly hilarious. Make me laugh from the bottom of my heart. Go on. Unless you wish to die right here.
Her bone-dry face gave nothing away, as if mocking the very idea of emotion. Not a twitch, not a hint of mercy. Still, it radiated an almost hungry seriousness, as if she were measuring the very essence of him.
I said no.
Their reflections shimmered on the water's surface as the Aeonbound mistress pressed her deadly claws against Rhy Shen's throat, ready to behead him and snuff out his life.
Speak. I dare you.
She stood at the edge of the canal like a shadow carved into the world. Her body wrapped in black leather and chains, every line sculpted with purpose, unapologetically lethal. The darkness clung to her, slick as sweat on bare skin. Between them, the space crackled with an invisible current of tension that sent his pulse racing.
I will not wait another second. Speak. Make me laugh.
The mistress's lethal closeness clashed with the serene, welcoming city across the canal. Beyond, the white towers of Alcor rose in stark contrast to the deadly scene unfolding here at the edge of Mizar. Her eyes betrayed her. There was a flicker of hope that he might give her a reason not to kill him. Rhy Shen leaned back slightly, letting the tension hang thick between them.
Okay, you want a joke, witch? You'll get one. Worried about me talking about the Aeon fire? Funny thing is, everybody knows. The Alchemists, the Juru in the melting village, an asshole named M, and another asshole named Armath Orson.
Her scarlet red eyes flickered.
Your little secret isn't so secret after all. Ha! Good joke, right?
A long silence. Even M remained quiet, terrified that even a whisper might betray him. Rhy Shen closed his eyes, every muscle coiled, bracing for the endless pain he was certain would come. Finally, she lowered her weapons. The mistress laughed, truly laughed, a sound that rolled over the pitched roofs of Muzar. Though, even in her amusement, her voice carried the weight of absolute control. This time, she left him in one piece. Her eyes wandered along the canal as she began to move along the deserted waterside, subtly compelling Rhy Shen to follow with the sway of her body.
It's the Mistress! The Mistress!
Seeing a few fishers fleeing in the distance, Rhy Shen realized with a jolt, she was the reason no one dared linger here at all.
You clever little speck of dust. You had me for a moment, with your reckless yet honorable courage. And yet, I see right through you.
Amusement snapped back into contempt in an instant.
I'd wager your left arm. The Alchemists sent you here, didn't they? You're one of their little experiments, I suppose.
There was no denying. Rhy Shen lifted the only hand he had left in defense and clung to the truth, even as each word scorched his tongue.
Well, to be honest, I am. They did, but I denied their stupid request.
And thus you are here.
This woman. She made Rhy Shen feel the same profound wrongness that had cast him out of his last, royally screwed up life.
Well, screw you then, witch. I just wanted to help.
He saw it, the sincere confidence in her eyes that someone like him did not deserve to exist anywhere at all. With the tip of her finger, the mistress traced the cold edge of her moonblade, as if weighing the mercy of erasing him again.
To hell with it. These alchemists will send somebody else. Or a whole army, who the hell knows? That was never my fucking problem anyway. This place is a damn madhouse. Pa!
He spat on the cobblestones for emphasis.
Give me back my left arm and my weapon, and I'll leave.
The mistress's eyes flared with a burning light that seemed to set the air ablaze.
You won't go anywhere, fragile human. You're under arrest.
Unimpressed, he pivoted on his heel and walked off, daring her to stop him.
Under arrest? Since when do assassins arrest people? Where's your prison? Where's your cage? I'm not stupid. If you put me into that fucking bottle, there's no one to help you when the alchemists come.
Her twin blades swept up again. This time, it was no longer a warning. In a single brutal motion, the mistress slashed a diagonal arc through his ribs from behind. Her second blade followed, finishing the slaughter. Rhy Shen's ghostly form split violently, one half hovering above the other, foggy edges writhing like smoke. Still reeling from her brutality, Rhy Shen tried to reform himself, but it was useless. The mistress only had to lift a single finger, and the absolute control radiating from it froze him in place. An invisible barrier denying him wholeness. Defeated and furious, Rhy Shen hissed with a sharp, angry sound and simply hung there, suspended by her power.
You think they'll send someone? Let them come.
As the sole protector of the greatest Juru secret, she knew better. Any being in the universe that came too close to the Aeon fire would be consumed, even herself.
They would erase themselves just by looking at the Aeon fire. In truth, there's only one problem here. You.
She raised her hand, fingertips pressed tightly together, aimed at the bisected Rhy Shen. Then she snapped them apart in a sudden motion to set him on fire. The beacon traced through his fractured body, soothing the phantom pain of his missing parts with a strangely intimate warmth. Deep within, Rhy Shen felt the heat sink into his shattered core and become part of him. The Mistress watched in silence, eyes sharp and distant, lost for a heartbeat in her own thoughts. Then she lowered her hand, and the waterside fell dark again. While Rhy Shen painstakingly reassembled what was left of his body, the Mistress spoke.
You will not leave Mizar until I say so. Do not search for me. Do not search for the Aeon fire. Ever again. Or you will regret it.
At last, she fished Rhy Shen's Juru hammer from the pitch-black abyss bottle like a feather on a string, and tossed it to the ground in its full size.
Here. You can take your little stick back. It's broken. The forge will improve it. If you pay them well. You'll need it to defend yourself in Mizar. Fragile creatures like you tend to have a hard time here.
The Mistress did not bother to say goodbye. She simply walked past the stunned Rhy Shen as he bent to pick up his hammer.
Stupid bitch. Took my arm.
Huh? Holy shit!
When he straightened and turned, her face was suddenly right in front of his again. Her eyes promising death.
If you ever see me again, you're in trouble. Don't look for me.
She lifted her moonblade claws and jumped at his face.
Huh? Holy shit!
Rhy Shen shielded his eyes. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. Vanished into the mist, leaving only the ruins of fire and wind behind.
Wait, what's with my arm? Give me back my limbs, witch!
He clenched his right fist in anger, but she was already gone. Over the canal, the mist lingered, teasing, mocking. For a moment, the world felt emptier than ever to Rhy Shen. M's voice crackled through the speech bug.
You're lucky you survived this, dumbass. One drop of booze and you already made yourself a serious mortal enemy. You really shouldn't have asked about that Aeon fire, you self-righteous hothead, Someone had warned you about that, remember? It was me.
Rhy Shen ran with his remaining hand through his hair, still catching his breath.
Who is she?
Meh. She's a true nightmare. Only the stars know what she's done to the tavern guests she trapped in her abyss bottle, thanks to your big mouth.
Rhy Shen pressed his lips together, his gaze drifting to the faint spirals of smoke that was still rising from the ruined tavern, curling into the night air as a reminder of his latest faults.
So, what do we do now? I thought it was your plan too. to find out where the Aeon fire is.
Well, simpleton, I know it's not in Mizar. If I had a crumbling weapon like that, I would head to the Northern Forge next, like she said. And once your lust and booze-distracted brain is functioning again, I'll tell you what someone with a spark of dignity would have done in your place.
Rhy Shen let out a bitter laugh. The city itself seemed to warn him, jagged rooftops slicing the moonlight, smoke curling like claws through the alleys, the muffled chaos of the nightlife echoing off stone and timber. He could feel it, cold and sharp. The Mistress was watching. Every breath he drew, every shadow he hid in, she knew. M didn't need to say a word. Rhy Shen already understood the truth in his bones. One misstep, one wrong word, and there would be no second chance. Somewhere deep within the drunken chaos of Mizar, a cart overturned with a crash. No one cared. The city's nightlife had just peaked. Shouts, laughter, and the clash of metal tangled with the scent of fried meat and river smoke. Rhy Shen drifted through it all, trying to disappear. But his mind was elsewhere. Every flicker of shadow, every ripple of movement pulled his thoughts back to her. The Mistress. He could almost see her curvy shape in the corner of his eye, feel the unyielding weight of her gaze pressing down on him, and taste the danger that was as intoxicating as it was terrifying. At the moss-overgrown main street, wild Mizar revealed its true soul. A merchant stabbed himself in the side, then drank from a small vial, grinning as the wound healed itself. Gasps and cheers erupted from the crowd. Nearby, cages rattled with creatures a dubious Juru mercenary had captured from the great Juru forest. Sleek, bird-like beasts, glowing frogs, and tiny winged rodents, all for sale. And still, Rhy Shen couldn't stop thinking about her. Every whisper seemed threaded with her surveillance. Even the laughter and cries of the beggars in the pitch-black side alleys echoed her presence. He wanted to run. He wanted to hide. But he also wanted to see her once more. Just once. Even if it meant standing on the edge of his own destruction.
I can't stop thinking about her. Why does she defend the Aeon fire with such fury?
A deep, annoyed sigh came from the back of Rhy Shen's head.
Sometimes I really wonder how much of a moron you are, or if you're just trying to tease me with your boundless stupidity.
M's tone dropped, threading caution and gravity with dry reason.
My suspicion is this. The Mistress likely cannot touch the Aeon fire herself. Her task is to contain it. But if she were capable of moving or relocating it, she would have done so already. You like this one? I think she needs you.
M's words sent a chill crawling down Rhy Shen's spine. Every movement in the crowd suddenly seemed to bend toward him. The Aeonbound Mistress didn't spare his life out of mercy. She was dependent on him. Invisible chains of consequence immediately wrapped themselves around Rhy Shen's neck. An unfamiliar sound ripped him from his thoughts. Someone in the crowded alley fired an automated gun. The sharp rat-tat-tat-ta echoed off the brick walls, answered almost instantly by a chorus of other guns, a deadly symphony in the heat of the night. Rhy Shen was the only one who ducked for cover, pressing himself against the nearest wall like a complete idiot.
What in the fucking fuck was that, Em?
Dumb fish.
M's voice giggled through the speech bug, amusement threading every syllable.
You still have to learn more about this world than your tiny brain can possibly hold. This is Mizar.
Rhy Shen pulled himself away from the wall and continued his awkward, limping path down the brightly lit main street of Mizar. Every step felt like a spotlight. The crowd's eyes pierced him from every shadow, making him wonder once again if the Mistress was watching him through the eyes of ordinary people.
No reason to lose your nerves now, kid. If you keep heading north, you can't miss the Ironroot Forge.
At the very edge of the night market, the bill lizards had set up their stalls. Unlike the mercenaries hawking plundered goods from great Juru beasts and rift monsters, the lizards offered only junk. Stones, shells, and other trifles anyone could find nearby if they looked hard enough.
You wanna buy something?
Hey, have you seen my friend? As it happens, he's a relative of yours. Garpit?
You know Garpit?
Rhy Shen's face lightened up.
I do.
Screw Garpit. He owes me 300 splinters.
He stole 700 from me, that greedy bastard.
One by one, the bill lizards clung to Rhy Shen.
Ah, what the fuck? Get away from me!
Where is he, huh?
If you know where Garpit is, tell us.
One hissed in his ear, following him with every step.
Give us back our money.
Another yelled, trying to keep up with the pace. More and more bills clung to him like barnacles, voices rising in angry chorus.
Stop it.
Rhy Shen flinched at every poke.
I said stop!
When you see him, tell him he's an asshole.
A lonely bridge led northward out of the city, toward a range of mountains, where rivers of water from the wave beyond streamed down in restless intervals. At the foot of the cliff, the tiny window shards of the Ironroot Forge glowed. The whole forge looked like a huge cauldron carved directly into the rock.
Nice hint from the Mistress. This is the only forge in Teel that sharpens hammers. Your pathetic excuse for a weapon will be much stronger if they refine it here. Problem is, you've got nothing to pay with. You don't even have 2 arms, kid.
Rhy Shen cursed M's relentless talent for pointing out the obvious. Then, suddenly, he remembered a gift Garpit had once slipped him and prayed the Mistress's blows hadn't destroyed it. He crossed to the sealed forge door and boldly knocked.
Okay, let's do this.
The gate opened slowly. Another one. Rhy Shen found himself staring at a soot-stained man, his wrinkled face carved from the salty wind.
Hand over your payment.
There was no warmth in the man's voice, and no room for negotiation.
Told you, kid. You're far too broke to.
Rhy Shen shut his master up with action. He reached into the pocket of his black cloak, and the 9 lives Ghost Fang death pill appeared in his palm, just light enough for his blurry hands to lift it up.
Oh, nice thinking, Rhy Shen. If only this was not a Juru, You gave a death pill to an immortal. Never mind, dumb fish. I bet his assistants would kill each other to get it. Most of them belong to the mortal minority in Teel. Settlers are, by nature, universally obsessed with avoiding death.
A golden shimmer slid over the metal plate embedded in the blacksmith's shoulder.
Where did you get this, little man?
I got it from a lizard man in the desert. It is a pill that saves you from death.
I know what this is. It looks like a real death pill. But how do you want me to test that, huh? And I will not stake the lives of my assistants on the word of a hobo bearing a pill.
On second thought, Rhy Shen wasn't sure if this pill was authentic at all. But he had learned a thing or two from the bills. So he lied.
It's a real 9 lives Ghost Fang death pill. Deluxe. I used one myself just a few hours ago. See? I can smash away my own leg, and it doesn't even hurt. Ugh.
The guildmaster studied the pill for an exhaustingly long time. But a faint shimmer in his eyes betrayed his approval. He took it with deliberate care, then stepped forward to stare down at Rhy Shen. Nothing happened. He just stared.
Hey, dumbfish. You need to articulate what it is you actually want. Ambiguity serves you poorly.
Embarrassed, Rhy Shen scratched the back of his neck with his remaining hand, looked down, and stammered.
I have a weapon to refine.
Fine. Hand over your weapon.
Rhy Shen raised his head to make himself appear taller. Then he drew the hammer from his back and offered it to the leather-clad smith. An eager assistant, clad in an iron apron and a welding mask, emerged from the forge's interior and took the weapon with both hands.
Hand over the weapon.
The iron mask gave a slight nod.
Hand over the pill. Thank you.
And a single breath later, they had already vanished behind the massive guildmaster. The Juru's tone remained absolutely blunt.
Wait here until morning.
The entrance to the forge in the rocks slammed shut and sealed the warm light from within, leaving Rhy Shen in darkness once again. With only one arm and nothing else to do, he turned and stared across the canal at the twin skyline, where the 2 cities rose like opposing mirrors. Dawn's first colors trembled faintly at the horizon, and his thoughts slipped back to, that goddamn witch.
She actually put me under arrest. Under arrest! If she can't even touch the Aeon fire without me, maybe she should stop acting like such a stupid cow and just take me there.
He looked over the water toward the elegant towers of Alcor. A faint crackle sounded in his ear, M's voice waking in the speech bug.
No way to twist it. You're the idiot here, kid. If you'd kept that big mouth shut in the tavern, we might have avoided her entirely. Still, maybe we've got a shot at finding where the Aeon Fire is. Think about it. Alco, Wouldn't it make sense for the Juru to build a city that noble around a relic just as noble?
Rhy Shen's eyes hollowed, a quiet surrender flickering within them. The city of Alcor lay before him like a distant dream, as untouchable to him as the Mistress herself.
She'd kill me if I go there.
Yes, she undoubtedly would. Guess you messed that up.
In that instant, the door behind Rhy Shen swung open with another bang. He doubted there was any chance the refinement was already complete.
As it turned out, it hadn't even begun.
What in the world is this?
The Guildmaster held Rhy Shen's hammer aloft, grinning like a fat cat.
Seriously, look at this. Did you refine this in a toilet? Because that's all we smell. Little man, I've seen many things in my never-ending career as a craftsman. Bwahaha.
He slammed the hammer into the rocky floor, shards breaking off from its corner with a sharp crack.
But this... Did you pull this weapon out of your butt?
From the forge's interior, a dozen runty assistants in welding masks popped out like startled rabbits.
Is this the guy? The one who thinks shit and stone is a weapon?
Within seconds, the eager assistants swarmed around Rhy Shen. One of them couldn't resist poking him with his own hammer, until the Guildmaster raised a single hand, and they ducked away instantly.
Excuse my assistance,
he said, still holding back laughter.
You paid well, so you'll get your refinery. We're absolutely not trying to mock you here.
Oh, they absolutely were. Surrounded by giggles and hushed whispers, the assistants bounced on their toes, probably all staring at the missing parts of his body.
Please, please, let us try out the shitty hammer with the pack.
Yeah, the pack. A real trial.
They were delighted, like children being offered a surprise dessert. M whispered an explanation, dry as ever.
Meh. That means you're going to have to fight, Rhy Shen.
The Guildmaster stepped forward with a grumble, eyeing Rhy Shen as if weighing his worth.
You heard them, Blue Cheek. As soon as your weapon's ready, you're up for a tryout. See you in the morning.
At a single gesture from the Guildmaster, the whole pack streamed back into the forge, as if someone had pulled a plug. Rhy Shen stood in the cobblestoned courtyard of the old handcraft workshop, surveying the scattered piles of metal and stone around him.
This day has been a disaster. I just want my fucking arm back. How am I supposed to fight with only one arm? Everybody in this world can go fuck themselves. I'll leave into the endless desert and see how endless it really is.
Yes. Do that, and let me watch you getting ripped apart by the Ago Sea exactly 6 days from now, mushy face. You think no one has tried that before you, It doesn't end well.
M's voice whispered in his ear, calm and dry.
You melodramatic, self-pitying, egocentric fool. All you ever feel is rage. Calm down. Look at the beautiful lights of Alcor by night. They are legendary for a reason. Just breathe easy. Let the rage go. Easily.
Rhy Shen closed his eyes.
I'm breathing.
Easier.
Rhy Shen exhaled slowly.
Okay.
So, what do you feel now?
Rage!
Don't you fucking get it? There is nothing but fucking rage!
Meh. Alright, it's rage then. At least the Smithery Guild will make you feel pain.
M gave up. After all, the old man behind his Ishi mirror had to sleep sometime, unlike his unwilling and unpleasingly stubborn pupil. Maybe this unappeasable fury was exactly what the green-horned Rhy Shen needed for the pack trial ahead. So the also-chatty master decided to stay silent this time, letting Rhy Shen charge straight into the brutality challenge of the Iron Forge. The Tale of Rhy Shen, Chapter 8. The Black Flame Core Disaster. Rhy Shen stood at the Piedmont, where the threshold of the northern bridge to Alcor rose out of the fog like a pale rib.
Pah! Screw those forgers. They dumped me in the yard like a fucking dog.
Behind him, the courtyard of the forge did not stay silent for long. Nothing in Mizar ever did. Hammers woke from within the mountain. The jarring voices from the iron-masked assistants bubbled on the square. Metal sang. And still, Rhy Shen couldn't care less about this pack trial they prepared with so much noise. The truth about where the Aeon fire was hidden waited along the bridge.
I bet she is testing me in her twisted ways with this stupid arrest.
Rhy Shen didn't dare set a foot on the mossy threshold. In every shadow, he saw her. The Aeonbound Mistress lingered at the edge of his sight wherever he looked. She flickered atop the twisted, vine-grown arch of the bridge. Then she stood among the black pines on the city walls, which clashed against the rocky cliffs of the mountains above. She was inevitable.
I think I'm going insane. This mistress, I see her everywhere.
He expected M to laugh aloud in his ear, or congratulate him on his notorious anxiety, or unleash another storm of insults. Instead, M muttered as quietly as he could.
This time, I'm not so sure about your incompetence, kid. Maybe she is watching. We don't know what she is up to.
Each time Rhy Shen blinked, her reflection was elsewhere, not moving, simply already there. She only watched, as if she were waiting for him to place one foot on the stone and break whatever vow he had never meant to swear.
You might like to hear that there may be another way to take a peek at what is going on beyond that bridge without her knowledge. Remember that Ishi mirror you altered with one of your crooked hairs? What if I told you it's also bound to a fragile little scene from the past? The kind the high priests of Alcor would pay a fortune to erase.
That wouldn't sound like a coincidence to me at all.
Nice shot, kid. Nice. Indeed. There's a good chance it's sitting somewhere very comfortable in one of the high temples of Alcor right now. And, coincidentally, you warped that mirror when you stepped into the furnace. If that isn't lucky,
That sounds even less than a coincidence, Im.
Rhy Shen let the perfectly filigreed, softly healing radiance of Alcor's skyline wash over him, wondering what secrets the high priests might be burying beneath a place so immaculate. As the morning sun rose over the white roofs of Alcor, the enchanted lights faded one by one.
Do you think I could take a look through the mirror? But how? I don't have one.
I'll tell you how to connect with it when you have survived the pack trial. If you survive the pack trial.
Rhy Shen took a last, yearning look at the city and the secrets it held. The urge to belong to something greater surged through him as he thought of the Aeon fire hidden there.
Ah, there you are, Shitty Hammer.
Hasty footsteps and a shrill voice announced the arrival of the Forge assistants.
The pack trial is almost ready. Everyone is waiting for you.
Lined up like ducklings, they trudged up the gritty canal bank. Two of them lagged behind and tried to push Rhy Shen over the causeway, surprised that their tiny punches couldn't even budge him. When Rhy Shen reached the forge, the courtyard had been transformed into a battlefield. The air roared with the clang of hydraulic joints and the rattle of loaded magazines. Some of the assistants silently whistled.
Look, there he is.
One of them lifted his welding mask to speak as quiet as possible.
I heard that the whack material from his hammer came from outer space.
No way. From another planet?
The guildmasters couldn't make sense of it.
One very tall, slim assistant brushed past Rhy Shen, carrying a helmet almost too large for him to lift. Not long after, two even slimmer assistants followed, balancing a massive robotic arm on their shoulders. A whole crowd of assistants had gathered around the piles of clutter and metal at the side of the yard, naturally forming a circular pit. They were all slight, mostly human, but they left little of it visible beneath their masks and gauntlets. An unwelcoming path opened before Rhy Shen, making sure he walked exactly where they wanted him.
So, what kind of test is this?
The guildmasters took their positions above the circular pit, observing in quiet judgment. One of them raised a hand, the signal clear. The assistants shouted in excitement.
Equipment check! Equipment check! Go, Maurice!
A tiny assistant, with a helmeted head, stepped forward. Even with the headgear, he barely reached Rhy Shen's shoulder. In his hands, Maurice carried Rhy Shen's Qilin hammer as if it were a bag of filth, yet a new shimmer ran across its surface, glinting in the light.
Give him the shitty hammer, Maurice. We want to see it in action.
Maurice leaned forward, handing the hammer to Rhy Shen with steady hands. Then he straightened, offering his helmeted head and pointing at it. His gaze remained fixed on Rhy Shen with unraveling challenge. Not a trace of fear touched his eyes. One of the assistants from the crowd pointed at Rhy Shen, shouting,
Slam him!
And from another direction, other assistants agreed.
Yes! Show us what your hammer is made of.
Rhy Shen felt paralyzed, staring at the weapon, unsure what to make of it. The hammer pulsed faintly in his grip, alive in a way it had never been before, the essence of its Qilin soul brushing against his senses. He stared a little too long, until somebody in the crowd lost his temper.
Equipment check! Do it, shithead!
Maurice just nodded, fully believing in the quality of their work. M commented on the scene, his amusement barely restrained.
Do you have something in your ears, Kit? No pun intended. The guildmasters seem eager to see what this weapon is capable of, and Maurice too. So, do it.
Rhy Shen tightened his grip.
Sorry, Maurice.
Then he slammed the hammer against the helmet like a church bell. The courtyard shook violently. Dust and sparks erupted. The earth beneath trembled, a jagged rock cracking and falling from the cliffs above. Yet the hammer remained intact.
And poor Maurice?
He stood, unmoved, his feet stamped into the ground, still facing Rhy Shen through the round glasses embedded in his mask. A few Aetham shards erupted from his chest like shooting stars, only to be absorbed by the hammer within an eye blink. A voice rang out from under his mask, proud and triumphant.
Equipment! Approved!
Then, a bit quieter, Maurice turned back to Rhy Shen.
The rules are simple. All against one. You withstand each round for 1 minute. That's it.
The guildmasters waited until Maurice took his place in the lines of the pit. A hand rose, and, as if in perfect sync, all the assistants knew the pack trial had begun. The pit seemed to implode on Rhy Shen, like an atomic core tearing itself apart. Slight as they were, the assistants were monsters in disguise. Mechanized suits and tech gauntlets turned their weakly bodies into living, killing machines. They vaulted through the air like wild animals and didn't hesitate to shoot at Rhy Shen with their cannon-bristled arms.
Fuck!
Rhy Shen parried each blow of the wave. The clash of metal rang like thunder through the yard. Bam! Following the attack, the guildmaster in charge raised 2 fingers, and the assistants immediately followed his command.
Shoot!
At the second wave, the number of missiles imploding on him halved. With a round swing, the hammer deflected this strike too. Startled by their malfunctioning arms, the assistants jiggled their gear and blew through the barrels.
What the hell is wrong with the equipment?
Finally, the guildmaster raised a 3rd finger. This time, there was barely a bullet that even reached Rhy Shen's hammer. The weapons malfunctioned, spitting the missiles out instead of shooting them. Untouched by any bullet, Rhy Shen had passed the first round of the pack trial.
You're all dolts.
The assistants were not too amused by that. One of them screamed with fury,
Maurice! Round 2. Get your ass over here.
Maurice returned, but he was unrecognizable. The ridiculously small man, whose tiny legs had once seemed comical, was now completely hidden beneath a towering combat suit. Massive and menacing, each step he took left a dent in the cobblestones. The mech raised a hand toward Rhy Shen, its arm whirring as it loaded a massive, shark-headed projectile.
I won't let you blow that in my face, pisshead.
Rhy Shen swung his hammer with all his strength, but the mech's armor deflected the blow. With only one arm to steady the handle, the weapon shot forward like a missile. The backlash of the hammer slammed through Rhy Shen's body and hurled him backward. He hit the ground and skidded across the stone. When he finally slid to a stop, face first in the dirt, the crowd burst into laughter.
The shit bringer
is not heavy enough for that hammer.
A harsh, charging noise told everyone the mech was ready. The tiny pilot, Maurice, barely raised his scrawny arm inside the massive suit, and the air around the mech's arm crackled. With a deafening boom, the mech lunged forward, fist clenched, to deliver a strike powered by a roaring gust. Rhy Shen dodged the iron fist by mere millimeters. The gust still struck and tore his head from his shoulders. It shattered into a cloud of smoke, leaving the crowd gasping for air. Even the guildmasters exchanged uneasy glances, murmuring under their breath. The sight of Rhy Shen, standing headless yet upright, sent a ripple of fear through the pit.
He's a ghost.
A demon!
What?
They watched in bewilderment as the contact drew bursts of refined aethem from the mech's core, glowing along its joints.
Look what's happening! He's reassembling his head!
The sense of dread in the crowd swelled into sheer panic as they watched the nightmarish Rhy Shen pull himself together, madness blazing in his eyes. And as if that weren't enough for their fragile hearts, the mech collapsed. Sparks fizzled, smoke curled into the air, and silence fell over the pit like a heavy weight.
Equipment check.
Someone whispered after a long while.
Gilbert, go.
One of the assistants scrambled forward through the dust, eyes wide. For a trained tech cultivator like Gilbert, it was easy to see that the core lay in ruins.
Equipment kaput. Absolutely kaput. How is this possible?
The machine had been reduced to nothing but scrap. Whispers from the crowd swelled into a low, uneasy hum of dissatisfaction. Finally, another assistant came with a crowbar to free poor Maurice from the suit. He checked the mech, then Rhy Shen, then the mech again, frowning in confusion.
How is this possible? He barely even touched the mech.
The Smithery Guild's frustration was palpable. Machinery destroyed, spectacle lost. It was too much for poor Maurice, who attacked Rhy Shen as soon as he was freed from the mech interior.
Do you know how much time we have put into this baby, you demon?
The air in the Smithery Guild Hall was thick with fury. Every guild member's glare burned like molten steel as they turned to Rhy Shen.
This is unacceptable. How did you do that?
Guildmaster Heron remained calm and serious.
Maybe your weapon holds more secrets than we thought,
he said, glancing uncertainly at the other guildmasters.
What do we make of that?
They tried to hide it, but even M in Rhy Shen's ear noticed how much they struggled to conceal their admiration. The second guildmaster barked again, half hiding behind Heron.
I didn't know this shithammer would sabotage our equipment once it is in your hands. You've destroyed the mech, and you will pay with work. Every hour, every ounce of labor we've put into this, you'll have to pay it back to us.
Rhy Shen raised an eyebrow, lazily wiping soot from his hands. Slowly, it dawned on him that being nightmarish and a pest came with certain advantages in the world.
Pah, I surely won't pay for the shitty mess you created by challenging me. You want me to work? And how do you plan to force me exactly, huh? I could suck out your aethem, and your life along with it.
A single, icy glare from him made the assistants recoil. No soul in this guild would dare force Rhy Shen into anything. Not after witnessing the life-devouring witchery bound to that ghostly fiend and his cursed hammer. The guildmasters, suddenly more cautious, tried to appease him.
No need for aggression. We just want fair compensation.
You ruined us! Yeah!
M's voice buzzed softly into the negotiation.
Say yes. Just say yes. Be a bit diplomatic. And a bit less arrogant, you dumb fish.
Rhy Shen smirked.
No.
A collective gasp rose from the assistants, followed by a chorus of outraged shouts. The guildmasters crossed their arms in disapproval.
You insolent brat!
You'll regret this. What in the name of Drago are you even, young man?
Guildmaster Heron held up his open palm, bracing for a surge of wind energy. But the gear had lost its aethum in Rhy Shen's presence.
The hammer affects this equipment too?
Rhy Shen strolled out of the pit, utterly unbothered. Sparks hissed from the shattered mechs, and the assistants could do nothing but form a makeshift corridor to let him pass.
Fuck all of you.
No one could stop him. Every mechanical weapon, every piece of gear he brushed past lay in ruins. The unarmed forge, the bumbling assistants, even the Juru guildmasters themselves. They were all beneath him now. Poor Maurice was the only one who dared to shout after him. He climbed on the ruins of his mech armor and lifted a tiny fist.
We will meet again, shipbringer.
Rhy Shen stepped out of the forge pit with his chin raised high, shoulders straight.
You are expelled from the Smithery Guild!
Forever!
Furious screams thundered across the cliffs around the Smithery district. Far above, the assistants hurled curses after him. Their pitiful, atham-bound weapons were clattering against their armor as they pointed shaking fingers down the winding path.
You are an enemy of the Ironroot Forge now!
For life!
Whatever. I don't care.
M's voice returned in his ear the moment they were clear of the pit.
Oh, ghost boy. Oh, kid. Why do you have to piss off everyone you meet? Honestly, it's like a calling.
Rhy Shen brushed his hair from his eyes.
They started it.
And you finished it. Badly.
For once, M sounded serious.
Now you will have to break into the forge to take a look at Alco. Your best chance to do so is fast, since the forge would be filled with assistants once they cleared up your mess in the yard.
Rhy Shen only scratched the back of his head.
What does the forge have to do with...
No questions. Time is running, kid. If we can get one step ahead of the Mistress, we may still have time to do some good.
And how the fuck is breaking into the forge supposed to be good, M? This has to be illegal even in Mizar.
Listen, kid. This woman surely didn't let you refine your weapon out of kindness. No matter how you twist it, she will come for you. And she will use it for something. And then she'll probably wipe you out.
Okay, then. I'll give you that, M. If this is what it takes to stay ahead of her, then we're committing a crime for the greater good, I guess.
Rhy Shen clawed his way upward with one arm, the hammer dragging like dead weight at his side. Above him, the mountain split into jagged vents, chimneys from the hidden forge, breathing out thick, black smoke. Everything happened within a second.
Ouch.
He paused, just long enough to look up.
M. Do you have any clever instructions on how to break into a fucking mountain fortress too, huh?
M answered in an annoyingly casual voice.
Go do your little disappearing trick. Poof yourself out or whatever. It only hurts a little, right? Or does something have to smash you in the face first before it kicks in?
Fuck you, M.
Fueled entirely by spite, Rhy Shen slipped through the venting shaft in excruciating agony and, to his own irritation, did it disturbingly well.
This isn't worth it, I swear.
Quiet, efficient, and with the unsettling speed of a seasoned assassin. And yet, he felt watched. Something in the pines or beyond the hills, something or someone lured in the fog. Rhy Shen landed silently on the stone below. The forge hall was dark, hollow, full of cold anvils and dead machines.
What now, M? Work fast. Materials to your left. We're building an Ishi mirror.
Glass fragments. A thin layer of refined atham. Wire filaments. Vermilion powder. M guided while Rhy Shen shaped the artifact. Heat whispered through the forge as if the machines held their breath in excitement. Fortunately for Rhy Shen, the materials for a mirror came in powder form. If they'd been bricks, he might have simply died on the spot.
Right now, you can't lift anything heavier than a strong opinion. The future's going to ask a lot more of you than that, kid.
The mirror took form. A strange, dark disk, its surface swallowing the light instead of reflecting it.
Good. It should work well enough for our purposes.
A noise from the main hall told Rhy Shen that the assistants had finished their cleanup outside, only to return to the forge and work even more.
We don't have much time. And don't you ever tell anyone how to entangle two Ishi mirrors. You hear me? That's my personal recipe. So, focus on your last experience in the furnace of the Alchemists Guild. Don't think about anything else. You remember?
Rhy Shen felt this hollowing feeling he had when he tried to entangle an Ishi mirror the last time once more. It horrified him deeply.
I remember.
Now put a single hair of yours into the plate and anchor the mirror. If we're lucky, the Ishi mirror shows something useful to find the Aeon fire.
Rhy Shen exhaled, touched the rim, and the surface rippled. The world inside the mirror opened. He leaned closer to sneak a look at Alcor, treading on territory he was clearly not meant to see. Trespassing the Mistress's rules. It sent a thrill racing through him, sharp and forbidden. And for one heartbeat, the danger felt like a reward. In the reflection of the mirror, a shadow formed between white lights. Scarlet red eyes, obsidian hair, an aura of pure, flickering contempt. It was her.
You're untrustworthy. I knew it.
The Aeonbound Mistress stared at Rhy Shen from the reflection, framed by the cold light of a tremendous white hall. Her eyes locked onto his through the mirror, as if it wasn't a window at all, but a door. Her hatred almost consumed her.
Oh, you'll regret that, you traitor. I will come for you.
The mirror cracked, like ice reluctantly giving way, releasing a plume of black smoke that swallowed the forge in shadow. Rhy Shen stumbled back, feeling his heart painfully pulsing on top of his throat.
Fuck. She's coming. She's really coming. She's coming to take my head. What now, Em?
Em said nothing. He truly had nothing to say.
M? M! M!
Shit. She's coming. She's really coming for me.
Rhy Shen wasn't more than a rat trapped in an electric cage. The wrath of the Aeonbound Mistress was closing in on him, furious as if all the devils from hell had been summoned into her rage. And from the main hall, the assistants' frantic voices drew nearer, shrill and chaotic, their steps clanging against the remnants of their ruined machines. M whispered in his head with a trembling voice, shaken from panic.
Rhy Shen, listen. You've got barely a minute. Before you face the Mistress, there's something about the Aeon fire. Something vital. You must know this.
A piercing scream cut through his skull and suffocated M's voice. Someone turned on the flooding lights in the forge, leaving Rhy Shen blinded.
The headless saboteur! He is here!
In the doorway, Assistant Morris stood like a saint frozen in judgment, arm outstretched, finger pointed with absolute condemnation.
He steals our stuff! Ah!
You won't get away with this.
He's a terrorist! Can't you get enough?
The assistants tried to tear him apart with their bare hands, hammering at his ribs, shoulders, skull. But it was like punching an anvil. Nothing gave in. Their fury only fed the echoing clangor of the forge.
You can't shoot me. You can't hit me. Wow, you people really suck at killing me.
Then someone screamed.
The box of Inri. Someone open it.
Are you sure, Eva? You know what that means.
Go! Open it!
The box of Inri was one of the most expensive artifacts the forge produced, and entirely made for the use outdoors. For good reasons. A latch snapped open. A fracture of light split the ceiling like a seal being broken. The box called to the massive green Capensis moon. And the moon answered. Lightning rolled between the iron beams, and a black curtain of rain came crashing down.
What did you do?
You told me to open the box.
Water surged across the floor, swallowing boots and tools alike. It flooded the channels, drowned the bellows, and snuffed the furnace fires in a single breath.
Ah! Watch out! Roof down! Roof down!
The pull of gravity seized Rhy Shen from his feet and hurled him into the flow. As the collapse of the ridge above them settled, The assistants looked around.
Where is he? Did we kill the ghost?
The last furnace guttered, and the forge fell into blackness. For a heartbeat, there was only breathing, boots shifting, nervous whispers. Then the darkness moved. A soft hiss, like silk sliding over a blade. Someone tried to shout, but it snapped into a strangled cry. Steel whispered. Bones cracked. Bodies collapsed into the flooded floor, one after another, as if an unseen hand were clearing a table. No one screamed for long. The air filled with the quiet, methodical sounds of pain. Gasps, choked sobs, wet coughing. Rhy Shen didn't dare to breathe. A single flash of lightning tore open the rafters, and for that white, merciless instant, he saw her. The Aeonbound Mistress stood at the center of the ruin, still as a praying mantis. The water at her feet was streaked red. Her eyes lifted directly toward Rhy Shen.
I warned you, fragile human. Now obey.
The Aeonbound Mistress had arrived. Rhy Shen heard her moth-like movements, the quiet suggestion of presence gliding over water. She slid her weapons away with unhurried grace. Around them, the assistants lay dead, silent across the shattered ground. Only Maurice still stirred. It seemed the 9 lives Ghostfang death pill truly had made him impossible to kill.
You've made yourself an enemy for life, you demon! Our revenge will come!
I think he means you.
The mistress pulled out a slender vessel, black as the void between stars. It was the abyss bottle that had cost Rhy Shen his left arm. Every muscle in her body screamed for his death. Only cold reason restrained her hand. She might pretend she did not fear the Alchemists, but she did, deeply. And Rhy Shen was not too blind to recognize the truth hidden beneath her composure. For now, he was still indispensable to saving the Aeon Fire, should the Alchemists come for it.
You'll be sorry that you messed with me.
He was shredded where he stood. She tilted the bottle just a bit, and Rhy Shen's edges tore open. A cold and absolute pull, like the maddened gravity of a collapsing star, seized him.
You need me! You're making a mistake!
No. I am removing a mistake.
The air around him bent, and the flooded forge stretched, distorted, as if the bottle were a hole punched straight through reality. Rhy Shen clawed at one of the tables, but there was no escape for him. Not this time.
Help!
He shouted as loud as he could, but the force hooked his chest and swallowed the words.
It hurts! Ah! It hurts so bad!
Rhy Shen began to unravel like a sun drawn too close to a black hole. His right arm was devoured by the abyss bottle under immense pain. Then the bottle engulfed his legs, writhing as if resisting the pull.
No!
Finally, his screaming face was devoured. Once more, the world snapped shut before him. Only the Mistress remained in the ruined Ironroot Forge. The bottle grew heavy in her hand.
What did you do to me?
A faint, muffled echo trembled inside its depths, as if something still struggled far away beneath an endless ocean.
I hate you, fucking witch! I just wanted to help!
She held it up to the dying lightning, considering.
Ah, you are mine now.
Then she slipped the abyss bottle into the folds of her cloak, and the forge swallowed the last of the light. This could have been the ending of Rhy Shen's second failed existence within the countless things. But the Mistress had something else in store for him. Something that would alter him for all time. Rhy Shen tried to open his eyes, when he realized they were already wide open. Wild lights still danced through his vision and rippled the space.
No, 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 no. Not this. Not this.
Walls of darkness pressed in like breathing lungs. Instinctively, Rhy Shen held his mouth shut. He didn't even dare to breathe the liquid air in this cursed bottle. Total silence. He was alone. Entirely alone for hours? Days? Rhy Shen couldn't even tell. He couldn't convince himself that this emptiness meant that the Mistress had freed Garpit and the other tavern guests from this forsaken abyss. More likely, she killed them all too.
Say something. I can feel that the speech bug is still in place, asshole.
No sound came from M. This master knew exactly when to let the silence do the killing. A low and rolling rumble echoed outside the abyss bottle. The vibrations crawled along Rhy Shen's spine, making his teeth chatter. Something massive was moving, or was it himself shifting in the void of the bottle? Then a sharp pull seized and twisted his body like a rag in a storm. He screamed, fearing to lose his arms again, vision spinning. The darkness peeled away. Light bit at his skin. Air rushed back into his lungs, raw and electric.
Fuck!
And finally, a plain white marble floor snapped into focus. Rhy Shen hit the ground, coughing, chest heaving, and scrambled backward instinctively.
Whoa! What in the hell?
He was still trying to make sense of the shifting light.
Am I still in the bottle? What is this?
His voice echoed, fragile against the majesty surrounding him. Light poured from nowhere, diffusing through the hall in shifting waves, bathing the space in an ethereal glow. Towering white pillars rose like frozen titans, their surfaces alive with intricate carvings. Humans danced with beasts, warriors rode mighty animals into battle, and creatures of every kind tangled in eternal struggle.
Wow. What a wonderful place.
Each stone seemed to breathe with stories of glory, sacrifice, and the relentless pulse of life and death. This place was a manifest, and somewhere beyond the light and carvings, Rhy Shen could feel the Mistress watching.
Where are you, foul witch? And where am I, exactly? Is this Alcor?
His muttering voice bounced off from impossibly distant walls, swallowed and returned by the vast hall that stretched beyond comprehension. The space dwarfed the homes and bridges of the underground melting village he'd seen, a cavern that had seemed monumental at the time. Yet here it was, nothing. The Mistress shot down from above like a falcon, instantly splitting Rhy Shen in two. Before his eyes, the world cracked and doubled his vision. She could have simply proposed why she dragged him to this place, but no. She chose this spectacle of pain instead. Of course she did. Oh, this woman. With a rhythmic swirl of her finger, she hindered Rhy Shen from becoming whole again. The Aeonbound Mistress's eyes burned like black stars.
Whatever comes to the twin capital is under my watch. Too obvious. When a black Ishi mirror from the melting village arrived here in Alcor, your not-so-subtle alterations sang to me from the very beginning. So I seized the opportunity and waited for your betrayal. I said, do not look for me or the Aeon Fire. But you did.
She despised him with that same burning gaze, yet around it hovered a quiet fragility she would never admit. For a breath, he thought he saw what she wished he could be.
This would all be so much easier if you possessed even a shred of integrity.
Her command to follow needed no words at all. He just did. The lonely echo of their steps rang through the hall, bouncing off the towering pillars. As they moved, the carvings along the stones seemed to grow wilder, rougher. Animals clashing with humans, warriors charging beasts, depictions of war streaking every surface. The air felt heavier and hotter, charged with the violence sealed beneath.
I didn't do anything. It was just a little peek.
The hall gradually sloped downward, narrowing into a vast spiral of stone steps that seemed to descend into the heart of the earth. Shadows pooled along the edges, flickering against the twisted carvings that followed them, their depictions of war and fury growing more frenzied with each step. The Mistress slowed, then stopped. Her eyes rested on him.
Tell me then, what were you even looking for?
The question hung there, soft and dangerous. Rhy Shen forced himself to close his eyes. He could have simply told the truth. That he had blindly followed the suggestions of a voice from his ear, hoping he could become part of something greater than himself. Instead, he said,
You.
The words slipped out quieter than he meant it to, almost gentle.
I was only looking for you.
Something flickered in her gaze. Just a crack, a glimpse of something she immediately buried. Her eyes narrowed in order to scan him once more.
I can sense you are not alone. You have one last chance to be honest. Is someone with you?
The speech bug in his ear trembled with M's barely contained fear.
No. Where should I hide a whole person, huh?
Rhy Shen bluntly lied again, though his voice betrayed a tight edge.
You said M help me.
I was just coughing.
His voice fainted into a faltering whisper. The mistress tilted her head, face motionless.
Lies. The weakest form of defense. Maggot, you only speak the language of fear.
In contradiction to her judgmental words, she stepped closer, too close, until the cold fabric of her mantle brushed his chest. Rhy Shen could feel the heat of her body and the chill of her power both at once.
You will do something for me, and if you betray me, this cage is going to be your eternal prison.
Her hair slid across his cheek as she leaned in, and he caught a faint scent, something like winter rain on stone, clean and ancient. For a moment, there was only her, and the certainty that she could end him with a whisper, or spare him with the same.
You will free the Aeon Fire.
Her voice was soft, but sharp as a blade.
You people worship the Aeon Fire like starving kings, tearing your minds apart over who should control it. But the answer was always painfully simple. The only way to protect it is to free it.
Of all souls in this world, the Mistress understood one truth better than any other. The eternal Aeon Fire had never needed a master to save itself.
Once released, it will find its own ways to hide itself.
Her fingers traced the line of his jaw with impossible lightness. When her eyes met his, the world shrunk to the space between them. It was a gaze that unmade him.
You may not survive what comes next. Neither of us may. But some flames are worth dying for.
As she spoke, her gaze lingered on the sealed darkness below, her expression bearing the silent weight of an old mistake, one the world had long since learned to forget. But she never did. At the heart of the great hall, suspended beneath silken banners spanned from side to side, hung a golden birdcage. Silken banners cascaded from the ceiling, framing its massive form. But even through the drifting fabric, the fire within was impossible to look at directly. Inside, the Aeon Fire raged.
I cannot go further.
She spoke softly, almost a whisper, yet every word cut through the hall.
It would consume me.
A voice interrupted, sharp and urgent.
More bad news, kid. Something's going on up in Alco.
The mistress's head snapped toward the sound like a striking serpent, scarlet eyes blazing.
Who said that?
Before she could draw her moon claws to end Rhy Shen for good, a sudden tremor shook the Aeon halls. Dust and tiny stones rained from above as a detonation ripped through the center of Alcor, echoing through the spiral hall. The Mistress looked at Rhy Shen with dead eyes.
Traitor. You led them here.
With every word, she split his fragile body into pieces. M whispered from Rhy Shen's ear as quietly as he could.
Sorry, kid. I had to warn her. If my suspicion is right, we only have minutes left until things spiral out of control. And to be honest, I don't know how to stop it from happening.
Oh, I know this voice. Do you hear me, old man? I will come for you next, after I handled the problem above.
Seconds later, the Earth was shaken once more by violent detonations up on the surface. The Mistress looked up and narrowed her eyes into slits of pure hatred. An open assault on the holy city of Alcor could only mean one thing: that an old friend had arrived, long since soured by bitterness.
You, fragile human. You and the old man in your head. How could you lead this devil here?
Her inner core ignited, concentrated power surging through her frame. She was ready for combat. Rhy Shen could barely see anything through his slashed body parts. The Aeon fire's storm in the cage raged unchecked, the chains rattling like a drum of doom. Before Rhy Shen could pull himself together, a cold aura approached within the heat of the halls. Someone descended the curved hallway. The force behind it was immense. Every shadow was lured toward the unseen presence as the footsteps grew louder and heavier. The air screamed before the figure ever came into view. A horde of crippled demons hurled themselves wildly down the stairs, their broken bodies crashing and tumbling ahead of their master like a grim announcement. Their shadows clawed at the walls. Dust spiraled upward. Debris rained from the ceiling in a chaotic hail of stone and shells. Rhy Shen would never forget that face. Divine youth beneath silk-white hair. Cold as sculpted stone, a smile carved from pure cruelty. Every cell of his body radiated power, the kind that could end worlds with a single thought. In that instant, the hall seemed smaller. The pillars started bending inward, and the cage with the Aeon fire in it rattled and whistled.
A pleasure, Mistress.
Armath Orson had arrived, flanked by his legions from the underworld. He bowed lightly, almost theatrically, his smile sharp and calm.
My dear, I've been searching for you, and for your cozy little refuge here, for a very long time. Truly, a very long time.
The Mistress looked away, her eyes flicking to the floor for the briefest moment. A gesture almost human, but loaded with memory. There was history here. Unspoken and bitter. The kind that had shaped battles, broken alliances, and carved scars neither of them would ever forget.
You will only claim the Aeon fire over my dead body, Armath.
Huh. Your corpse will do.
His grin remained perfectly still, a mask of merciless calm. The Aeon fire flared, the cage shuddered, and the air hummed with the promise of violence.
My dear, I promise your death will serve a purpose. You may scream if it comforts you.
Among the 12 combat arts a cultivator could pursue, none was more feared than necromancy. Every great Juru tribe had outlawed it, for every soul who embraced its power eventually became something inhuman. And yet the forbidden art still endured, pulsing like a sick heartbeat in the veins of Armath Orson from the Ochintis dynasty. The walls of the spiraling Aeon Hall shuddered under his presence. Armath Orson's thralls clung to the stones and shells like swarming insects, twitching and writhing in endless agony. Every moment of their cursed existence burned with pain, yet they moved as one, grievously attuned to the will of their master. He whispered a single word.
Go.
And his thralls surged forward. A tide of warped bodies erupted from him, blooming outward like a living wound. Their rotted bodies poured across the ground as one, an undulating mass of flesh and obedience given motion. The cloud of agony merged into a spiraling, black finger of death, stretching, twisting, and stabbing directly at the Mistress. The entire Aeon Hall turned into a singular instrument of annihilation. The Mistress answered with fire.
You shall not pass!
Flames roared from her hands. They coiled and snapped through the hall like world-eating serpents. From the other side, Armath Orson's long-limbed thralls slammed into the blaze, shrieking as their bodies were incinerated under the heat. Smoke and sparks filled the Aeon Hall, while the pillars turned red-hot and the curtains evaporated to ashes. At the bottom of the spiraling hall, the Aeon fire flared in its cage, sending a wave of green light and heat roaring upward.
Armath, you maggot. Puh. You're a curse upon this world. Oh, how I wish I had ended you that day, when your fate was in my hands.
Armath Orson watched the Mistress calmly. His silk-white hair framed a face that was cold as fresh snow.
What a sorrow, Mistress. I cannot find anything in you worth preserving for the future.
He drew his monumental white sword from his back. Whoa. Light seemed to cling to the weapon, pure and lifeless, as if the blade had been carved from frozen moonlight. Every edge of the white blade was sharp enough to split the sky. Another quiet whisper came from his barely moving lips.
Once more.
The black finger of half-rotting thralls surged again, and the Aeon Hall pulsed under the force of two unstoppable powers colliding. The Mistress met the onslaught head-on, fire dancing along her limbs.
Oh, Armath! Ugh! Your grand visions for the future are a beautiful mask for hatred. Ugh! Though all I see beneath it is familiar misery.
Her fiery body burst through the black cloud of creatures like a wave. The steel of their weapons clashed in midair. The Mistress and Armath leapt and spun. Blades and magical bursts igniting the hall, tearing holes through stone and earth. Every strike sent waves of fire and destruction spiraling outward. And amid the chaos above his head, Rhy Shen moved down.
What exactly do you think you're doing, kid?
Grr! I've made my choice. I'm freeing the Aeon Fire.
Is this choice guided by reason or by fear? Can't bear disappointing the Mistress, She's already written you off as a traitor. I hope that sank in.
I'm not doing this for her.
While the Mistress and Armath were entangled in their deadly dance of wrath, Rhy Shen descended the twisted stairway, spiraling down toward the cage of the Aeon Fire. With every step, the air grew heavier, tinged with an unnatural greenish hue, as if the world began to rot under the fire's presence. Some of the demons above sensed Rhy Shen's movement and tried to follow. They never made it far. The flaring heat vaporized their rotting flesh mid-stride, until only bones clattered lifelessly onto the stone below.
Reconsider this carefully, Rhy Shen. You are behaving painfully emotionally. We could still achieve something extraordinary together, if you just claim it for me. Do not throw that gift away.
I have done this before, and I failed. This time, I'll make it right.
The moment the Aeon Fire entered his sight, the world drowned in white. His eyes boiled beneath the radiance. Heat flooded the stairwell in crushing waves, so dense it felt almost solid. Green light thickened the air until nothing beyond it could survive. The clash of steel above, the shrieks of Armath's demons, all of it was smothered and drowned beneath the glow. It sealed Rhy Shen off. Even with his eyes shut tight, the emerald radiance burned on behind his lids, pulsing in slow, deliberate rhythms, as if the Aeon Fire had wrapped him in a cocoon of heat and light. The world above became distant, unreal, like a half-remembered dream already fading from Rhy Shen's field of consciousness. M tried to warn him one last time. His voice was thin, strained, fighting through the blaze.
Listen, kid. You're not in a condition to make stupid choices anymore. Not sure you've noticed, but the light of the Aeon Fire already melted your face away. You're blind. You're burned. If you open that cage, there is no coming back from it.
Rhy Shen barely heard him.
I'm doing this!
No!
The heat pressed against his body, slipped beneath the skin and settled into his bones. Time unraveled. Cause and consequence dissolved until his fingertips found the latch. A deafening rupture tore through the world as the Aeon fire burst free everywhere at once. Stone evaporated as Rhy Shen was wrenched from the ground. The green inferno struck in a single violent motion, slamming into his chest with the force of a falling star.
No! No!
It was meant to roam, to consume, to become. Yet against its own will, the Aeon fire sank its claws into him instead. It clung to Rhy Shen, its heat no longer unbearable, but also corrosively possessive.
What is this?
It felt familiar.
It consumes me!
And still, he loved it. He should have been fighting it, but nothing in him moved to resist. The world dissolved into emerald violence. There was only impact, pressure, and the horrifying closeness of something vast being forced into the narrow confines of a human soul. The Aeon fire bucked and raged, straining to expand beyond him, and failed. Its fury imploded into Rhy Shen's black core. It was pure brutality collapsing upon itself, until fire and human were locked in a catastrophic embrace neither could escape. Rhy Shen could not let go, and neither could the fire. Only then did the explosion reach the surface. The temple above the Aeon halls disintegrated in a blinding surge of green light. Shockwaves ripped through stone and sky alike. The Mistress overlooked the devastation, her wide eyes reflecting green fire and ruin.
This is impossible.
Her fury sharpened instantly onto a new target. Rhy Shen. He erupted from the ruins, a comet of green flame streaking through the twisted roots of Alcor. Streets, towers, and bridges ignited in Rhy Shen's wake. The smoke twisted into the dark sky and suffocated the agonized screams of the Juru monks who had called this place home.
Rhy Shen!
M's voice crackled urgently through the speech bug.
Let the Aeon fire go. It will destroy you completely.
I can't.
The Aeon fire had claimed him. His inner core twisted and ruptured violently under its merciless grip. Power surged like shards of glass sliding along his nerves, pain and ecstasy entwined in every heartbeat. The fire clung at his soul, whispering and thrashing inside him. It was torment and pleasure at once, both unbearable. Rhy Shen dimmed the lights of Alcor, outshining even the sun with the green inferno trapped deep within his broken core. While Rhy Shen burned with a blinding green inferno, a dark mass spread across the heavens, like an eclipse that trailed in his wake.
So, if this isn't the infamous Ghost Boy.
Above him, Armath descended like a living shadow.
A little bird told me it would be worth following you. And here we are.
Rhy Shen could barely lift his gaze. The Aeon fire devoured him from within, coiling tighter around his soul with every second.
Does it hurt? Yeah? Where do you want to leave this burden, now that you have it, I will follow you for the rest of your life, if I must.
The famous city lights plunged into darkness as Rhy Shen erupted through Alcor. Even as he ran, he was trapped in a violent intimacy with the fire, neither of them able to let go. Each step was like a rocket firing him forward, hurling him hundreds of meters through the inferno. The Mistress, convinced he belonged to Armath, unleashed her moon claws. Rhy Shen's flight, with the Aeon fire burning in his heart, left no doubt.
I knew it. You stood with Armath, Orson, and the Alchemists all along. Traitor.
They cut through fire and shadow alike, spinning like crescent moons of death. High above the rooftops, Armath watched. His presence fell upon the city like a heavy rain. Convinced that Rhy Shen still obeyed the Mistress's command, he smothered the raging fires in his wake. While below, his servants poured through the streets like filth, carried on an unstoppable tide, impossible to outrun.
Where can I go now?
Not to me, you chronically flame-addicted idiot. In case you haven't noticed, you're currently an uncontrolled catastrophe. If you come here, you'll erase half the peninsula by accident. I despise admitting this, but your only viable option now is to hand the Aeon fire to the Alchemists. Do not let Armath claim it. And do not get yourself killed by the Mistress. You understand me,
Simple in theory. The streets around Rhy Shen melted under the green light, smoke and ash clawing at the sky. And through it all, the two hunters closed in. One fueled by hatred, the other by obsession.